Here I am. What is happening, everybody? Happy Friday. We've made it. Another week in the books. Pretty crazy week, I would say. I would say hopefully things will be looking up when it comes to stuff that happened this week. But what is happening, guys? It is Friday. Happy Friday. Hopefully you guys got a drink poured. How's everybody doing out there? All right, who's out there? How's it going, guys? Talk to me. What's going on, Hidden Shadows? How you doing, buddy? We got Anthony. We got Amar. How you doing? All right. What is going on, Mr. Brad? Yes. Nice choice of guest. I would say so. Yeah, looking forward to talking to her. What's going on? I can never say your name right. Alaka Zoo. I think I'm saying it right. What's going on, Landon? How you doing? Mr. Will, Mr. Diesel. What's going on? The man, the myth. I don't know if I'm a myth yet, or a legend. I'm trying to get to that status. Maybe eventually I'll get there. What's going on, Daniel? How you doing? You like the setup? Yes. The Vodka Stream Lounge is open. It's ready to go. And hopefully, guys, even if it's not an alcoholic beverage, if you pour, you can pour yourself, a Kool-Aid, and that's fine. As long as you got something to sip on, that's all that matters. What's going on, Daniel? Yes, good. I hope you do. Yes, we all do. What's going on there, Daniel? Other Daniel, how you doing, bud? It's going deep. What's going on, Jose? Thank you for showing up, my friend. Live interview. No, this is a live interview. That's right. We're doing it live. Don't worry. So what's going on, Nathaniel? How you doing? Happy Friday, Sco. What's up? And we got Mr. Bennett right here. Oh, I'm having a great evening. That's right. It was like, like I told you guys, I started the new job and I can make my own hours and everything and just kind of hustle a couple of days and then just have, relaxing other days. And that's pretty much what today was. It was I hustled, Wednesday and Thursday. And that's why you didn't see a lot of Twitter activity and stuff. But but as soon as it came to Friday, it was just all about do some paperwork, and that was pretty much it. So, I've had actually a pretty relaxing day to be honest. What's going on, Andrew? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, you doing? Yep, talking to you. What's going on? Yep, everybody saying hi to each other. Whoop. What's good, Max? How you doing? Yeah, you're doing good? Well, I hope you're doing good. You're going to hopefully do any better. That's right. Let's see. Who's going to be yeah. Gonna be all good. Yeah. How's it going with Dune? I'm 40 pages into Dune. It's not on my bookshelf because it's right over there because I'm reading right now, of course. So so I have it over there on the couch right now. And I'm about 40 something pages in, and I'm totally in. I totally love it. Fear is the mind killer. And the only thing when it comes to Dune is man, I need Mr. McClellan, Mr. Scott to tell me how to pronounce some of these names and some of the stuff that's in that book. Holy crap. I found myself going, trying to sound out some of that stuff. But but I get what's going on with the story. It's great. And I can't wait till after I finish the book and then I get into the movie. Hopefully we get to see the movie sometime this year. But anyways, guys, cheers. Got the vodka poured. That's right. Right out of the freezer, showing that condensation on the glass. That's right. Cheers, guys. Good stuff. I remind you of John Cryer. What? Oh, because of the hair now. Yeah, because I had to go all schizoid on my hair. It's been over 2 weeks now since I shaved my head. It's coming in. Yeah, but I could see what you're saying. Because I just watched 2.5 Men right now. And yeah, I could see why you could say that, why you're comparing me to John Cryer, which is, yay, there's nothing wrong with comparing me to him. To Ducky, why not? There's nothing wrong with comparing me to Ducky. But I think John Cryer, and now he's Lex Luthor, which is crazy. Would have never thought that. Who should they cast for Lex Luthor? How about John Cryer? Okay. I love that. I love the I love the fact that they could just take an actor like that and just be yeah, let's put him in this role. It's almost like the same thing with Jesse Eisenberg with Batman vs Superman. Nobody thought, would he be a Lex Luthor? No. It's all about just, hey, let's just make some crazy cast and see what happens. And usually it works out. So, but we'll see what happens with, I haven't really gotten too much into the CW Superman, Supergirl and stuff like that. But we'll see. Like with Superman and Lois, like I said, that trailer looked pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just get into it right there. So let me see here. All right, let me just make sure things are good here. But hopefully you guys are doing good. And you actually, yeah, no, that from the clips that I've seen, Scott. I mean, I was like, okay, Jon Cryer's Lex, not too shabby at all. So, not too bad. It's like, all right, cool. I mean, make it your own. Make the part your own. So, join this right. All right, guys. Boop. Just setting some things up, setting a tweet up here. Everything's looking good on the streams and everything. We're all good. We're all doing good. Well, I got so many tabs open on my laptop. It's crazy. That's what you do. All right. So anyways. Oh, yeah, because I'm praising. Oh, come on, Jose. It's not all bad. What are you talking about? Yeah, I like Jon Cryer deep into his inner Hackman. So he summons a little bit of Gene Hackman. Yeah, you got to do that. I mean, Gene Hackman's the GOAT, man. He was the first, I guess you could say the first live action Lex Luthor, right? No, not those kind of tabs. Come on, get your head out of the gutter there. Jeez, man, stop it. Yeah. Anyways, all right, guys. Well, I think, cheers. Like I said, take another little sip. And then I think it's time to bring my guest in. You guys know her, of course. She's been in many movies, and she's actually having a pretty good January right now because she just recently voiced, again, Miss Lady Shiva in Batman Soul of the Dragon, which is, hopefully you guys saw that. And we'll talk about it, of course. And then she's got a new movie coming out called Finding Ohana. It's coming out on Netflix on January 29th. So without further ado, the lovely and talented Miss Kelly Hu. How you doing today?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing right now?
I'm good. So glad to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. Welcome to the Vodka Stream Lounge. I don't know if you have a drink poured or anything like that, but you know.
I normally would, and I do love me some vodka. But I am preparing for another film coming up in a couple of weeks. So
really?
Until then.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to get in shape. You gotta cut out the alcohol.
Yes, be in the right headspace. Also lose weight. It's like every time you work, you want to look your best. You don't want to be looking like all bloated and stuff.
Of course,
unless the character
calls for that. Yeah, I mean, just ask Christian Bale. I mean, that guy. I mean, he just, I don't know, his weight shifts. Woof, crazy.
That cannot be healthy. No.
Oh, it's not.
I couldn't do that if I tried. If you offered me $1 million, I don't think I could accomplish that at all. Forget it.
Yeah. I mean, when I see some of these actors that do that, especially Christian Bale is like known for like just transforming himself, and it just, I kind of wonder, like, especially since he's known mainly as to be like somebody who's like in ridiculously good shape, and then all of a sudden he just packs on like all this weight. I'm like, how does that make you feel? It's just got to be gross.
I would not want to be living in that house with him. That's all I know. I mean, that's really got to make you grouchy, right?
Oh, I know. I'm sure it does. Even though, like, you're tossing back, French fries, hamburgers, and milkshakes and pizza, but after a while, you got to just like wake up just feeling gross.
Right. I mean, that's the fun part. It's when he gets back down that you don't want to be around, right?
Yeah.
When he's
when he has to starve himself. Yeah. Like when he did The Machinist. Woo. Or no, was that? Yeah. Oh my God.
That was crazy. I heard he had to have a doctor with him at the time because he was always getting sick.
God, I mean, yeah. And then right after that, he had to gain like a bunch of muscle for Batman. I'm just like, man, this guy, I mean, it's just absolutely insane, like what some people do with all this stuff, man.
Yeah, I only have like 3 weeks to prepare myself for this film, so I don't think I'm going to be doing anything that drastic.
Yeah.
But, it's been quarantine, and I wasn't thinking that I was going to be working. I mean, I got pink hair, I was like, woohoo, I'm going to do whatever I want for the next year.
Eat whatever I want. Yeah.
And then I get this offer, and I was like, it was too good to refuse. And now I got to like try and get rid of all the quarantine weight and the hair.
Yeah.
And, I was drinking wine like every other day and eating ice cream. And it was, It was a fun time, I have to
Oh
tell
yeah,
you.
I mean, I think that I've heard it called like the quarantine 20 or the quarantine 15. I mean,
Yeah,
people are
yeah,
just like, the belt gets a little tighter, the waistline gets a little tighter when you're just
yes.
sitting at
But
home.
you know what though? Everybody's in sweats, so it doesn't
Yes.
really matter, right? It's not until you try to put those jeans on again
Oh yeah.
because you got to go somewhere, and you're like, oh, maybe not so
Damn it.
much.
Then you really feel
Yeah,
it. You're like, wow, these are snug
right.
now. What the heck happened?
Yeah, I
Well,
knew I
when
was
it
in
comes to
trouble
like,
when I had. Sorry, go ahead.
it's okay. No, when it
I
comes to
was I
preparing
knew I
for a
was in
role
trouble when
like
I
that,
tried to put my leggings on and I
uh-huh.
sat down and my leggings rolled to under my stomach. And I was like, "Oh,
That's when
this
you know
looks
you're like,
good."
uh-oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Yeah. So when it comes to like preparing for a role, like what is like the mindset you get into? Obviously, you said like no alcohol, and is it just like what's like the meal plan? What's the workout plan? What happens in when you're trying to prepare for something like.
Well, this one's a little bit more drastic because I don't have that much time. I've
Yeah.
only had a few weeks to prepare since the moment they offered me the role to shoot. So I'm just trying to eat super clean.
Yeah.
Not a lot of like I'm cutting out sugars and then at some point closer to the shoot, I'll cut out some salts and stuff, but not so much to the point where you get lightheaded because I've done that before and that's also not
Yeesh.
very good. I've got
Yeah.
way
Good
too
for you.
much dialogue to memorize for my head to be like not in the right place. But aside from the physical part of it, there's a lot of like mental preparation, a lot of scouring the script. I've only been told about this film for I think maybe a week now, and I've
Mhm.
probably read it like 7 or 8 times already. But just trying to like pull as much information as you can, and building a background story for your character, and just trying to get in the right headspace, doing all the research. This is the fun part for me. This is
Okay.
like the most fun,
Is it
is doing the research and
okay?
getting to know who this character is. I don't
Is
get
there?
to do a lot of that with what I say like with comic book characters. I
Yeah.
mean, I get to because some of the history is so long in some of these characters. They
Oh,
go back
there's
so
a
far.
mythology. There's a mythology behind a lot of these characters. I mean, you have to
Right.
really go deep. I mean, even
Yeah.
with like the characters that I mean, yeah, obviously you've voiced Lady Shiva a couple of times. How many times have you actually voiced her now? Has it only
Do you know,
been like,
I'm not sure. I
yeah,
know that I did it in the video game.
yeah, and then
Um,
and then with this recent time,
and then
right?
with this recent one,
Yeah.
I can't be sure. I think only twice.
Yeah, I think I
Yeah.
think when I was looking at your IMDb, I only saw it twice, but I mean, you rock it as Lady Shiva. Let's
Thank
face it.
you. This last one
And
was super fun.
oh, I'm sure it was. I mean, and something about Batman Soul of the Dragon is like when I watched it and I was done with it, I was like, you know what? That was refreshing because it was unique and it didn't feel like a full-on Batman animated film, which sometimes the animated DC films like the movies can go that way. I remember there was one called Batman Assault on Arkham, but it was mainly revolving around the Suicide Squad, not so much Batman. This felt like that too, where it was revolved around, Richard Dragon and then even Lady, the different side characters. It was more like, it felt like it was
And Han
more like a
Solo.
Richard Dragon. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
It
wasn't
felt
just like
more
Batman's
like
the
an
center
ensemble.
focus.
And you don't even see Batman in his full Batman costume very much. They sort of make fun of it as well, right?
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
but I
Uh-oh. Think the audio is kind of cutting
it
out a little
was
bit.
shot in like a that 70s sort of black exploitation,
Yes.
like the music, just the whole feel of
Perfect.
it was very different from what you're used to seeing today.
Exactly. I love the fact that it was like it had that feel to it, like old Bruce Lee movies,
Yeah,
and like you said, the music with that funky beat and the funky bass
I love
track and
it.
everything. Wow, 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 wow. I'm like, yes, that's something different. I mean, that's what I love about how you can explore that in some of these
Uh-huh.
animated films, and it really captured that. I mean, and it's funny too because I think like a couple of weeks ago, I was at my mom's house and we watched like this. It was on ESPN. And it was like a Bruce Lee. I don't know if it was like a ESPN documentary or something like that. I forgot what exactly was titled, but the impact that Bruce Lee really had on cinema, like way back when, and just like, I mean, just from going from like nothing to just starstruck, like just superstardom, and the way that he just changed everything, where it's like, okay, yeah, look at this. Now he's a leading man, and then he paved the way, of course, from just everything that he did. It was just truly like magical, and I love the fact that that Batman Soul of the Dragon really captured like that in animated form. Like I said, with everything, the way that the animation was, and like I said, the focus was mainly Richard Dragon, and Lady Shiva has a huge role. I mean. And I absolutely love the character of Lady Shiva too, but it had to be a lot of fun to do it.
She really was. I mean,
Yeah.
she's got this confidence and this sarcasm. She
Mhm.
doesn't say much, but when she does, it's always super sarcastic or
Yep.
just, very, very fun character to play. I loved her.
And I love the fact that, I mean, a lot of the shots that you see her, she has her like arms crossed because she's always just kind of like, what do you know?
Judging.
Yeah, exactly. She's judging. That's right. And I got that. And I love the fact there's actually like, you sense that Bruce Wayne, even being Batman, and he knows, obviously he knows where Lady Shiva is. And he even mentions like, oh yeah, she's running this. But I haven't quite gotten to her yet. It's almost like he has like a little bit of like, I don't know if I could take her down. Right. I don't know if I could take Lady Shiva. I'm Bruce Wayne, I'm Batman, but I don't know if I could take Lady Shiva down. She's a little tough. I'm just saying.
From the point where they're all studying together under the same sensei. She is the most frightening of all the characters. Like everybody, including the guys, are afraid of her. She's got not just the skill, but the confidence, and everything is just sort of like toned down. She's the one that the quiet one that you always have to worry about.
Yes, very much that. I mean, and then, yeah, like you said, like diving into the mythology, everything. I mean, she was part of like a Batman story that that holds near and dear to my heart, which was called Night's End, when Bruce Wayne, he got his back broken and then he's trying to recuperate. And there's another guy that's playing Batman, and she actually helps him, retrains him. And the way that she does it is so like messed up. The way that she tries to retrain him. I mean, it's just, but I mean, it's Lady Shiva. That's just the way she is. I mean, she's going to do what she needs to do, and
she's not going to pussyfoot around.
Yeah. No, not at all. Yeah. Not at all. And that's what's great. And I hope you get to voice her again. I mean, it seems like, I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen the movie, but it seems like it leaves it up for a sequel. And I wouldn't mind another go around when it comes to some of our Soul of the Dragon.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I mean, this was all put together, well, for the actors anyway, by the time we were voicing the characters during pandemic. So, we shot everything at home, or voiced everything, I should say, at home.
Oh, really?
They would send us equipment and we would set it up and in our home studios. And so we didn't get to be with one another in the rooms. We didn't get to play off of one another in the dialogue or anything like that. So it would be really fun to be able to do this again with other actors in the room. I love me some Mark Dacascos. He is amazing. Another Hawaii boy, and of course, Michael J. White, he's amazing too. I mean, it's just, it would be great to just be in the room with all these other actors.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the things that, I mean, yeah, like you said, you're doing it in the comfort of your own home. You're not able to react to the other actors like dialogue. That's got to be a little bit of a challenge. And I was actually going to ask you that, like with the whole pandemic, how was everything going? Like, because you do a lot of voice acting. Is it normally like that where you just like, hey, record it at home, or is it like or do you have to go somewhere and it's like you have to get tested? What happens with all that?
I have not gone anywhere. This project that I'm preparing for now is going to be the first time that I'm working since the pandemic. Nice. And I wasn't even wanting to. I was wanting to just kind of sit it out, wait till there was vaccines, let everybody else do the vaccine and see what happened. But this script was so great.
Really?
But luckily, for those of us who do voiceover work, we were very lucky to be able to continue working at least in some capacity, right? Yeah. There are some people who are, still shooting and whatnot, the brave ones. But I am not brave. But so I've been just kind of taking it easy and doing as much voice work as I can. But from what I understand, going into this next project, being on set, they are so strict with these protocols.
Oh
You get
yeah.
tested, you know,
Oh,
Monday,
we
Wednesday,
heard Tom Cruise.
Friday.
Yeah.
Right. I heard that too. I was
I mean,
scared. I was like, good thing I'm on
I
set.
didn't blame the guy. I mean, like when
No,
his recording went viral, I mean, everybody was kind of like, well, yeah, he's really trying to keep things going right now. So I could see him losing his head just like that.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is not something that you take lightly. You
No.
know, lives could be involved. Maybe not nobody on the actual set might pass, but you know, you don't know who else linked to these people are going to get affected.
Yeah.
And just, you know, I think in general, people need to be a little bit more cautious, and even when the vaccines roll out, you know, it's not 100%
Yep.
that you know, we can get back to normal. It's going to be a new normal, and we just have to have enough care for other people to want to be careful.
Yeah.
You know,
No, yeah, totally. And that's what I wanted to ask you too, like with you know, with movie theaters closed down and
oh,
streaming services and movies going to streaming, and then you had like HBO Max do this whole thing where it's like, hey, we're just going to release all these big movies simultaneously in theaters and on HBO Max. Like being, you know, in the business, how did you feel when like how do you feel like when things, because obviously you got a new movie coming out on the
Finding
29th.
Ohana.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
yeah,
were
yeah.
supposed to have a theater release
Run.
in the
Yeah.
summer.
Okay.
It's a kids' film.
Yeah.
It's sort of like It's sort of like Goonies, but set in Hawaii. I keep saying. And so we were actually thinking of doing the premiere in Hawaii in the
That would have
summer,
been
which would
cool.
have been fantastic.
Yeah.
But you know, with COVID, we didn't get a release until now. And but I think, you know, if I think it's not a bad idea to release on video or on demand and in theaters at the same time. So people who are in environments where it's not as bad, you know, where the COVID is not as scary as it is here in Los Angeles, where I am, you know, let them do their thing. If they feel safe enough to go to theaters and people feel safe enough to be opening theaters up, then fine. I don't
Yeah.
think the same rules can apply to every single place because all the numbers are different.
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, like I'm in Southern California too. I'm like an hour and
Okay,
change out of LA. So yeah, I mean it's
it's
I have
crazy here.
yeah, I have a movie theater like, you know, literally right around the corner that I used to frequent all the time, and I haven't been there in almost a year. And you
Right?
know, I'm like, I love going to the movies. You know, I was there like every Thursday, and it sucks that that's not the case. And it's trying to adapt to new movies coming out like on my TV. It's different. It's definitely different. Like when Wonder Woman 84 came out, I got sent like a streamer, and I was like, oh, that's cool. But I mean, at the same time, I'm going, it
Not
would be
the
cool.
same.
Yeah, I want to see this on the IMAX screen. It's what's, you know, see it on the big screen, but sadly it's not the case. But hopefully, you know, this year
Yeah.
there's a turnaround. Please.
Yeah, hopefully this
Yes.
year, if we can just, you know, get this
Relax.
thing under control, and you know, it will. We will see our theaters again.
Yeah,
I
too well.
don't want them to go out of business,
No.
because goodness sakes, that's even in live performances. I
Yeah.
miss that. Oh,
Oh,
so much.
concerts. Oh yeah, geez.
Concerts,
Oh,
plays, you know,
everything.
even just
Stand-up
seeing somebody
comedy.
perform in a bar, you
Yes.
know.
Yes, like a little
I
live
miss
band
that.
in a pub or something. Yeah, I know.
Yes,
God, I miss
yes.
that. I miss all
I
that.
know. I think, you know, we're social animals. And
We're supposed to
so
be. Yeah.
we're supposed to be. And,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, thank goodness for technology, right? Imagine if there was not Zoom
Yes.
and the internet,
Yes.
what would we be doing?
I have no idea. Writing like notes to each other, strapping them to pigeons like legs, and like, here you
Yes.
go. Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know. Snail mail. That'd be
Love
pretty
letter
great.
ends up in the wrong hands.
Exactly.
Can't
Yeah, I don't know
win.
where. I can't even imagine where it would be right now. So I'm gonna go back to when you were in Scorpion King with Dwayne the Rock Johnson. I want to
Oh,
ask you
fun
about that
times.
because that was like when the Rock was kind of like on his up and up. How was it? How was
It
it
was his
working
first
with
big
him?
film. I mean, he
Yeah.
did The Mummy, but he only had a very small role introducing that character,
Yes.
right? And
Yeah.
so this was really his first big breakout film.
Uh-huh.
And he just knows how to command an audience. He's amazing. I mean, all that time in wrestling in front of a live audience, this guy was so confident. But I knew that he was going to be huge, because there was this void, right? That time of like action hero superstars like Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger. They were all gone. There was sort of a void at that time that needed to be filled, and he was the perfect guy. You know, I always say everybody loves Dwayne. You know, everybody from little kids to grandmas. You know, and everybody in between, right? They just adore him. And rightfully so. He's amazing. He's an amazing human being. He's super, super smart, very aware. So yeah, it was pretty obvious that he was going to be huge after this.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine. I mean, like the guy's motor. If I can have like 1/16 of his motor that he had, I mean, when I see like because I follow him on Instagram, obviously. I mean, like,
yeah,
and it's just like when I see,
discipline.
yeah, and he's like up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know, working out. I'm like, when do you sleep, man? When do you sleep? And
they had to build a special trailer for him that was a workout gym that he could have on the set.
Yeah.
You know, it was one of those giant, like 18-wheelers that was just gym equipment. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I heard like he always has, you know, he's got to have that Iron Paradise always close to set. And it's just, it's just, I mean, even like I said, even back then, that's why I wanted to ask you, like back then when he was on the up and up, and like you said, you know, he only got introduced a little bit in the second Mummy, like, oh yeah, Scorpion King. And then all of a sudden it was like, okay, now he's got his own movie. And to kind of like see like him at the beginning, that must have been pretty cool, and see where he is now. I mean, my God.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's been great to see his rise, because he is a good person.
Yeah.
You know, he's a great human being, and it's nice when you see good people doing well.
Exactly. And I love, I mean, he's just, when you watch his videos and it just inspires you. I mean, I'll be like sitting down, like recline on my couch going, man, I should like get out and like lift something up. I don't know, like something heavy. This guy is just like, he's pounding like 300 pounds and at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like sitting here just like, oh my God. Oh, exactly. I mean, I got he has his tequila at least. I love the fact that he has his tequila. He'll show it. He'll be like, hey, it's a Saturday night. I poured myself a tequila. And I'm like, there you go. Hopefully, maybe one of these days, you know, I can get him to, you know, share some of that tequila. And
that would be amazing, right? He and George Clooney with their
tequilas. I know, right?
What's up with that?
Oh, I mean, that's the ultimate dream right there. Even Ryan Reynolds with his gin that he had. I mean, yeah, one of these days it's like, hey, you know, get yourself a company, buy it, you know, either whether it's tequila, vodka, whatever the heck, and then, geez, man, you know, you're just like rolling in it right there. I mean,
I guess you know, invest what you like.
Hey, I mean, you said you like wine. We got to get, you know, try to find yourself a wine. You know, a nice little name. That'd be pretty sweet. That'd be pretty sweet. But you know, speaking of like movies that you're in, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna talk about a movie that, you know, that was iconic and just like Surf Ninjas. I had to bring up Surf Ninjas. Come on.
I always say you're either like about 30-something years old, where you were a kid and you watched that VHS tape or DVD, whatever you had, over and over and over. Or you were a super stoner that went to college and watched that like super stoned. Like it was one of those kind of films.
Oh yeah. I mean, there was like in the early 90s, it was like, I remember there was Surf Ninjas, there was Three Ninjas. There was like these like movies for kids that were just like, you know, they were goofy, they were fun. Right. And I remember like
Ninja Turtles, right?
Oh yeah.
That's where it all started, I think, with the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. With, I mean, the I forgot what the star's name was in Surf Ninjas, but he was also in Turtles 2. But I remember just like, what's his name again?
Ernie Reyes Jr.
There it is. Ernie Reyes Jr. Yeah.
He is an amazing martial artist. His dad ran a dojo up in, I think, San Jose is where they're from. And his physical abilities are beyond. I mean, gravity does not apply to certain people. You know how it does to us normal mortals.
Yes, we fall down. We fall down. Yeah.
Yeah. He's just like
they float and flip and do all that stuff. It's crazy. Yeah.
and no
It's
fear.
insane. But no, I just had to bring that up because I mean that it's just the classic movie. I remember like even people in the chat are like, yes, Beverly Hills. I mean, even there was like there was Beverly Hills Ninja. There was like in the 90s, like early to mid 90s, it was like there was like always
This
like
ninja obsession. Yeah.
exactly. I think Ninja Turtles, like you said, it was like it started that off where it was like, hey, we gotta do something funny with like ninjas or something like that. It's absolutely great.
Like so many kids at that age, right? We're so into Ninja Turtles. I mean, it was an
Yes.
obsession. I know kids
Oh,
telling me about how they would sleep in their like little Ninja Turtles costumes and things like that. And as they grew older, they never really got out of that whole thing.
Oh no.
Still.
Oh, we don't grow up. No. None of us. I mean, geez, come on. I mean, yeah, nobody. Yeah. No, we're all just big kids now. Yeah, we still appreciate all that stuff. But I will mention that yes, you were in when it came to your superhero run. It started off, I guess you'd say, it kind of started off with X-Men 2, where you played another lady, a lady Deathstrike. And I mean, that was wow. I mean, I would say that the fight between you and Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, that's got to be top 10, one of the best like CBM like comic book movie fights out there. I thought it was fantastic, and I'm sure everybody agrees.
Thank you.
How fun was that movie?
That was such an honor to be a part of. I mean, when you think of that cast, that was amazing. You've got like Ian McKellen, Halle Berry, who just won an Oscar and was like, still doing X-Men. Of course, I got to do all of my scenes with why is his name escaping me? Brian Cox, and
that's right.
And of course Hugh Jackman, who is just one of the sweetest, most amazing human beings that has ever walked the face of the earth. Seriously, such a kind gentleman. Yeah,
he seems like that. I love to hear that. I love it when you see interviews with other actors and they just commend and you never hear a bad thing about certain actors. Sometimes you hear sketchy things about certain, but then you hear like when you see somebody like Hugh Jackman or even Dwayne Johnson, it's just like you want to always hear the positive, and when you always hear the positive, it's great to hear, and I love that. I love that.
Yeah. I've been so lucky. To be able to work with these guys. Yeah.
But when it came to Lady Deathstrike, was there like I mean, obviously there was like probably some serious prep when it came to doing that. I mean, you were man. I mean, it was just like I said, that fight at the end, like in when you guys face off with each other. I mean, that was awesome. But was there ever like talk of maybe like future movies with her? I mean, I know we all know what happens at the end and what happens at the end of the fight, but was there any like maybe she comes back? Is there any way we can?
I keep trying to convince them. That I have regenerative powers, right?
Yes.
Like, isn't there a chance? There's a chance that I could come back, but
I mean, now the way.
There's just so many characters in that universe, in that X-Men universe, and people don't want to see the old stuff. They want to see the new people and just keep bringing them in. And there's no end in sight to the amount of characters that they can introduce to this X-Men series. I mean, how many X-Men movies have they done now?
It's been a lot, and now with the way that everything is, I mean, obviously Marvel Studios now has the rights. They bought Fox. There's all this stuff, and then they're like trying to tackle like, hey, we got this multiverse thing that we can do where we can bring back these old characters. And I'm like, hey,
yeah,
hello, Kelly over here can take another strike at Lady Deathstrike. I'm just saying.
I love that. I would love that. Oh, look, you can see in my background. Let me point there. You see that?
There it is. There it is.
That's
there she is.
Made out of Lego.
That's made out of Lego? No way.
Amazing?
That is awesome.
Commissioned for me and made like a Lego portrait of Deathstrike for me.
That is so awesome right there. Wow. I would have just thought that was that was a normal picture. Holy.
I know. You want to see it close?
Yes, do it. Let's see it.
It's a good thing I'm wearing pants.
Yeah, for sure.
My friend Brent Kimura had this done for me. Oh, can you see it?
Yep. Wow, look at that.
The scary thing is they these Lego master guys, they
Uh-huh.
don't believe in gluing the pieces on.
Oh,
So
so
you have
it's
to be
very
super
delicate.
careful, like not to drop it and stuff.
Oof. Yeah.
Right?
Good thing you're not. Good thing you didn't have a drink tonight.
I know.
That could have been a big disaster. But
That was a little scary.
yeah, that was, yeah. Fuck, that's an art piece right there,
It
man.
really is. It's
Oh man.
beautiful.
But yeah, like so when it came to like doing X-Men 2 and doing like the fight choreography, I mean, how much prep did you have to do with all of that? Like, I mean, that had to be some serious oof,
Yeah, I think
workouts.
it was, gosh, it was so long ago. It was
Yeah.
almost, it was like 18 years
Early,
ago.
yeah, crazy.
So I feel like we had like weeks and weeks to learn the choreography and get in shape. And I know that, I did a lot of practice with the wire work. There was a lot of wire work involved in that
Oh yeah.
because no matter what kind of shape you're in, wire work is just a whole different animal.
Oh yeah.
You can't practice that on your own at home. But I remember tweaking my back to trying to get that done. But the learning the choreography and getting in shape and doing the fights and stuff, I think we had like 3 weeks of prep. When you're in a big budget film like that, you have that kind of advantage of being
Yeah.
able to be put up and trained for a lot longer.
Oh yeah, you get top notch. You get the top notch trainers, choreographers. Everybody's like there, just like, hey, we want to make this the best thing possible. So
Right?
it's all there
Yeah.
for you. But I mean, I'm sure it's like hours and hours. Like you said, you tweaked your back doing some of that stuff. I mean, I can only imagine. I mean, when I think back about that fight scene that you guys had, yeah, there's a lot of like, I mean, going back to what's his name, Mr. Reyes Jr. Like, I mean, you don't defy gravity like those guys, or even your co-star in Soul of a Dragon. What's his? I'm like,
Mark Dacascos.
yes. I mean, I remember
He
he did
is unbelievable.
Oh, there's a movie that he did. I forgot exactly what it was in the 90s as well, where like he literally did a thing. I don't even remember. I don't even know how it was even possible. I forgot what the movie was called.
He's also not human. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not, because he did like a thing where he literally twirled like sideways. Yes, and then kicked somebody. And then he kicked somebody. I'm like, how is that? I mean, how is that possible? I mean, he's defying gravity. I mean, that was before the Matrix was even a thing. And like he was like, yeah.
And that's like without the help of like cinematic tricks and things like that. These guys can actually do this stuff.
Yes,
and Mark still can.
Oh, I know. He was in the last John Wick movie. I mean, him and Keanu Reeves. I was like, that ending fight scene was like blew my mind. I'm like, I mean, it makes me feel like, because I'm like younger going, man, I couldn't do that. And these guys are like, they're like up there in like their 50s, but they're still like, they're in better shape than like a lot of people and just still doing this stuff. It's magical and I love it.
And I want to plug something for Mark because he's also the commissioner on Iron Chef, right?
Oh, that's right.
Ever watched that Iron Chef? And so he's just come out with a line of food, like of meals, that are called Culinary Champions, which is so amazing. Oh my God, they're so good. He sent me some, and I'm like addicted now.
Okay.
But yeah, it's Hawaiian kind of meals because we were both raised in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And designed by a chef called Alan Wong. So if anybody is like familiar with Hawaiian style food, definitely this is going to blow your mind.
Sounds, I mean,
it is.
Yeah, if it's delicious and healthy, probably too. Yeah. And speaking of food, and then of course your new movie, Finding Ohana. I'm saying that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I saw this picture right here of like a little like gift box when it came to Ohana. Look at this right here. So there's like
I just got that today.
Did you guess? Okay. One of the things that I wanted to ask you, since you're a native Hawaiian, is like the spam. Spam is just huge when it comes to Hawaii.
Yeah, and apparently we have the highest consumption of spam in the States.
Okay.
And I think it was a military thing.
Was
It
it?
started, yeah. I think anywhere that there's like a large military presence, Guam apparently, Philippines, they all eat a lot of spam as well. There's it's a thing. 15-year shelf life, and I think spam was also flying off the shelves during the pandemic.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Spam and toilet paper,
Yeah.
right? Everybody was worried
Yeah.
about not getting meat and wiping their asses.
Yes, I know. Hopefully they didn't mix those two up. I'm just saying. I don't
Yeah.
want to, you don't want to ruin that spam right there, I'm just
But I
saying.
grew
But
up on spam. Like in Hawaii, you can get spam, eggs, Portuguese sausage, and rice for breakfast at McDonald's.
wow,
It's on the menu.
that's what's crazy about it, because like I've had spam before and I was like, it's fine. But I know it's a and I have one of my my friends that one of my buddies who has a YouTube channel too. He lives in Hawaii as well, and I've actually visited Hawaii a couple of times because my dad was stationed there when he was in the
military.
Army.
Mine too. Okay.
Oh yeah, military. I'm an Army brat, so
right on. Same.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, and he got in like at the end of his, he did 30 plus years, and at the last 2 or 3 years, he got stationed in Hawaii, which was pretty awesome because it was like I got to visit him twice, and I mean, my God. But I mean, like I never got into the whole spam thing, but when it comes
to try a spam musubi though?
No, what is that?
Like even like at 7-Eleven, for instance,
okay,
they will sell like a ball of rice.
Okay.
And it's like a square packed rice in the same shape as a slice of spam, and they'll like marinate spam with like in a sort of teriyaki type sauce, and wrap it with like a piece of nori or like seaweed, and you eat it just like as a snack. Kids will carry it in their school bags, and if you go, let's say, hiking or even just a long drive, you'll have like spam in your purse or in your car somewhere. A spam musubi is like a staple of Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, I never got like fully into it, but I mean, but I can understand that, like, you get it's not like that it tastes bad or anything like that, because
no, it tastes good.
Yeah, it actually does taste good. And like, I remember, like, I mean, it's been a while, but I had some spam and eggs. I think my mom just cooked some up, like it was a long time ago, but I remember it being good. And I'm like, man, should I like dive back into it? And I think my buddy Chris, who like is from Hawaii, would probably be like, yes, do it. I mean, geez, it's a delicacy here in Hawaii.
I recently, because I gave up pork. I don't eat like pork or beef anymore, or I try not to.
Yeah.
But recently I discovered turkey spam.
Ooh, turkey
so I don't know if it's any healthier than regular spam, but
I know, right?
It's not pork, and that checks one thing off the list.
It's true. So when it comes to Finding Ohana, that's the new movie that's coming out on January 29th, exclusively on Netflix. And I saw the trailer, and it looks like you said, it's a family movie. It's a kids movie. It's like Goonies meets a little bit of maybe a little Indiana Jones, little maybe Dora the Explorer a little bit, but it's
kind of,
yeah, like a little bit of that. But yeah, go ahead and promote it and tell everybody who you play in it and everything.
So I actually get to play the mom of two of the lead characters. So funny enough, the young girl who got cast in the lead, Kea, is I actually went to school with her grandmother.
Oh,
Kamehameha. We do things early in Hawaii. We're fast.
Yeah.
And so she is. This is her first film. She had just come off of doing a huge tour with J-Lo, because she's a dancer. She was only 11 years old, and she was the youngest person on tour with J-Lo.
Holy crap.
And she is just phenomenal. So she is the lead in this film. The second lead is a guy named Alex Iono, who is he's got an amazing following. He's an amazing singer, and both Polynesian kids. And one of the other girls who's also in the four leads is from my school in Hawaii, Kamehameha Schools from Maui. And so these kids go on an adventure to find this treasure inside a mountain in Kualoa Ranch, which is on Oahu. And being raised on the mainland away from Hawaii, they know nothing about the culture. They don't speak the language or even pidgin English. It's really, they're foreigners in their own land,
Mm.
because they just had not ever lived there. And it's just a really fun kids film with a lot of Hawaii references. So being that you've gone to Hawaii and you've spent a little bit of time there, I think you're going to really appreciate it. And
I think I will. Yeah.
the director and the producers were so good and respectful about being accurate and being what we
Yeah.
call in Hawaii pono, with the Hawaiian references and language, and it was just beautiful, a beautiful production to be able to work on.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, like when you're filming a movie in Hawaii, I mean, man, it doesn't get any better than that, man. I tell
Well,
you what.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
Yeah.
and also being from Hawaii,
Yes.
that's my peoples and my place. I mean, there's a magic about the islands. There really is, and a respect amongst one another. In when I'm filming in Hawaii, I always feel like I'm so taken care of. That I never
That's
have to worry
good.
about anything.
Yeah. Yeah. The both times I visited Hawaii, I mean, everybody goes like, "Oh, what was it like? What was it like?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean, it's like anywhere else, but there's like a different kind of there's something different about it. I mean, when you're on the island, you don't feel like you're on an island until you maybe you're on, because they have freeways. There's everything. This is similar than that everything that we have here. But you don't think about it unless you go, "Oh yeah, that's right. Look, there's an ocean out there. We are on an island." But other than that, you don't really feel it. But then when you go to like the certain spots, I mean, I remember when the first time I visited my dad, we went to, I forgot what the cove was called, but I mean, it was like a place
Panoma
where
Bay.
yes,
Panoma
that's what it
Bay.
was.
Yeah.
Thank you. You see, you knew exactly what I was talking about, and I
It's
was like, yes,
tourists all go
yes,
there.
oh yeah. We did the snorkeling thing. We had the underwater camera. I mean, we were there for the entire day, just
And the
like,
fish come
holy
right up
Lord.
to you. They come and they want
Yes.
to them like
There's
dogs.
yes.
Like,
It's like, hey, okay, cool. Look at this. They're coming up to me right now. Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah.
We had a whole photo album of just pictures we were taking, and it was just truly like wow. I mean, it was funny too, because when I when I came back to California and I go to the beach like a week later here, I'm like, wow, this is not that great. I mean, I was like,
I
it's not as
remember
good.
going to the beach here for the first time in California and thinking,
Yeah.
wow, the water smells bad. Like it smells so seaweedy.
Yes.
Like
Oh yeah.
not the same ocean, but other
Yes.
side. But
Yes.
completely, and the cold. Oh my god, the water here is so cold. You put your
Yes.
feet in and the chill
Shock.
goes to your bones, and you're like, how do people do this?
Yes.
Not the same.
Yeah. I know. I remember I was like thinking about like the first time I went to the beach here after going like to Waikiki. I mean, I was on Waikiki. I mean, the sand is like white as snow almost. You got like, just crystal blue like skies, and like you could see your feet in the ocean to like go like here. And I'm like, I can't see my feet in the ocean. It's cold. Like you said, there's a funky little smell to it. There's a power plant right over there.
Yeah.
And the oil refineries over there. I'm like, yeah, I don't think we're doing it right over here in California.
My favorite is when there are signs that you can't go in the water because there's like pollution and
Oh yeah. There's like a high level. Like, oh man, I'm gonna come out with fins. I'm gonna have fins when I walk out of the ocean right now.
Eyes.
Yeah. But yeah, so you got the movie Finding Ohana coming out, and that's pretty exciting. Like I said, it's coming out January 29th on Netflix. And so what else I mean, you said you're like preparing for a role. Is there anything you could tell us about the role, or
this role is going to be something that no one ever seen me do. That's why I had to. It's a dramatic role. I have the lead. It's a tiny little indie film about a woman dealing with breast cancer
Okay.
and going back and trying to repair this relationship with a daughter that she gave up for adoption.
Okay.
So
That's
it's
interesting.
beautiful. I read the script and I was crying and crying, and I was like,
One
I
of
have
those.
to do this. I don't care about COVID.
You're like you calling up your agent. Okay, yes, tell them yes.
I know. And also, I felt like it was really important also because there's this weird myth in the Asian community that Asian women don't get breast cancer. So many Asian women don't get themselves checked. They don't get mammograms or anything like that. So I felt like it was so great that they made this character who didn't have to be Asian necessarily, but they made it an Asian character. And to be able to do this story and get more of the awareness out. And also my mother is a breast cancer survivor, my grandmother
Oh,
is a
okay.
breast cancer survivor, and
Oh, wow.
it's a really important role for me to take on. I
Sure.
hope I can do it justice.
It hit close to home, so that's why, like,
Totally.
really, yeah, that's awesome. And I'm
Yeah.
sure, yeah, they're gonna, yeah, love that. But is there like anything else like in the future, or is it just this movie right now and then whatever comes out? I mean, like, I love the fact that you also do voice acting and you do obviously the live action stuff, but nothing else like comes to voice acting or anything.
Not that I
No.
can remember. There's so many projects
Yeah.
that when you do voice acting, you never know when they're going to come out
Yeah.
because they take so long. And oftentimes when you're cast, you go in, you record for maybe a day or a few hours or whatever,
Uh-huh.
and it's often under some fake name that has nothing to do with the project. And I do all these lines of dialogue. They kind of tell me what's going on, and then I forget about it. And then years
Yeah.
later, it'll come back in the form of like a DVD that some kid hands me at a comic book convention to sign, and I'll be all, I don't know that I've done
Wait, was
that.
I
Did
in
I do
this?
that?
Was I in
Like,
this? What's going on? Oh yeah, I was in this. Mortal
like,
Kombat
oh,
11. Yeah, yeah,
right,
I was in this game. That's right. I am the voice in there. Yeah, that's cool.
right? Like people
Yeah.
actually have to look it up on IMDb and go, no, you did this. This is you. See, it says right there. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been fascinated with like voice acting because I mean, obviously you get in there. I mean, now, like you said, it's different because of the whole pandemic. But I mean, when it like, especially when it comes to video game voice acting, I mean, it must be just like, all right, read this line, read it again, and then read it this way, read it. I
Yes.
mean, it's just like
And you don't
hours
know
and
what the
hours of just like,
context is. Right.
yeah, you just don't know. You just got to recite it, right?
You do. I mean, they try to have you do things. So when you do video games, it's often, it depends on which way the player chooses to go, right?
Yeah.
And so you don't know, you have to read all these random lines that are not connected to a story necessarily. And so they're like, well, if he chooses to do this, you say it this way. And so you're like,
Yeah.
okay. And you might say the same line like 3 or 4 different ways, and you never know what it's going to end up being. And then also, I'm not a gamer. Like, I don't play
Yeah.
video games, so I don't know like what to do, or like I can't imagine. It's hard for me to imagine like the context of what they're, how they're doing it, how they're fitting it in. So I have to rely a lot on the director
Yeah. He's
and
like,
for
just
them
be
to be able
evil. Just be evil. You gotta be evil.
yeah.
Yeah. Just imagine like
Those
you're just like an
movies are
evil.
so
Yeah.
fun because you get to like make up so many weird characters and
Uh-huh.
like things that are like inhuman, and just it's fun to be able to play characters that you would never get cast as on camera.
That's true.
You
That's
know?
true. I mean, it's a different kind of world. I get that. And
Yeah.
I've always wondered, like, I mean, like getting into that, and some people like make a whole career just in that. Like some people, I mean, and there'll
Yeah.
be like actors that they're like, hey, whatever happened to that guy? And then I'll go down their IMDb. I'm like, oh, they're doing a bunch of voice
Like
acting. So they're just
500 credits.
yeah. I mean, seriously, it's like, holy shit. Like, what? They have like 412 credits. Oh, it's a lot of voice acting. That's awesome. I love the fact that they're like, oh, they found their niche, I guess you could say. Is like, yeah, their voice is great. So there it is, right there. I love that.
And when you work with people like, Rob Paulson or, like Kevin Richardson, they have the amount of voices that they have locked up inside their body. And, it's unbelievable what they can do. They'll do every single accent you can imagine, male, female, ages, up or down. I mean, any, social, economic, like kind of character. I mean, it's unbelievable. And then they've got all the monsters that they have hidden inside.
Sounds like they can make. Oh yeah. I remember like I worked with a guy who like me and him would go back and forth and do voices, just go back and forth. And I always told him like, dude, you need to get into voice acting because he would just make random noises or like do like an impression. I'm like, man, you really have that talent. But of course, he never did it. But I was like, you just meet sometimes you can meet like a person who has that. And I'm like, man, how can I get you to like go over here? Because like you said, you've worked with people that can summon and they could just transform their voices and just do like these things. And it's truly amazing.
It really is amazing. And I have so much respect for voice actors. And they don't get the kind of glory that people do on camera. But at
the same time, I kind of think like that maybe that's a good thing because it's like, if you get too much in the limelight, it's like that's a lot of pressure. But if you kind of just stay like, hey, you recognize that voice, maybe that's a way that some of these guys like maybe or these actors like.
I think it's a great I think it's a great way to live, right? To be able to make money and do what you love to do and not have to be bothered by the paparazzi or the press. I mean, some people, that's what they want. That's what they strive for. But to me, that's
they want the attention.
Sort of a symptom of like a bad symptom of fame is sometimes you just don't want to be noticed,
Exactly. I mean, like, voice actor, a lot of like the big voice actors, they can go to like Rite Aid, they can go to like a Stater Brothers or whatever the heck, and just not be recognized and be perfectly fine. Maybe if like they said something in a certain voice, people are like, wait a minute, but no, but other than that, you're totally fine. Nobody's gonna recognize you.
Anonymity is key, I think. I think sometimes I wonder, like if Tom Cruise or people like that would ever wish that they were not famous.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like, because you can't. I mean, I think like, partly like now that we have to wear masks everywhere, maybe like they kind of dig that because it's like, hey, I cover my face, I wear some sunglasses, no one's gonna recognize me now when I go to the little corner store right there.
I don't know though. You see like this much of Tom Cruise, you know who that is.
Yeah, you definitely do. You definitely do. Yeah. I mean, he's got a, some of these guys, some of these actors or actresses, they're recognizable no matter what, even if you wear a mask. You see those eyes, you're like, I know those eyes. I've seen those eyes. Exactly. Totally. Tom?
You might not get it right then and there, but like, for sure, they're recognizable.
Exactly. All right. I got a little fan video question for you from one of my patrons that wanted to ask you a question.
Sure,
so I'm going to bring it up right now. This is from Bradley. He had a little question for you right now. So here we go.
Hey, what's up, Dave? What's up, Kelly? How's it going? I was just wondering, what was it like being around Val Kilmer playing Jim Morrison? And what are your favorite The Doors songs? Have a good night, guys. Thanks so much.
Did you get all that?
Okay. I didn't hear it because I didn't tap for sound. I guess I needed to turn it on.
There's like a little thing. So basically, he asked like what, because he's going deeper than Surf Ninjas. He's going back to the Doors movie, and asking you like, what was it like to work with Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison?
Wow.
Yeah.
Almost nobody ever brings up the Doors.
Oh yeah, I was gonna bring it up, but I was like, okay, I know I have this question from one of my patrons. I'm like, I'm gonna let him bring it up because that's going really deep right there.
That is really deep. I actually worked 14 weeks on that movie, and
Great.
and it was my first really big
Big,
film with
yeah.
Oliver Stone,
Oh man.
and I got to hang out on set with those people like for the entire shoot. Even the scene in the desert where everybody's like supposedly doing peyote, and it was so awesome and so fun to just be in the presence of those people. Meg Ryan was
Oh,
so sweet. She's amazing to work with. Just a really kind human too. And Val Kilmer he was unbelievable. He was Jim Morrison.
oh yeah.
Like
You watch that movie, you're
the
like, what? Yeah.
aura, like unbelievable. Yeah.
He
He
stayed
talk
in
about
character. I'm sure he stayed in character, right?
yeah, I mean, he
For
was
most of
still
the time.
approachable. I mean,
Yeah.
I've got like pictures with him and stuff on set. Um, yeah, there were these weird rumors about how you couldn't look him in the eye, and you couldn't like call him by his name, his real name. And I was like, where did they get this stuff? But he wasn't that way at all. But he was
Good.
definitely in character the whole time, and I think he's one of the most underrated actors.
Oh
You know,
man.
yeah,
There's so many films that I love him on. Top Secret, Real Genius. I mean, like when it came to like 80s movies, like I mean, I'm like some of my favorite 80s movies have him in it, and
right.
him as Jim Morrison. I mean, Doc Holliday is my all-time favorite role that he's ever done. I mean, it's magical. I mean, as much as like he became Jim Morrison, there's something about the Doc Holliday in Tombstone. Oh man,
Yeah,
jeez.
I know. Yeah, I wish that we would see more of him and
Yeah.
his great work. I don't know what's going on with that whole story.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did such an amazing job. I wish he had gotten nominated, you know?
It is surprising that I mean, yeah, you think that he would, and you think that he would have like walked away with that statue because of
Right.
how he just transformed himself into that role. I mean, man.
Yeah, who knows how this stuff really works.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's that when it comes to like awards and Academy Awards, I mean obviously that's the biggest, the most prestigious award that you can get, but at the same time it's like when you have like these actors that like put themselves into a role and then it's in the same year, it's like, whoa, it could be a toss. I mean, look at Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, it took him so long to finally get his Oscar, and he got it for The Revenant, and I always said, oh, okay, yeah, he was good in that. But I thought he was better in this role, and this role. But
Right.
it just didn't work out. It just didn't work out because there was somebody during that year that did something even like magical. So it's like,
right.
yeah,
Right.
it's hard to like gauge like what role did this actor or actress deserve that Academy Award?
Right.
That's the way I've always looked at it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hard to choose, right? When you've got
Yeah.
such different performances, like how do you say which is better than which? It's just like it's
Exactly.
apples and oranges.
Yeah. Yeah, it's subjective, pretty much. Totally subjective. But what I also wanted to bring before we wrap it up right here, you have a clothing line going on right now. And I'm going to bring it up right here, and
Yes.
it's called, let's see, it's called
33 Edge.
33 Edge. That's what it's called
33
right here.
And there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, this was something that I sort of gave birth to during the pandemic.
Okay.
This was my pandemic baby. Oh, that was Mushu, who I lost during the pandemic. So I made a rescue T-shirt
That's cool.
in her honor, where proceeds will be going to animal rescues. But there's so much division in America and really throughout the world these days that I just wanted to do something that brought people together, because I think that there's as divided as we are, I think there's so many of us that are closer to the center who would like to see more unity, equality, just respect, for our fellow human beings. And so this is all about bringing people together, and every shirt, every design here that you see is done in a gradient of different skin colors representing diversity. So it's a meaningful project for me, and something that I hope I can continue long after the pandemic.
Mhm.
And yeah, just it's been a great way for me to sort of find my sanity in all of this craziness.
Yes, and I mean, a lot of us are like clamoring for that, for try to find like some kind of sanity in all the madness, and
And
hopefully
it's
there is
not over
some.
yet.
It's
It's
not
not over
over.
yet.
I know, I
It's
know. I mean, that's
it
one of the things too, is like when people are like, "Oh, yay, we're finally done with 2020." It's like, yeah, well, that's just the year. We still got this thing happening right now. It
yeah.
has not ended, and hopefully there's some light at the end of the tunnel, because vaccinations are finally getting out there, and hopefully like the right people are getting them first, and then everybody else can get them, and it's just, but it's still
Exactly.
going to take some time. It's still going to take some time.
And this will be over. This pandemic will be over at some
Yeah.
point. But I
Yeah.
think what's important is how we treat each other
Yeah.
while we're in this,
Yeah,
right?
I'm with you with like the whole like being like the center type. It's like, hey, people, if regardless of your politics on whatever side, it's like, can we just kind of like, let's just
Right.
kind of come together. I mean, I get it. You guys, disagree about certain things. You like different politicians, but there's like a thing where we kind of just need to like, kind of just come together a little bit and look out for one another. Because I mean, one of the things that I always talk about, and one of the first links that I have like underneath the video is for ASFP, or AFSP, yeah, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, is like,
Oh,
during all this, I mean, my God, I mean, there's like, you look at the data, some, suicides are up. And because
yes.
everybody's staying home, they're staying away from it. And like you said, we're a social species. And with
Right.
everybody staying home and just kind of just sitting here like, oh, what the heck, people are getting depressed, a lot of things
Hmm.
are happening where it's just like, and it's all up. And I'm like, hey, if you know somebody, hey, reach out, do a Zoom
Yes.
call, do something like this,
Hmm.
or donate, please donate. And like I said,
Hmm.
everybody knows that, I'll talk about it all the time when I do a live stream, whatever. It's like, hey, donate to that link right there, please, because it's going to somebody that needs it. And
Yeah.
right now it's like,
It's so
it's not.
isolating at this time.
Yes, and it's
People
not
can't stay
mentioned
out
a
of their
lot.
heads.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's not mentioned that much in the media. The media is always talking about, the death rate, that all this stuff like that. Yeah, I get it. They're doing it, but they never mention like the factor of, hey, there are people that are depressed, suicides are up. We got to talk about
Yes.
that too. I mean, that's
There are a lot
that's
of people
part
who
of
are
this
alive and
pandemic.
suffering. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah. They may
exactly.
not
So
be
I'm
suffering from COVID, but the effects of this pandemic
yeah,
reach so far.
people losing
It
their
just,
jobs. Yeah.
exactly. And so I just wanted a little bit more kindness, bring back a
Yes.
little bit more kindness and
I get that.
humanity and respect for one another. So that's all. These shirts are very, very simple. But just a reminder, this unity idea came out even before, uh, you know, Joe Biden was talking about unity and wanting people to come together. And so I just feel like we need to get back to respect for one another.
No, yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. I mean, yeah, the last 4 years has been interesting. Let's face
It's been a
facts.
challenge for some people,
It has.
I mean, for everyone, I guess, no matter what side you're on,
Yeah, no,
because there's
it
so
really,
much
yeah,
conflict.
there has,
Sorry.
yeah. No, no, no. Like when it comes to me, like I was never like try to subscribe to like a right or a left. I kind of just like step back and look at it all, and I look at it and I'm just like, I mean, the past 4 years, I'm like, holy man. I mean, it's pretty insane. And now I'm to the point where like, okay, we got a new president, we got this. Can we just kind of like finally just relax? Don't talk about Mr. Orange. Don't talk about the pumpkin head guy. Don't talk about that guy anymore. Let's just relax and let's just move forward and let's just like get to the point where we're like, hey, reach out to people, please.
Here's the thing. I mean, no
Mhm.
matter what side you're on, I know that a lot of people right now who are Trump supporters are hurting too.
I
The
get it.
same way that
Yeah.
people who were, hurting when he took office. So I think we need to also respect that,
Yep.
respect one another's opinions, and not be so judgmental, and try to understand where people are coming from. There's a lack of compassion and understanding, I
That's
think,
what I always
these
ask
days.
for. Like when I go on Twitter or whatever the heck, I'm like, and I see people just going screaming back and forth at each other. I'm like, hey, have you ever just like taken the time to just like, hey, like let's have a civil discussion of like why you think this way, or why you supported this president, or why you support that, because I have family members that are conservative. They voted for Trump.
Of course.
Exactly. And I have the same thing with the other side. They're like, oh, for 100% Biden. And I'm like,
Right.
cool. But I always talk to them. I never have like a clash or anything. And I'm like, always like, okay, why? Why is it that you feel this way, and why you feel this way? And I'll be like sympathetic to like all of it. And I'm like, and I wish that there was more people that were like that. And,
Right.
but sadly, when you go on Twitter, it's a little different.
Yeah. Well, with the internet, right?
That's
so
the bad part.
and you don't know where people are getting their information, and you never know if it's right or wrong. But but aside from all of that, aside from all of the politics, when we just get down to the basics, just be kind, just be nice. That's all
it is. That's all it takes. Get yourself a Unity t-shirt, guys. It's right there. It's beautiful. Look at what it looks like on Kelly Hu there, man. It looks great. It looks great. Well, Kelly, this has been a lot of fun. And when this new movie you're working on, when it's about time to release, I hope you can come back here, and maybe that time you can have a glass of wine, and we can just shoot the shit, and just like, hey,
drunk, I can tell you that.
There it is. Okay. All right. You heard it here first, folks. I mean, when this new movie is coming out, and she wants to promote it, she's going to get back here, and she's going to like have herself a drink, and we're going to have a good time.
Definitely toast with you, for sure.
There you go. I appreciate it. Yes. All right. So obviously, you know who this is, Kelly Hu, and then you can follow her at Kelly Hu on Twitter. And then, like I said, you could also look up her 33edge.com is where you can find the merchandise. And hey, you know what? If it could be a gift for somebody. Look at that. You got look at I love this shirt right here because it reminds me of the Nirvana shirts.
Right?
Too. Yeah. Yes, I saw that. I saw like a little hint of like a little Nirvana and stuff like that. But yeah, and I love the American shirt, and it's got all like
that actually was birthed from all of the Asian friends of mine who were getting told to go back to China.
Oh, because of the virus, right?
Because of the virus.
Yes. I know there was a lot of that. This is just so stupid. Like when people, God, I hate that. But yeah, but
Americans come in a lot of different shades.
That's true. I mean, that's what's great about. I mean, that is what's great about this country is the fact of how diverse it can be. So
right, even pink.
Even pink, like Kelly's hair right there, which looks glorious, by the way. I love it. I love the fact that you did that. Pandemic pink. That's what it is. Pandemic pink right there. All right. Well, Kelly, like I said, this has been a lot of fun, and I appreciate you coming on the Vodka stream and everything. And like I said, we'll do it again soon. When you want to promote that new movie and you can have a drink yourself, you're welcome. Door is always open to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No problem. All right. We'll talk to you later. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys. There was Kelly Hu right there. Woo, man. That was a lot of fun. All right. Man, gorgeous woman. My God. I mean, I tell you what, she has not aged a bit at all. Like, she's been in the biz for a while. Like, when we go back all the way to Surf Ninjas and everything, I mean, she's still just as gorgeous as she was, like, in Scorpion King and everything. My God. And you could tell she has a good work ethic and all that stuff, man. Take a drink. Cheers to that. All right. I think it's time to get the panel in here. But yeah, thank you to Kelly for joining in and everything, obviously. And make sure you, if you want to get yourself something for her 33edge.com merchandise, do that, please. All right. Let me, oh man, got so many tabs. All right, here we go. But yeah, I had to ask about Surf Ninjas, guys. Come on. I mean, she wasn't gonna get out of here without talking about a little bit of Surf Ninjas right there. Naturally. All right. So All right, let me go ahead and why did I do that? Whoops, I did the wrong thing here. I'm like, I got too many monitors going on. I got the laptop and the and that too. All right, so here we go. Let me see. Let me send it there. Boop. There's that, and then okay. Boop. Let's see who shows up on the panel today. And let's see. Oh, that's right. Of course. Man, the search is terrible on this. What the hell? Okay. Never mind. All right. We already got our first guest or our first panelist here. Okay. Up. Has joined the stream. There we go. Okay. Let me go ahead and put the link. All right. Here we go. All right. We got Mr. Scott McClellan. What is up, sir? How you doing?
I even a guest anymore? Don't I just basically live there, like in your closet or something?
When I said guest, I was like, nah, he's more like a panelist. He's what I mean, you're just everybody expects you to show up, Scott, and I love the fact that you show up, Scott, and I love your fucking shirt right now.
Oh,
button up Batman versus Superman shirt. That's awesome.
I have to give complete credit. My parents made this for me back.
Really?
Yeah, they have a stitching machine, and so they found the graphic file, and so they actually had this embroidered on a polo for me back in 2016. So I shout out to my parents. I love my parents.
Yeah, that's good. Love my parents. I love my parents too. Maybe my mom will stitch something like that for me one of these days. She is retired now. Maybe she will.
Well, my parents are retired as well, so it does help. I will say that.
It does help. Yeah. So, did you watch the interview right now? The one
I caught most of it. I had to go up and take care of a dirty diaper, and
and your own dirty diaper. I get it. I know.
You know what? These streams go on forever, man.
Yeah,
you have to take precautions.
Exactly. You got to wear those diapers. Those adult diapers. No, I'm sure it was baby Callum, which of course.
Yes, who has an ear infection right now.
Oh no, that's got to be bad.
Oh, he's been with us for the past couple of nights. I have not been getting a lot of sleep the past couple of nights. Let's just say
we're a little tired.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah,
a little tired.
But I'm here. Here.
That's all that matters. You're here, and you were just you're on the 4 Nerds this week, right?
I was last night. Tim and me were both on the 4 Nerds. It was a fun time. So we suck at guessing ages. We suck so bad. Yeah, I didn't catch it sadly because I just daytime work and then as well as YouTube work. I didn't catch the stream. Okay, here's a little secret to you, Dave.
Okay.
I supposedly won the last age, but Andre heard me wrong, and he heard the right answer, and I gave the wrong answer, but we didn't say anything because we really had to go. It's just like
I like it.
Because I do not want to admit that because I actually did not know how old Joss Whedon was, but Andre thought I did. So it's like, cool, whatever. I gotta go. My wife needs me.
So how old is he? I don't even
56.
know. 56. Wow.
I know. He looks so much older than that.
Yeah, he does. He looks 90 now. Wow, 56. And what did you initially guess?
No. I said 66, but Andre heard 56, and I just didn't correct him.
Was it on his channel?
It was on his channel.
Okay,
yes.
that's
what was on his channel this time.
Yeah, because when I was on it, I think it was on Zeverfet's channel. I never.
Last week, I think it was on Anthony's. Last week, it was on Anthony's channel.
But I think Zeverfet was like the main dude. I thought he was like the main dude, but maybe they just rearranged it and I was confused. Yeah, you're right. I think it was actually Anthony's channel. But no, it was a lot of fun talking to those guys. Yeah, I mean, I like their shtick of like the whole. Okay, we got 4 of us, got guests, and then they rotate which channel each week they do it. I dig that. It's a cool little concept.
It is. It very is. And I blew their minds. Apparently, no one had ever told Ryan, who is Zeverfet, that he looks like Todd McFarlane.
He does.
And no one, apparently that had never occurred to anyone, and I blew their minds.
Wow.
Like, my job here is done.
You kind of just blew my mind right now, because yes, he does, because I've always, I mean, I remember somebody made the joke he was like a cross between like Owen Wilson and somebody else, and I was like, oh yeah, he does have an Owen Wilson like kind of vibe to him. But then, now that I'm looking at Todd McFarlane's face and him, I'm like, yeah, they could literally like be related. They really could.
So, and I brought these here for you, Dave, because I thought you'd appreciate it. And I don't know if Meg was going to be joining us tonight.
I think she is. She's supposed to be joining us tonight.
But these all arrived today. My complete Blade Runner set.
Oh, I'm jealous. Look at that.
Yeah, I have an Officer K from 2049. It was the only 2049 one, but when they announced the OG Blade Runner pops, I was like, oh, I am so on that.
Gotta get them. Yeah, I know. I've been lagging on my my pops a little bit, but I mean, Meg, she's been on top of like getting some of the good ones. Where I'm like, give me that. Order a second one. I got you. Let's do that. And she got Superman. You got that. You also got that Superman.
No, hold on.
Okay,
you've got a Superman now, so life is good.
Life is good, but it can be better because you got the one. Yes, you got the big one with the red eyes, man.
And he's metallic shiny with heat ray vision eyes. My very first ever Chase variant. I did it, Dave. And Meg is so pissed with me right now.
Oh, I'm sure. That's why I'm trying to I sent her the link and I'm like, you're joining tonight, right? And like, hopefully she joins soon so she can give you shit for that. That's what I was trying to create. I was trying to create some conflict on tonight's podcast.
Well, conflict, it's drama, and that makes for good entertainment.
It does. And speaking of conflict and drama, we got Mr. John Aaron Garza showing up right now. Hey, Garza. Hey, Garza.
Blah, blah, blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
Oh, fucking love it, dude.
For you, sir.
Yeah. Finally, man. Fuck family, right?
Yeah. Oh, I know. There was I was trying to pull, I was like, which ones do I want to pull from Black Mask? And I pulled that one because I love that one. And then I pulled this one.
Fuck off! Get out! Fucking out!
Dude, I'm telling you, man, those are some good. He's like,
oh, dude. When it comes to Birds of Prey, we all have our issues with it. Get it, But when it comes to him, as Black Mask, I mean, he was like the shining. And I'm probably gonna pull a little bit more too, like the one that you just said, as well as there's like another one too, where I was like, oh yeah, I gotta pull that. I mean, there's so many good lines in.
You need the one where he orders Zaz to kill the little girl. It's like, ew, gross.
Yeah.
Is that snot bubble?
When I was going through some of the clips, I mean, when he was talking to Black Canary and he's looking at this one mask, he's like, yeah, look at the hair, just the way. I mean, Ewan McGregor just fucking.
It's amazing.
I mean, he's the shining light through, and so is Margot Robbie. I get it, but then there's some script issues, obviously, that we can talk about, but we don't need to talk about. But I mean. When it comes to Ewan McGregor, though, just a fucking shining little star in that movie for sure.
I love that movie though, so yeah.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I have little issues with it just because it's just I don't know. The second time I watched it, maybe I got to watch it for the third time to kind of really take it in. But it's just the second time it was like, oh man, it just seemed like there was studio interference. Mm-hmm. They tried to change some shit up. And then they were trying to go full on Tarantino, and it kind of was it's so jarring for me,
It's just this period of time where it's just it keeps on happening, and we just kind of have just hung our heads. But you know what? In a month, we're just not going to worry about that anymore, are we?
It's all about. And then okay, Scott, she's gonna give you shit right now. Miss Wonder Meg is here.
There's Meg.
What's up?
Go ahead. If you want to like bring it up again and show her like what you got.
Wait, does she need to
Oh,
see
you
it?
know what? Fuck you guys.
There he is, Meg.
Oh,
there he is.
Look at that.
Rubbing it in.
That was heat vision eyes staring.
And the
into
worst
your
part
soul.
is you're gonna take it out.
Actually, because the box is dinged up. They screwed up when they put it in the box. The little bubble here is completely creased. It was like bent over when it was in the box.
Dang. See the box.
But it's got 2 stickers on it.
Okay. You realize this is what Meg is like thinking internally when it comes to you opening that box.
I will fuck you up!
Dude, seriously, like the back of my neck is fucking hot.
Yeah. See? I mean,
I was supposed to be on her stream tomorrow night, but she's pretty much decided to like completely cancel my appearance. It's what happens.
Sorry.
Oh no, you guys are gonna be talking about what? Some book stuff, right?
One certain book.
A certain book? Yeah. I have it over there because I'm currently reading it as well.
Yeah.
So
I was going through my notes yesterday and I was like, I don't know how to pronounce any of this shit. So
yeah.
Scott,
Scott, you're gonna have to help everybody out with that because I'm totally in it. I'm like 40 plus pages in, of course.
Have they gotten to Arrakis yet?
No, we haven't gotten. I haven't gotten to that. I haven't. They're leading up to it right now. Everything's like leading up to it, and but when you read some of the names and the ideologies and everything, that's I find myself going, "What? How do you pronounce that?" Dude? Like, whew.
Like I read out loud, so like I'm like laughing at myself trying to pronounce these things out loud, and I'm so glad there's no one around me. I'm like, how the fuck do you say this word? Like I didn't even know this was a word.
Guys, I'm going to bring this up just in case. There is a glossary in the back.
Oh, well,
now
there you go.
tell me.
Now,
and I think because I'm gonna be honest, I didn't use the glossary when I read it. Yes, I'm that person. Sorry, but I think there's pronunciation like a dictionary. I think there's pronunciation guides in the back with the words. If you go back and look at the glossary.
I'm just going to use you for tomorrow.
I know. I mean, I'm on your channel. That's what I'm there for. I mean,
exactly. I mean, like, just right at the beginning, just to like, Scott's going to handle the pronunciations of all this, because, but no, I'm enjoying the book myself. Like I said, I haven't got where you said to what's it called? See, I don't even know the name of the planet.
Arrakis.
See, I knew that one.
See, yeah, that one you can actually sound out pretty good. Yeah. But I haven't got quite there yet. And what's funny too is like as I'm reading it right now, I'm trying to picture the actual actors in the new movie as characters. That's what I'm doing. I'm like, okay, yeah, Timothy, what's his name? Chalamet. Yeah. See, I can't even pronounce his last name. And I'm like, okay, so he's obviously the main, he's Paul, right? Paul. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, Paul, that's okay. I'm going to visualize who that is. But I catch myself going to IMDb. I'm like, oh, new name. Who's playing that? And okay. I'm going to Josh Brolin. Okay. All right. That's what I'm visualizing now in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So I was doing that in reverse because like I had already read the book. So when they started announcing the casting, I was like, fuck yeah. I was like, Denny, you know what you're doing. Like every time someone new to get announced, they'd be like, hell yes.
That's good. Yeah, see, you're doing that. Yeah, I'm sure that was great. But thank you for Meg for joining and Garza also. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the Kelly Hu interview. I thought
very
that was
nice.
She was I thought you were gonna talk to her about some like if she could play a DC character who she would
I wasn't gonna do that. Come on.
Come on, man.
That's always the common like, but she is a DC character. She's Lady Shiva.
I said, well, she's been Lady Shiva. She's been China White. She's been
China White. I actually wrote that on my notes too. I was gonna bring that up like China White, but I didn't get to it.
I was saying live action, Dick.
I want her to be a live action Lady Shiva. How about that?
Okay, we'll see. Or what about Atalia al Ghul, dude? She could have played that too.
Oh, she could be for Batfleck.
Yeah, dude, she is beyond gorgeous. Like when I
God,
on IMDb, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah. Oh, dude, like I
Nine.
mean, just like, you know, obviously my thumbnail has her in it, and I don't even know what year that's from, but I'm like, okay, in like the freaking 25, 30 years she's been in the business, she has not aged one bit. She's just totally like looks the same. And I'm like, I don't even know where this image is from, but yeah, that's what she looks like. I don't care if it's like 15 years old. She ages like fine wine. She's gorgeous. Absolutely.
Yeah. And she's rocking that pink hair. By the way, I asked if Scott had read a book that I have that, you know, because Scott's read every book, right? I mean,
Exactly.
Every book imaginable, yes.
No, he has not, because I asked him if he had read this book. It's called Tropic Cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, no, I haven't. And believe me,
I knew what the book was. But that's how I was able
heard of
to.
it too. I think
I was able to go, nope, I haven't read it.
Yeah, no, it's fucking graphic. Like, think of it like Inglourious Bastards, but a sexcapade of the writer. Like, I showed a couple of of highlighted things to Scott.
That second one.
Did it make him uncomfortable?
Oh no, not at all. It was like, damn, that's some good writing right there.
The way he writes, the way that the writer, his name is Henry Miller, the way he would write is, you know, essentially he'd write conscious streaming, or, you know, whatever.
Stream of consciousness.
Stream of consciousness. So imagine reading a book as in you're reading it through him, what he's thinking of, like his thoughts. He's writing down his thoughts as he's telling you the story. Some of it is real, some of it is not. And you're just kind of, it's like 20s, 30s Paris, right when the war is going on, and he's an American. You know what I mean? And he's talking about just fucking like all day, every day. He's getting laid like more than somebody you would think would get laid in the 30s.
Now I understand why Garza read this book. It's all,
coming clear now. I'm gonna give you a quote, okay? Like the one that I just sent, or the one I sent Scott. This is what I highlighted because I was like, some of these quotes he was saying, I was like, what the? How the fuck do you just write this? This is what he said. He wrote this out. There's something depraved about screwing a woman who doesn't give a fuck about it. It heats your blood. Yeah. And he goes, and then he said, and then after a moment's meditation, in quotations, can you imagine what she'd be like if she had any feelings? Like, because he's talking about a whore. Like he's like, dude, she really didn't give a fuck about having sex. And he was like, I can only imagine what it'd be like. Like she just whistled and went along her merry way. I'm like, wow. Yeah, this is a fucking book, dude. Tropic Cancer.
I have to admit, you have. I feel like DiCaprio from. Oh God, I can't believe I'm blanking on the title. Django Unchained. That you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it's a fucking intriguing book. Like I read it literally. I went back to go check out like when I was reading. It was like about like 5 days before I saw BVS. And I remember reading the book, and it was so beyond what I thought I could comprehend when I was reading.
You know what's funny? Like how I know that book title is from Seinfeld. There's like an episode of Seinfeld where like George borrows that book, Tropic Cancer, and loses it. And like the gym teacher that they had who like turned into a bum. Yeah, he turned into a bum and he had it in his like fucking his cart that he had. Yeah. Tropic Cancer. Yeah, that's right. That's how I know. That's how I know that title. That's the whole.
Well, it was banned. It was banned in America. Like that's how bad it was. Like,
and they made it into an NC-17 movie in 1970 starring Rip Torn and Ellen Burstyn.
What the hell, Rip Torn?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh,
hey, you could dodge a wrench. You could dodge these balls, right? But no, the book itself. Sorry, Meg.
Everyone, Meg. We can't lose Meg.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's okay. It was fucking.
Yeah, no. The book is just so. I mean, it's intense, dude. Like,
sounds
like I said, I wasn't ready for it back then, and so like reading it back then, I didn't even think like it wasn't. I wasn't understanding what he was talking about, and then. Because then I saw BVS and things just fucking changed, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And then reading it now, it's like, "Fuck, it's good."
Right. And before And before we continue further, I want to wish a couple people happy birthdays. We got Chris Wong Swenson. It's his birthday today.
Yeah, it is
So
birthday.
happy birthday, Mr. Chris Wong Swenson. I'm sure hopefully he's face down in his own vomit right now, or something. I don't know what he's doing in Hawaii.
Dude, he's been cuss Wong on his show lately, dude. Did you hear him?
Yeah, exactly.
He said, "Fuck their egos." I was like, "God damn, Chris."
There it is.
Like it was like right after. I guess he must have, because he was in our stream on our chat, and I was like, "Dude, maybe I influenced him, dude," because he was fucking cussing up a storm on one of his videos.
That's good. But yeah. So hopefully he's partying it up right now. I mean, happy birthday on a Friday. That's great. It's fantastic. So happy birthday, Chris. Cheers. And then also a fellow patron, Mr. Carey. His birthday was yesterday.
Yes, it was.
So cheers, Carey. Also, so both of you, happy birthday.
Yeah, Carey goes back a long way for Squadcast.
He goes for me too. Yeah,
he's been there. Great guy. So when I love it, I was like, I'm sorry, guys, but could you say happy birthday?
So sweet.
I know.
Carey, of course we will.
Yeah, when I didn't catch the tweet at first until somebody like commented or something on it. Sometimes I've been, like I said, it's been a crazy weird week for me, and I was like ignoring Twitter for a couple of days, and then when I saw that, I was like, oh, shit. Yeah. Well, yeah, I definitely will. And I'll give you a shout out on the Vodka stream. So for sure. I talked to him last week on the fan Patreon stream. And he's always a delight. He's always got some good insights. And I didn't know he was a drummer. I'm also a drummer, So I was like, cool, sweet. Keep rocking those drums. Keep hitting those things, man.
I'm a drummer.
You're a drummer too?
Yeah, you remember I told you that, man.
That's right. I don't remember. Hey, if you told me on the Vodka stream, odds are I probably forgot because I was probably drunk.
Probably. That's how I got into DJing.
Oh, okay. So you have that coordination too, right?
Meg, this is for you too. I swear you need to do this as a cosplay. I swear. You need your Rachel.
Rock that.
You'd rock Rachel.
Yeah.
I need those pops though.
Of course she does. Say, how many are you at now?
I don't even know, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I really wanted, when she said I need those pops, I just needed Perry White from BVS going, in other news, water.
Wet.
Other breaking news. Water. Wet.
Yes!
There you go.
There it is. You do not disappoint, sir. You do not disappoint.
Did y'all catch that WandaVision episode?
Yes. I have not watched WandaVision at all. I got to binge. I'm going to binge all 3 episodes this weekend. Man.
You should.
This last episode, I mean, it was. I'm not going to go into it, but I mean, I was just like, all right, what are we going to do here? And all of a sudden, it like that slow pace.
Yes.
It just ramped up in 5 minutes at the end. I was like,
shit.
Well, Brandon Davis said in the lead up to the episode dropping this week, because the critics and those guys got to see all 3 episodes, and he said this third one is the best of that first 3. So when I saw that, I was like, you know what? I'll just wait and I'll do a 3-episode binge.
Oh yeah.
Well, I could say this:
an hour and a half or 2 hours. Yeah, you're good.
Well, the Elizabeth Olsen, her range that she does in this episode, I was like, just how everything happens from the start all the way to the end. You're just like, fuck,
dude. I mean,
it's in a show. It's an episode.
Like the first 2 episodes are like it's a good introduction because it's kind of like everything's in the same vein. It's like, okay, what the hell? And then all of a sudden the 3rd episode takes it transitions. Obviously we know the concept. It's like, obviously you have like the 50s, 60s TV show, and then it transitions to like 70s and blah, blah, blah. So yeah. So the first 2 episodes, you got this like similar tone, and you got like what exactly is happening here, and then all of a sudden the 3rd episode changes, and then you're kind of like, there's some stuff that happens within it where you're like, what the fuck, like throughout, and then like you said, Garza, like Elizabeth Olsen, like she fucking rocks it, and I mean they both do, even Paul Bettany. And props to Paul Bettany.
I mean, it's like it's a range of acting
for her.
She's never done in MC. Like she's never done this kind of acting.
That's what I'm loving about the show is the fact that it's something so unique to the MCU. Like when people still shit on it, it's like, well, you guys wanted something different, right? This is it. This is totally
so many fucking Easter eggs, dude. I love
Oh my god! Oh yeah. Scott, when you watch it,
God, I bet you're gonna love it, dude.
There's little commercials that are in between it because it's essentially a TV show. Just pay attention. That's all.
I'm not. Of
course you are.
Listen, dude, I love all the Easter eggs, and I don't understand any of them. I'm like, what the fuck do they like? Dude, they all passed me, and I'm like, yeah, but what do they mean though? They got to mean something.
By the way, speaking about Elizabeth Olsen, if you guys have not seen Wind River, you need to check.
Not. That's with Jeremy Renner, right?
Jeremy Renner. And it's written by Taylor Sheridan, the same guy who wrote Sicario and Hell or High Water, and he does Yellowstone with Kevin Costner. It's just he's like that new neo Western guy that's like everything he writes is like fire. Sorry, Anthony, I'm taking your shtick, but basically Taylor Sheridan has got to that point that if he writes it,
his name sounds familiar. I feel like he's been with something else too. That's
he's done. Well, like I said, he did the 2 Sicario movies. He did Hell or High Water. He did Yellowstone. He did Wind River. Let me see if they're. Hold on. Sorry, IMDb's my friend right now because I'm like, what else have you done? Because.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, Anthony saw that. He saw it. He heard you. Yeah, Hell or High Water. It's probably the only one I've seen out of that. Well, I've seen both
Sicario and Hell
too,
High Water. Yeah.
But Hell or High Water, man, that was a movie that when I watched it, I'm like, yeah, this movie should be getting all kinds of awards praise because Ben Foster and fucking Chris Pine in that movie. My God, dude.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, there's some scenes in that movie where I'm like, yeah, come on.
It's so intense. Yeah.
Oh, dude. Like, I mean, in that scene there's that scene where like they're just getting gas and Ben Foster's just like staring outside the fucking, like, sitting there, and then he's just like got the sunglasses on. The guy's like, "What the fuck you looking at?" And he's just like, and then where that leads to, it's just like, come on, this movie is fucking fantastic. My God.
I remember that was one of the last times that I tried to binge all the Best Picture nominees.
Yeah, I always do that every award season.
Yeah. I don't do it every year, but that was a year that I was like, I was going to try it. And so I got it from like the Red Box. And I was like, damn, this was one of those successful ones. Because they're not always successful. Sometimes you're watching these Best Pictures going, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why was it nominated?
This one you understood. You're like, oh man, Jesus Christ.
You know what Best Picture you understood was There Will Be Blood, because when that thing was up against Old Country for Men, I mean,
Old Country for Old Men.
Sorry, I mean it was just that was fucking tough, dude.
Oh, I know, dude. Old Country for Old Men is like,
and see for me, I understand why There Will Be Blood won. I mean, you look at Daniel Day-Lewis's performance, I get it. And I understand that. Personally, I lean more towards No Country for Old Men.
So was I.
And that's the one that's like, because I mean Cormac McCarthy and you get
Tommy Lee Jones,
and Javier Bardem and Jeff Paul. It's so good. That's more
Woody Harrelson. Forget that Woody Harrelson's in that.
He's the hitman.
Yes. You forget that he's like in that movie. You're like, oh yeah, that's right. Woody Harrelson's also in this and fantastic.
So, Meg, did you see it? Did you see both of them?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. What do you think?
I agree with what Scott's saying. No Country for Old Men is my favorite out of the two. So, I really liked your trailer today.
What? Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, your trailer was great. Yeah,
I've been thinking about it literally all day long.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool, man. You know, I used the War of the Planet of the Apes, man. That trailer track. It's fucking ominous, man. Even Darkseid liked it, man. That was cool.
Hell yeah.
Right, Mr. Porter. Yeah.
Yeah, Ray Porter and Zach liked it. That was cool. I came up with that like because I had been working on something that I'm doing that I haven't actually told anybody except for like 3 people. But which means he probably told some other people. Like,
nah. I don't know what you're working on.
No, it didn't matter. I'm just playing around. I mean, it's not that secretive. It's just whatever. But so I was like, man, you know what?
She touched my peppy, Steve.
Yeah, exactly. And so I've been spending a couple of days doing something else, and so I was like, you know what, I haven't made a trailer in a while. And I had listened to that. What's funny about it is I use that same music for Dark Phoenix, for a Dark Phoenix trailer, but it didn't blow up. It just was like, a couple hundred views, whatever. But what was funny about There Will Be Blood is that like Avery watched that and she watched No Country for Old Men. She fucking loved There Will Be Blood. Like, can you imagine, you know, a 10-year-old at the time, like, hey, we got to watch this movie. You know, she's like, well, what's it about? I'm like, well,
I drank
oil
milkshake.
Yeah, dude. Because she was calling all like in the first, because there's no dialogue in the first 17 minutes.
I know.
And she was calling everything that was happening, and I was like, dude, that's how visually trained she is to watch something and go, I understand the film language and what's being understood. I understand what's being presented, so I can kind of see all these things that are about to happen. And I was like, so I think that for her was more intriguing than No Country for Old Men, because you know what I mean?
Yeah, no. Like I said, I've said it time and time again. I mean, you're raising her right, man. She's gonna end up being she's gonna end up being like the, you know, top like female filmmaker, because she just understands. She understands like the language of all this. It seems, you know. I love the fact that you always go like, hey, I'm gonna watch this, but I can't wait to see what my daughter thinks. Yeah. And it's a nice little relationship that you guys got.
Because it's a nice fucking, you know, with Twitter.
Yeah,
you know, you can tell there's so much discourse and so much.
No, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. That are just like, oh well, it doesn't do this or it doesn't do that. So like, to get her raw emotions when, you know, nobody's talking to her about him. You know what I mean? She talks to a lot of people, so she gets to see all this stuff unfiltered. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, and that was I was interested in what her response would be for WandaVision. She actually really enjoyed it. So, you know, the only thing she questioned was like, it's not going to be like this, you know, 50s, because she doesn't understand that time period and all that stuff. She was like, it's not going to be that the whole way, right? I was like, no. So.
No, it's intriguing the way that they're what they're doing with it. I mean, like I said, it's like they have all the tropes, and it's like they have the laugh tracks and everything. And it's all cheesy, but they're nailing it. They're nailing it with how cheesy it is, with like the jokes and everything.
Yeah, but you know what I think it does? This is why I think they did it, because I'm noticing it and I'm like, God damn. So those laugh tracks and all that, even though it's a live audience and all that shit, that's great. And it makes the levity so much higher, as far as this is supposed to be comical, so that when the fucking serious moments hit, you're like, oh shit, dude.
Oh yeah, when it dives into all that stuff, and the mystery
hit. Yeah, especially with Vision near the end, right? And I won't say anything, but like with Vision he was like getting into something, and I was like, what the fuck is gonna happen, dude? Like, what is?
Yeah, and
what's going on? And God damn, dude.
Yeah, I haven't posted my little like quick review. I meant to do that beforehand, but I was like, I'll post it tomorrow. But like, I mean, there's. I almost wish we could just like say spoilers, because I'm like,
I'm sorry, I'm the party pooper.
No. I haven't seen the third one, so you're fine.
It's too fresh. It's too fresh right now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even if you had seen it. I wouldn't say like spoilers, because it just showed up like last night. I'm not I like give it.
You don't want to talk about it before the rest of us had a chance to wake up yet?
I know, right? Yeah. Jesus Christ! Like my Mandalorian people out there, fucking.
Oh, dude, every single episode of Mandalorian is spoiled.
Yeah, 5 minutes after. Yeah, I got so lucky with that last one, dude. I stayed up. I was like, "Fuck Twitter."
I don't know how I made it to 4:00 in the afternoon and had nothing spoiled for me for the finale of Mandalorian.
It was just like, oh, who's gonna spoil it? My God, dude, it was like, I know. Lars and I took the same stance. It was like, let's just ignore Twitter. Like, I remember waking up. I think it was like Friday. I think it was a Friday. Yeah, that Friday, because I was off, and I was like, I started checking Twitter. And I went, you know what? Last episode of Mandalorian. I better put my phone down. I better I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna watch the episode. And then I'll go on Twitter, because I'm going to get fucking spoiled. And sure enough, that's what I did. I took my time. I was like, yeah, put my phone down, make a cup of coffee, start sipping a little bit, turn on the episode and watched it. And like, sweet. There you go.
Well, and I'm going to tell you, whenever we finally get the release date for Zack Snyder's Justice League, you better believe that I am putting it, because I need to know when it's coming out. Like, I need to know what day. And you better believe I am going to be putting in for a personal day or a sick day or whatever it is. I will have my sub plans right. Like, I'm looking at March and I'm just like, I got to be ready to go for me to like at the moment's notice for me to just go, not coming in that day. Yep. See ya. Because I want to be there as soon as it drops.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, no, that's what I was going to ask. So, WandaVision, as great as it gets, the season finale is March 12th. And I know I had talked about this, and I don't have a drink with me because I'm literally laying in bed. That's why I don't have a camera on.
Oh, Jesus.
But,
Turn the camera on.
Thank God.
It would just be darkness anyways. So,
hello, darkness, my old friend.
I know. Speaking of, me and Kelly who talked about Doors fucking songs. Right?
Yeah. I was going to say it'd be like the 40-year virgin with the candles lit up everywhere.
Hello?
Yeah, exactly.
You're looking for.
I fucking love it. No, but so, okay. Well, I was talking about it on Real Emotion this weekend or this week, and I was thinking, yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't have a drink, but
okay, you get it.
What do you got? You got 7?
Oh, gross.
No,
take it a bottle.
This is what I was shooting during our Justice League commentary. Because no, you don't get this movie. Doesn't get the good stuff. Man. This movie got cheap sunglasses, ale, cheap red wine from the grocery store, and this is what I was shooting by the third act battle.
God damn!
There's a GIF out there of me taking, I think, the first shot. It is hilarious.
I saw the screenshots of you and Tim, just like, oh God, that's about it. But I haven't.
It was
hilarious.
It was fun. I think people think we were too kind, and I think it's just this. We said this last night on Four Nerds. It's like with Squadcast Movies on Patreon, where we are literally watching every comic book movie ever made. Yeah. We have to, in fairness, stand back and go, we've seen worse fucking shit. I mean, as much as this pisses us off, as much as this frustrates us, there have been legitimately worse movies made in the world.
Oh yeah, we all know Paul W.S. Anderson has made movies, right? I mean, let's just face facts. I mean, I mean, he had 2 good movies. Huh?
Didn't he make Mortal Kombat?
Yes,
he made the first Mortal Kombat.
Okay. Hey. I'll give Paul W.S. Anderson credit for.
How dare you? Like Greta Thunberg? How dare you?
Hold on. Mortal Kombat and Event Horizon, I will forgive. I think those movies are fantastic. But after that, okay, Resident Evil, the first one, maybe I'll give a little leniency because
there was diminishing returns on that series.
Yeah. But then the sequels are bullshit. Okay. The Three Musketeers movie that he tried to do, fuck that. And the Alien versus Predator movie that he made PG-13.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
You serious?
Oh, I was so pissed off. And by the way, we're going to invite Mr. Stephen Colbert in here for this argument right here.
How many topics you made me sit through.
I know. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm sorry.
Hold on. You didn't even let me go into my point, though.
Okay, Garza. Go ahead.
What I was going to say, and by the way, Scott, there was a lot of times when you were like, I think that's a reshoot. You should have fucking had me there to just supervise and be like, yeah, that's a reshoot. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, that was a reshoot.
Kind, Garza.
I know you were.
Got a new member right here, Mr. 10.
I could have been the devil on your shoulder. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's a fucking reshoot. Are you kidding me, dude? Take another shot if you don't fucking recognize it.
I had to make it through the 2 hours, okay?
You would have, by the time I had been done with you, you'd have been fucking like slurring your words at the history lesson in 30 minutes. So with WandaVision having the season finale March 12th, you have GVK March 26th, and you have the new Invincible animated show coming out on Amazon March 12th. And then you have Winter and Falcon Shoulder, what, the 19th or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that. And then you have, is there another thing that's coming out in March? I'm not sure. But either way, that's a lot of stuff in March. And I know Steven has something to say about this, but, you know, we still haven't gotten this announcement of when Zack Snyder's Justice League is dropping. And I kind of feel like, dude, well, I know we will, but my point is like, could it only be because they're moving it up in, you know, early March? Like early March? Like March 5th?
I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, we would like that, obviously, but I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm still like in the whole thing of like, man, I mean, having it Easter weekend almost seems like symbolic perfect. And you know what? I mean, like, I'm not trying to say like it's going to be postponed to April, but at the same time, Zach has said it on the live stream that hey, late March, early April, there's a possibility. I don't know. Like,
dude, I said maybe May because it's literally
I don't know about May. Yeah.
I know, but I'm just saying, dude.
It's not going to go May. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to go May.
Okay, well, we also said it was going to be a series, didn't we?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, but we also knew when it wasn't going to be a series.
Yeah, I know.
Blah, blah, blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
I love that. I love that.
Steven?
So, I mean, I'm just saying I think we would have heard if it was likely going to be delayed.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I mean, I think people are still kind of in that theatrical box office kind of mindset when they're thinking about when any of this stuff can drop. And we have to remember that, like, well, there's a lot of stuff coming out. It's all streaming. And so not only could it happen like hypothetically any day of the week, I mean, it'll probably happen on a weekend, but also there's not as much of a danger of dropping two things in a weekend because people are already expecting to, you know, it's not like with Netflix dropped, I think the entire, was it the first season of Punisher the same day as Justice League? Not that that's a great example because I didn't work out too well.
Well, they also dropped the second season of Daredevil the same day as BVS.
Right, yeah. And I don't think either of those had a like and then with that you're competing with a theatrical debut too. And people saw both of them. I mean, I saw both of them, and I'm not, you know, and now we're talking about the same thing, except instead of leaving your house and going to the theater, and you're talking about staying on your couch a little bit longer, which, you know, people are, you know, they're already going to, you know, do. So, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that it's going to drop the same day as Godzilla versus Kong, but I don't think that or anything else, especially the Marvel shows, because they're only dropping, you know, one episode at a time. So I know Justice League is a 4-hour ask.
Maybe they might be dropping 2 episodes, but what if?
Well, sure, but like these shows are on average like 30 minutes or so, right? So even if it's 2,
how many episodes are the Winter and Falcon Soldier? Are there 8
total? Probably about 8. Yeah, I think.
Okay. Well, maybe they might have gone a little longer because it's more action driven, right? Maybe they could go an hour or 45 minutes. Either way.
Well, maybe like the first episode of The Mandalorian season 2 was about an hour long, I think, right? So
yeah.
I was going to say, what happens, or not what happens, but what are your thoughts on if Zack Snyder's Justice League comes out the same day as?
Oh, 6. It'll be 6 episodes.
Oh, 6 episodes. Okay.
So that makes it even more likely that they're like an hour each.
Yeah, an hour. Maybe they drop one episode.
45 minutes. 45 each.
Dropping more than 2, but
yeah, I mean, there's no way that's going to be, you know, an hour and a half max. I feel like of watching.
Yeah, 24 hours. It ain't girthy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But what happens if it does come out the same date? Yeah, I said girthy. the big fucking muscular veins. You know what I mean?
I mean, well, we know how big the Snyder Cut trends on relevant days, right? Like,
anytime it's like okay, if Zack Snyder's in the news or he like posts something, it trends almost.
Right. Well, not only that, but also, I also mean like Snyder Cut holidays or whatever you want to call them. So you've got like November 17th, you got February 14th, you've got Zach's birthday, you've got whatever, and or a trailer drops, anything like that, and it's one of the top trending topics like most of the day, and so even Mandalorian, Mandalorian would be like a trickle. It would be pretty solid, but if we're comparing a typical Marvel show episode to Zack Snyder's Justice League finally coming out, even if people fucking hate that movie, it's going to be #1 trend for 2 days straight on Twitter.
Yeah, and I also have got to wonder, because I keep on thinking, especially with what I've been doing this week with trying to help out international fans get merchandise. There's got to be something set up. I feel like it would fucking suck if we all of us around the world didn't get to experience it at least relatively within the same window of time. I'm not saying
like 48 hours, 24 ideally,
something like that. And I mean, and that's a concern because, like I said, I've been, trying to organize, getting Americans to buy these new shirts and send them. And Cole and Nana, have been helping me with all the logistics and stuff. And that's just hard because, guys, by the way, if you can help, please sign up. I need more Americans. Like
if anybody needs a link, just go to Scott's Twitter and I mean, when I think people think I'm asking you to like pay for it. No,
it's like no, because we give you the information. We basically all we're doing is saying here, if you don't have someone you already know internationally, you're trying to help out, and you like to help somebody out, let me give you the contact information of an international person. You two can become pen pals and have PayPal arrange for them to go ahead and like whatever financially you want to arrange between the two of you. That's your business. All I'm doing is saying, do you want to help a brother or sister out? Let me give you a brother and sister who would like some merch. That's all. That's all that Cole, Nana, and I are setting up. We're basically Match.com. We're facilitators.
Yes.
After we match you up, you handle whatever you need to handle.
So, penny per mile.
No, it's good. It's good what you're doing. And I mean, when it comes to that dark side shirt, I mean, I'm still kind of puzzled. Like, all right, cool. I mean, I get it. Yeah, you want to like, put that in the DC shop, but when you look at that one shirt, it just says Justice League. It doesn't say Zack Snyder's Justice League. It is a little strange, and I'm actually even wondering. Does Snyder even like really know what's going on with that? I mean, it just seemed a little, hey, dark side, but not in its full form. That we'll see like a few seconds of in the movie. We'll see more of him before he's in his full form, but in his full form, like we see in this T-shirt that says dark side, we're only going to see like a little tiny bit. But at the same time, I'm like, but maybe cool. Maybe that'll entice.
Look at how much they've been leaning on Darkseid in general.
Yeah,
I think that it's not only. I mean, obviously Steppenwolf looks different, but I think this one has Darkseid is like, almost could be the subtitle of not that we should expect.
This one has Darkseid.
No, right? But like not that we should expect him to have that big of a role, but legitimately speaking, like if you're talking to someone who has never heard of this before and they're like, wait, there's 2 different cuts. What's with the other one? Probably you're going to be like, well, like it's got Darkseid in it, right? Like what else?
Now,
and to a comic book fan, that's like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's like the, so I don't know. So that, and then the fact that, they already merchandised Steppenwolf and people aren't like, I want a Steppenwolf shirt. So maybe that'll work after the movie if people like Steppenwolf enough.
Well, and you think about how much coverage Darkseid's been getting. Like, just last year we had Apocalypse War, which was fucking amazing for an animated film. He's popped. I mean, in the comics, he's been popping up like for a character that's been around since the 70s, but let's just say that the last 10 years have been really good for Darkseid fans because he's been all over the place.
And I can tell you he's popular on social media and Google. Like it's like Darkseid as a concept or as a search term or whatever. Internet metrics say people really are interested in him.
Well, I think that explains the shirt thing, because what happens when you go, and this is the newly relaunched shop. This isn't shopdcentertainment.com. This is shop.dccomics.com, which was kind of the whole new, like, when DC Universe transitioned into DC Universe Infinite this week. This is the new, like, this is a brand new shop that's been set up. It's even like the experience of shopping is different, because I think you all know that. I might buy a few things. And this is also the shop that, for those of us who were DC Universe subscribers who stayed on when it transitioned into Infinite, we're going to be getting a credit for this new shop. And so for this to be on, like, when you open the website, this is the homepage image. Zack Snyder Justice League shirts featuring Darkseid. Like, they are like leaning into this.
Thank you, Ryan.
Real quick though,
by the way.
Yeah, thanks. Steven, you didn't answer my fucking question. Okay?
What was your question?
I said, what would happen if, theoretically, if Zack Snyder Justice League comes out on the same day as GVK?
That would be fascinating. I think.
What do you think would be the reason for that? Not necessarily in a bad way, but
it's good, but it can be better.
You'll need to clarify if you mean like what would cause that to happen, or what would happen if that happened.
It's kind of like a two-way thing, right? Like, because obviously, if that were to happen, let's just assume that happens.
Unless the other weekends are packed, there's something weird going on with that.
Right. There would be something odd about that happening, right? We would kind of be like, wait, who is this a direct cause because Hamada is the one that's doing this? Going, hey, look, I'm gonna put.
Well, it would be Emmerich. Hamada, Hamada would have to say over when delivers. I mean, he could say, "Please change."
Oh yeah, it'll definitely be Emmerich that's like doing that.
You dick.
Yeah. So, like, would that be the case? But also, what would that mean for? Okay, like let's go one way or the other, right? GVK gets. I don't think it would, but GVK gets more views, I guess, or vice versa. You know what I mean? Like, is that why they would do that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, even with them a few weeks apart, it's going to be fascinating because first GVK trailer is this Sunday, right? And so that's about a week before the Snyder Cut marketing like kicks up, and so you're going to have plus or minus a week or two. And
we'll have all those comparisons, like how things are shot. And how things look.
Exactly. Not only that, but you're going to have like trailer drops to compare the social reach of. You're going to have other like news coverage, and then obviously the movie drops themselves in the same month. So there's going to be a lot of data to collect. Because of like, unless it depends on if Godzilla vs. Kong kills it or not, but because the MonsterVerse has like people consider it an underperformer, especially like King of the Monsters did not do what it should have at the box office. Unfortunately, I love that movie.
Me too.
I think it's essential that this, like, if anyone wants to see more, that the Snyder Cut does more than Godzilla vs. Kong, arguably significantly so, because of the fact that people see the MonsterVerse as like an underdog, although simply beating it is also good.
Well, what's crazy about it is that it's kind of like the MonsterVerse is the DCEU. You know what I mean? Like
exactly, it's kind of the closest thing we've got.
It feels a little bit like it. Yeah.
Yeah. No. And Kong Skull Island. Jordan Vogt Roberts is probably the closest director that I've seen in all those films that has the aesthetic of Snyder, and then you get
he's got Larry Fong as a cinematographer, so
and you see a lot of the imagery and just the way he handles the big action and all that shit. And
that shot of Hiddleston just fucking going to town. I mean, that was full on 300 right there. I mean,
exactly. And so my daughter always gives that part shit. She's like, it doesn't make sense though. He literally is going through with the mask, and then as soon as he's right out after the outskirts, he pulls the mask off. Like they're still toxic around. I'm like,
I mean, she's very perceptive.
I know. And she's like, but it's still a favorite movie. Like, she's watched it so many times. But it's funny to think about with GVK because up until literally a few days ago, we hadn't seen nothing, no promotions, no nothing. Then all of a sudden we get a poster. Then we get a little teaser trailer and a little teaser trailer and another teaser trailer. All these big shots. And they look amazing. Like the CGI, when he's on the ship pointing down, you see the change. And I'm like,
I love the fact that he's on the ship. He's chained up. He's got something around his neck. And then he's looking down at the water and just going, and then all of a sudden Godzilla just goes boom like that. I'm like, what the fuck is happening in that scene?
I'm telling you, man, the CGI, they must have perfected the CGI so good that they were like, nah, we don't. We could show these big fucking shots. Like, dude,
Well, and I love the lighting, the dawn lighting.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially because normally I am not a fan of when big spectacle films like this shoot in daylight. It's really easy for it to become very low contrast, kind of wash out gray brown. I think possibly to hide the because unless they're able to render the monster at a high enough level, they don't want it to be crisp, sharp, while everything else in the scene is kind of a bland color. But man, the contrast that they get at the sunrise shot with this is just it's glowing, and then they've got harsh shadows too. It's gorgeous.
Well, what have I always said about Snyder is when he shoots these elaborate, huge spectacle VFX shots, it's either sunset, sunrise, it's never full, it's not noon.
Well, God, now you got fillers. Sunrise, sunset.
That's the Civil War thing.
Gross.
I don't know if or when people will come around on that, or not come around, but go around on that battle. But it's just so much concrete.
Mm-hmm. And that's just it, though. So we get that poster, we get these little teasers, and we're getting a trailer, and it feels like it feels like the Snyder Cut, but not necessarily. But it's dude, we haven't gotten shit for the Snyder Cut, even though I know we're spoiled. But it's imagine when we're getting both of these films, just these two films alone, in March, and it's
well, and then
none of us thought we were going to get this.
I don't know what we're going to get. It's concerning how little we've gotten. But then almost immediately after that, we've got Mortal Kombat. Which is at least exciting to find out what it's going to be. I mean, I'm not being down on it. It's just it's been quiet.
That's in April, right? Is that in April?
I think so. Yeah, currently
April 16th, I think is the date. Yeah,
I think they're trying to pack some of these bigger ones up front because
quarter numbers.
Quarter numbers for sure, but also to if you have a lot of the crowd pleasers packed early on, you'll get a larger number of people signing up because it's going to there's more value. 1 month of subscription is going to get you way more than any other month, and then maybe they'll hang around for the the Saints of Newark. I think.
Well, it was funny because I was listening. A buddy of mine whom we all know, he sent me a video of Robert. I forgot what his full name, Robert Murray or whatever. He's a guy that talks a lot. He's sometimes guest on John Campea, but whatever. And he kind of calms him down. He's like his
Roger Burnett. I think.
Robert. Oh, there you go, Robert.
Yeah, Burnett. Murray. Yeah.
And he was talking about what
Roger Meyer.
Yeah, where all these people, what they're wanting to do with these streams and what their business plan is, and their theatrical is not in their business plan, and physical sales even isn't in their business plan. Their business plan is to have the 200 million subscribers for that Netflix has, And so he had pulled up the number, but I mean, if HBO Max, and I know this is going to sound ridiculous when I say it, but this is what they're going for. If you have 200 million subscribers as HBO Max at the price of $15, that's almost $3 billion in revenue a month in cash flow. Okay, $3 billion. That's a month.
Great. Think about it.
So times that by 12, what is that? 36 billion a year. Okay, so
Wait, how much?
36 billion.
Okay, I missed the first numbers. I feel like it might
200
be
200 million times 15. No,
that's gonna be 3 billion.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. 3 billion times 12.
I thought you said 36 billion, and so I was like, that's
times 12.
Okay,
36.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I mean,
but either way, 36.
Sorry, I thought the first 12. I thought. Okay, sorry, I'm caught up. I was reading something.
Yeah, it's all right. 36.
It's Robert Meyer Burnett, by the way. Let's get something useful out of me.
I knew it was something with an M though. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's their goal. That's what they want to do. They want to get 200 million subscribers. I mean, regardless, that's what their business plan is. They're not going back, right? So it made me think of with what's his name, Kylar. He had talked about having a movie production. Why he thinks a movie production could have $1 billion of a budget, and right there with $36 billion a year coming in, does $1 billion really sound that crazy? No, not really. I mean, think about how much you can get out of that. Yeah. And
which, by the way, I think the highest grossing theatrical year Disney has ever had was 10 billion.
Wow.
Was that last year or in 2019?
Yeah, and that was when
with the
18 billion.
Endgame, of course, and all
exactly. And Netflix was 18 billion. So you're going
it was almost double Disney's biggest year.
Yeah. And
it's almost guaranteed every year too. It's only going to go up usually, if anything. Whereas like the year after Disney, like people they'll go up by 5. It'll vary by 5 billion sometimes.
And they got theme parks and they got all that stuff, and you go, and then HBO Max and AT&T are going, come make whatever you want. Like, wait, hey Snyder, you want a 4-hour fucking film with Batman and Superman? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Go for it, dude.
I think that's the fascinating thing for me also about who really owns the rights, or who is in charge of the Snyder Cut under like Warner Media, because every indication it's still Warner Max, right? But even though Warner Max doesn't exist, I think they took the Warner Max label off of other stuff. So I'm really curious if there's some special deal with this that keeps it out of WB's hands. In most contexts, I know there's a few that is still wrapped up, but I'm not sure exactly where the legalities are. But the reason I'm curious is because whereas WB is going to be stingy about like a $250 million movie, HBO Max's original content budget is $5 billion.
That's crazy.
And that's like a third of Netflix's, but $5 billion of original content for streaming is like, there's no way they wouldn't pay for a sequel to that if they are the ones that get to make the call.
Yeah.
All right. Well, but also that also leads me to go and why, when you hear Chris Nolan, anticipate or trying to go to Universal, I'm like, what the fuck are you going to do at Universal, dude? They're not going to give you the money you can do.
Oh, yeah. I remember when that news came out. It was like, he's unlikely to do Warner Brothers. I'm like, okay, who's going to give you that budget?
Well, it was funny because you had like,
but then again, I would not be against Christopher Nolan doing a low budget fucking Memento type.
Well, I wouldn't either. But
what I saw that made a ton of sense though is this is like any sane person, and if there haven't talks yet, I'd be shocked. This is his chance to do Bond,
right?
Yeah,
but I don't think. But even then, I still feel
they need a new Bond director. Like,
they need a new Bond.
Looking for the next movie.
Bond.
The timing is perfect because they're ready to start production to have a new one out in a couple of years, right?
That's very true.
But here's the thing though, like when you had what was it? It was Sony or what was it that was like, oh yeah, we're having some directors that are upset about HBO Max doing that. They're calling us, and I'm like, well, fucking name them then. Why are you saying we have some director?
Well, they can't name that. They can't reveal who they're in talks with.
No. It's not even that. It's you're talking a big game. You're going to say, "Oh yeah, we had some directors call us." Like,
I don't doubt that they're mad and they're making calls. I think one of the most interesting aspects people don't talk about.
Okay, Meg, you're good.
That's all I had.
You're refreshing. I get it. Yeah.
One of the things people don't talk about is that this is like the perfect opportunity for them to all up their rate. Maybe they're legitimately pissed. Probably they're legitimately pissed at Warner Brothers. Are they going to go somewhere else? Do they actually want it? Are they actually going to go to Sony? Well, no. But if they leave, if they go, like they have an excuse to shop around without like shopping around when it's not a pandemic, and like this didn't happen to them, right? Any sane person would be like, "Oh yeah, I'm in talks with Sony. WB, how like do you really care about keeping me? Like let's see it. You offended me, and now I've got an offer from Sony. What are you going to give me for my next movie? Like I'm about to go do Bond."
It's negotiation 101. I mean, seriously.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, even if you don't want to do Bond, even if you don't want to go to Sony, you go get an offer from Sony, come back to WB and be like, by the way, fuck you.
Well, why do you think Denny shut the fuck up, didn't he, after that one little outburst?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He hasn't said shit since.
He hadn't said a fucking word, dude. You know why? Because
not even.
Legendary was like, dude, what's your fucking problem? Okay.
Also, I'm sure like Jason Kylar or someone just pulled him into an office and was like, look, Blade Runner is watched more online every day
in the movie theater
than it was ever in the movie theater.
And you're gonna get paid like your fucking film is a hit.
Yeah. Exactly. You're gonna get an extra. You're gonna get extra like $10 million. Yeah.
Do you want to risk your film performing and you get paid off of how it performs in real time during this time, COVID? We don't.
Yeah, you get a guaranteed extra bonus. Yeah, it's
exactly.
And weren't they supposed to be developing like a Bene Gesserit series for HBO Max?
Yeah.
By the way, that's how you pronounce that. Just wink, wink.
I wouldn't even know. I didn't even know what you were saying. I feel like you were just
for anybody reading the Dune book, Scott's just like,
I'm gonna clip that. Thank you.
Yeah. Seriously, we'll clip that because Meg and I are currently reading Dune and going, how do you say that? Yeah.
That's why I listened to the audiobook.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hey, the audiobook is like a full cast production. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Hey, Meg, what do you think about what did he say about me?
No, he just said like called Nolan a bitch again. That's all.
Yeah, fuck Nolan, man.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Hey, easy guys.
Hey, you know what? Hey.
Blah blah blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
Hey, I wanted to ask you. You're team Kong, right? With me?
Who?
Yeah, I didn't think so. The fuck out.
No. Meg is.
Oh, Meg. Yeah.
Meg ain't team.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, buddy.
My Twitter poll ended up like debunking my theory on that.
Ooh.
Yeah, I bet it did. Meg, what's your reason, by the way, for being Team Lizard?
I just think Godzilla looks cooler. I literally know absolutely nothing about like Godzilla or King Kong, like outside of the movies that I've seen. Yeah. So I don't know. I just think Godzilla's cooler.
Yeah. The way I look at it is King Kong is Batman and Godzilla is Superman. So
exactly. Superman is better than Batman. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
And that was
chasing waterfalls.
That was what I thought. So I did a Twitter poll to like.
And so many people didn't understand that Twitter poll.
Yeah, exactly. It was a little bit. When I was writing it, I was like, I could be clearer about this, but everyone thought I was like, I don't know.
See, you're even making Baby Callum like get all fussy. He's Team Kong. He's Team Kong,
I want
right?
to see him knock some shit over. That's why.
Yeah, but my assumption was that everyone associated.
No, this computer is new, Meg. How dare you?
My assumption was that everybody has basically translated their like Superman versus Batman preference. So that like Godzilla is the Superman and versus Kong is the Batman. And everyone that voted, the most people that voted Kong voted for Superman, but at the last minute, I think maybe because I revealed why I was doing the quiz, it got like maybe it got brigaded or maybe it was just for legitimate. At the end, Godzilla and Batman passed Godzilla and Kong, which means that most people that pick Batman also pick Godzilla.
I'm actually one of those people. I would pick Batman and then I would pick Godzilla.
Is your understanding of the fight of like the like, do you see those as equivalent battles? Or,
no.
Or do you have a rationalization for like why one is, but because I would see them as similar because of the supernatural.
Oh no, that's funny because I don't have a rationalization. It's just
okay.
I prefer Batman and I prefer Godzilla. Thus, I root for them. Yeah. Like that. I mean, that's why it's literally team sports. I mean, that's all that's going on right now.
That's why I can't answer it because I'm like, I think I'd prefer. I like Godzilla a lot, but I think I'd like prefer for Kong to win in a fight, but I think I like Godzilla better. But as far as like my actual answer to the question, I can't because it depends on what story. Like, is your story better served by Godzilla dying? Then I want Godzilla to die. Like, I don't like. You can tell the story that's good because.
They're gonna do that.
Or I shouldn't die, or by being beaten. Like,
the way I look at it is like, you know, Kong is like the underdog. He definitely is because everybody's going like, wait a minute, doesn't he have to grow a little bit? Well, we saw the poster. Apparently, he's been drinking his milk.
Yeah,
he definitely has been like
eating his Wheaties. Yes,
he's been eating his Wheaties and drinking his milk and getting his proper protein intake, where he's towering over buildings. But I mean, look at that little tease where he's like strapped up. He's got the fucking thing around his neck and he's on the aircraft carrier, and I'm like, you know what? I mean, what Kong, you see, even Callan agrees.
Good story.
No, but like Kong is like, he's always been treated as like, oh, we got to make him like this fucking, we got to make him this like sideshow thing. Like he's like this, he's like this act, you know, he's like this thing that he has to do. Like, oh, hey, there's Miss Amanda. How you doing? Hi. You muted your mic before.
She said she was going to bed.
Oh, she said bye.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure she did.
It looked
you can't
like
let her
more
speak
than that,
for
but
herself, dude.
yeah, dude, what the fuck?
Dick.
Huh?
Dude, you fucking misogynist son of a bitch.
What's going on?
Fuck you. Dave, hurry up and say something because I'm about to talk.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
No, but I'm just saying, like, Kong is like, you know, he's always been treated as like, oh, we got to make him like this performance piece. You know, Godzilla's never been looked at that because you can't contain him, but they've somehow contained Kong, and even like I mean that little pre of the new trailer is like he's strapped up. They got him, and he's got a thing around his neck, and it's like, man, I mean, that's why I'm always rooting for that underdog where it's like, you can't contain Godzilla. You just got to let Godzilla be, just like Ken wanted to be, is like, let him fight. Fucking A, man, just let him fight. But Godzilla, King Kong, they're like, they got him. Somehow they got him, and he's like contained and he's strapped. But then something happens where he's just like, bring it, bitch. You know, just like how Batman was like, here I am, you know, and I'm like, yeah, he's totally Batman in this situation. I'm sorry. He's totally Batman.
Well, yeah, but also keep in mind that the oxygen bomb took out Godzilla. So
yeah,
that's his kryptonite right there, you know?
Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. See, that we're making the correlations. Yes. Godzilla is
and also, you know, humans getting into the way, right? The same thing happened to BVS, right? We could just nuke him. Fuck it. Superman was doing what he was doing. Taking him in outer space, he wasn't going to be able to fly back in, and then all of a sudden, we fucked up. But you know what? So I asked Avery. She says, Avery, before we went to go see King of the Monsters, we watched all three of the other films, or two of the films. And when we first saw Godzilla or Kong, Godzilla King of the Monsters, she was into Godzilla, and then I don't know what I don't know if, and maybe this has something to do with her preference in directors. Because she loved Godzilla 2014. Like she fucking loved it. She loved it. And she was Team Godzilla, but then all of a sudden she just fell in love with Kong all over again. And I mean, she watches Kong Skull Island. She's watched that movie like so many times, like 100 fucking times. And like so much so that she knows the the dialogue. You know, she knows how it is. And she loves the skull crawlers or whatever. Yeah, that's what they're called. Because she even asked me, Do you think they'll bring those back? I was like, how? They're on a fucking island. She's like, yeah, but Kong's on an island and they brought him. And I was like, yeah, I know. I don't. Maybe. But that's why she's Kong. She's Team Kong at least. And obviously Batman.
Yes. Team hairy nipples. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Hey, I'm half Mexican. I get the hairy nipples thing. Anyways, yeah, I'm just saying.
I forgot something real quick. Hi, Mama Film Junkie. I hope you're doing well. You should bring the whole family to the Midwest. It's real nice here in Iowa. No forest fires.
Midwest, that's fucking east.
Yes. No earthquakes.
Yeah, we're east.
No earthquakes.
What?
We're east of California.
You
said out west?
No, out to the Midwest.
Oh, Midwest. Okay.
Yeah, that's still.
Lars is going to try to convince you to go to Austin. Don't listen to him, Mama Film Junkie. Come to Iowa. Mwah, bye.
There it is. Does Godzilla die and come back? His mustache CG. Oh, jeez.
Right? Oh, dude, how fucked up would that be if he died? Like, dude, I'm telling you.
But did you guys see that shot of like?
Yeah, he
Kong,
built a fucking
makes like an axe or something. I don't know. Like
I saw someone say it was an axe made out of Godzilla's dorsal.
Yeah, because there's like a toy that got leaked of Kong with an axe made out of a dorsal fin. So.
Yeah, no. Listen, I watched Wong.
Like, man, where's my Ace Ventura trap?
And
does he have a dorsal fin?
He built, yeah. He built
literally like Ace Ventura,
the fucking spear, just like Batman does in BVS. I'm like, dude, it's so it's crazy to think about it, right? Because I mean, obviously Kong he's a primate. He's gonna use tools, crew tools, but whatever. Fuck it, he's smart. He's gonna knock that fucking lizard out, dude.
Dude, I don't know.
Okay, jeez, guys.
Yes.
Don't make me feel bad about it.
No, that's right.
I mean, or neither of them wins, and they team up against.
Well, you know,
they
that's
just become best friends.
Yes.
Well, you know what? Though, it's funny is that's going to happen because they have that head of Ghidorah, and we know that something's going to happen with Ghidorah again.
Exactly. Well, and not just
Yeah, but how does that happen?
But not even just because of that, because
like
that's the more satisfying story. Like I don't.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind because I enjoy the ride, but like ultimately I know that like the most satisfying story is going to see them like fight, and it's going to be cool to see them fight, and maybe they'll imply that one of them won, but it won't be final. It's very very BVS, and then they'll fight something else, and it'll be
Batman won,
and it'll be badass.
There's not a reason for them to fight. Like they're not bad guys. Like Ghidorah was fucking up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the Mutos were fucking up as well. Like they were actively going at him, and so. Like with this way, it's like, yeah, but what's going to stop him? Like, as stupid as it is, it can't be. It can't be like
he's going to fling it. He's going to fling his poop at him.
Imagine if he actually did though.
Right?
Jeez, I would hate to see the building that gets the.
Listen, this trailer. I think in this trailer we're gonna see. Do you think they're gonna do a Doomsday reveal where they're gonna reveal a Ghidorah so that we know that it's not just them fighting?
Hilarious. Well, no, I don't think so, because I think that unlike Batman and Superman, Kong and Godzilla, people are less personable about like the characters. Yeah. Like they're not invested. Like who I guess other than people who didn't like the fat Godzilla, or the thick Godzilla, Thickzilla,
thick
or like there's no like not Mugazilla or like.
Well, there's also not the people. Why would they fight? Like
exactly.
Would have the general audience with Batman. So why? But they're friends. Why are they fighting?
There's why would they fight? And then there's like Batman doesn't have a chance. That's not even like that's weird to see that even from people who are like fairly like serious comic book fans sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't even make sense.
I don't know how many times I had to explain. How many times I had to explain how Batman fights Superman.
Like how do people not know? No, I mean, yeah, sure, Superman's way more powerful, but that's not.
I'll tell you how Batman can fight Superman.
Yeah, that's not even that. And even in that,
you have a Mary Poppins bag of stuff.
Yeah, seriously, where did you just?
I know, you have everything right now, Scott. You're like just showing everything.
Well, I was going to say the whole reason why Superman is
a bag of holding
even have the opportunity to lose the Batman is because he doesn't want to like kill. You know what I mean? Like he's holding back. That's his whole thing. And
yeah,
Godzilla
I wrote Batman as like in those fights in general, but I'm pretty sure every time that Batman has come close to beating him, it's because Superman was like thought that he didn't have to go full power on him.
Yeah.
Pretty well, or you go back to what Jeff Loeb wrote it in Hush. It said, deep down, Clark is a good person.
Yeah.
And deep down, I'm not.
Yeah.
Which is true. That's why, like, even in The Dark Knight, I mean, he's like, Bruce has 3 ribs. This is insane. Like, stop.
Yeah.
Like, he's fucking punching him. He's like, dude, stop it, man. Like, stop fucking around. But that's my point, though. Like, so you don't think they're going to show anything else other than Godzilla and Kong fighting? Maybe a tease.
I mean, they've shown so little. Period. That I don't know. I have no idea how much. I will tell you, it'll be hard for it to surpass that. What is it, Claire de Lune trailer for King of the Monsters?
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Like, I actually kind of want to jump off the stream and go watch that real quick.
Right? Dude, so when I made that BVS one, I was like, God damn, this song is so fucking.
Oh,
great.
you better do one after the next Justice League trailer. You better do another one for Justice League.
Fuck yeah! So I have all that footage. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
Get on it.
God, what song do you think they're going to use? Because I mean, they figured
A Junkee XL. I got to do Junkee XL now, right? Just like let loose.
Dance. I don't know. Sorry.
That's the
only one I know right now.
Man.
Okay. I mean, Jesus Christ, though. Speaking of Junkee XL, I mean, how good of a year is that?
Oh, by the way,
he's gonna have a good March.
The man's been having a good hell of 5 years.
Yeah. I mean,
his output has been crazy.
Well, I think that's what's crazy about him is because he came from like the. I don't mean to be.
The dance DJ. He came from the DJ back.
Well, not only that, but he's one of the like farmer, like the farm output for Zimmer. I know there's probably a nicer way. I don't mean that like disparaging.
Yeah, it sounds bad, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, but when you think about the Wonder Woman like song that, I mean, that was him doing that guitar shit. I mean, when you hear
it's a cello, man. It's a cello. You say guitar every time. I'm like,
it sounds like a guitar. I'm sorry, Scott. I'm sorry.
God damn it!
Well, to be fair, it is an electric string instrument run through an amp. It sounds nothing like the way it would if it was an acoustic version.
And also, Dave,
Colbert. Dave, pick one of the good drops. Just go for it. Just stop him.
Just stop.
Do you have a drop?
Boring.
How the fuck could you not remember Army of the Dead being scored by Junkee in your other video?
That's the thing. When I shot that video, I was like, "What was the third one?" Shit, I totally blanked.
So pissed off. I almost hit I was like head-on collision, okay? Because I was so pissed off. I was like, "What is the problem?"
Oh, I'm sure you were.
I will fuck you up.
Yeah.
No, but like I was like when I was doing the video, I was like in the groove, and then all of a sudden, just mine went blank, and I was like, "Fuck!"
Oh God, I hate when that happens.
I was like, "Oh yeah, of course." And then when I stopped, and I was like, I sat back down. I was like, "Army of the Dead, you fucking moron!" Like, it was like the other Zack Snyder movie that he was, scoring. Hello,
tried to be just be like, and another one that I know everyone's going to be really.
Yeah,
dude. I fucking
That's
love
why you should do podcasts more often, because then you can just edit out the part where you repeat yourself and you just. I can't tell you how many times Tim will be like, "What?" And I'm like, "This is the name." Okay, good. And then he just says it, and then the next time the episode, it's like, "Oh yeah, Tim knows everything."
Oh. Yeah, no. See, I like it raw, Scott. I like, and I don't.
Yeah, raw dog.
Raw. I raw dog it. Shit. I raw dog it.
There's a lady.
Hard fact.
Yeah, but that's code. That we could talk about anything. We're talking about barebacking, right? Horses, right? Horses. No saddle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh God, seriously.
Oh man,
I live in Texas. What do you think?
Away.
Oh man,
literally, we ride horses all the time. What are we talking about?
Don't mess with Texas.
Yeah.
Oh no, but yeah, I was pissing myself and I could not. Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. No, but yeah, Junkee XL is having Tom, good old Tom. Was this Hulkenberg, right?
Hulkenberg, yes.
Yeah.
Dave in
He's
your
having
name.
a great year.
You know what his big break was, right? Like when he first like broke onto the scene. You know what it was? It was that Elvis song, a little more,
a little less conversation, a little more action, please.
He remixed that. Yeah, he remixed that in like 2003 or something,
shit.
and it fucking blew up.
And the year before that, it was the year after that, was when he did the Michael Bublé Spider-Man theme that shows up in Spider-Man 2. He did the remix of that. So when you bought that song, it says Junkee XL remix. That's actually the first time I saw his name was because I got that Bublé album, and Junkee XL does a remix of all these Bublé songs.
All I know is I listened to his like Mad Max Fury Road soundtrack as my go-to like study or not or like work playlist or whatever.
He's gotten to the point where he's now like, I mean, him and Hans Zimmer are going to be like competing for shit now. I mean,
he did the first Deadpool movie. People, he did the first Deadpool movie. Yeah.
I mean, he's just like, because he just adds. I mean, as great as Hans Zimmer is, and as great as like you listen to his shit, and it's just like, wow, that's just like masterpiece after masterpiece. But I mean, there's like an edge that Junkee XL has. That little. I mean, I won't say guitar again. Whatever string instrument, electric. But I mean, like,
if you say like Michael Giacchino is like the heir to like Elfman, I know we'd trash on Elfman, but like as a like spiritual successor to today's equivalent of like what Elfman was doing a few decades ago, I'd say that I know Zimmer is still hot, but I would say that Junkee is very much like filling those shoes of.
And he's Hansel. Is that what you're saying? He's not Hansel yet.
He knows how to wear that certain kind of hat. Really,
He's also growing as a composer because sometimes a lot of his stuff still sounded like the synthesizer and the beat stuff. But then I remember the first time I was like, "Oh, he's growing past that terrible movie." But he did the soundtrack for The Dark Tower. Soundtrack's great. Movie was shit.
Movie was fucking horrible. Yeah.
Movie was horrible, and that's coming from a guy who spent the entire summer reading all 8.5 books to get ready for it. Disappointment. But
oh my god, and they had so much star power. I'm sorry.
I know Matthew McConaughey was cast perfectly as the Man in Black.
I give no qualms to the acting performances. They were all perfectly for that, but my god, what the fuck?
Like, what the fuck? But if you ignore the movie and you just listen to Hülkenberg's score for The Dark Tower,
it's great.
It was great, and two, it was the first time in his scores that he went away from kind of the rock dance beat synthesizer and it got more melodic to where he was kind of messing around with orchestras, and that was when I started going, oh, you're growing, you're evolving, you're trying some other stuff. And so it's been fun to kind of chart his scoring career to look at how he's grown. And I love he did Tomb Raider.
Yes.
That was really good. Yeah. Which, by the way, movie that needs to get more love because that Tomb Raider movie was fantastic.
Right? I mean, Alicia Vikander. I mean, my God.
Yeah.
I mean, I know qualms against the Angelina Jolie, at least the first one. The first one was good for her.
And Daniel Craig in it.
I mean, come on. I mean, he showed it was like, hey, there's our new James Bond right there. But the Vikander Tomb Raider. Is the sequel still happening, by the way? I don't even know if that's
who knows.
She's pregnant now.
Yeah, she got pregnant, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you lucky son of a bitch.
Fassbender was like, yeah.
God. But I was going to ask you. So, speaking of Fassbender,
he looked at her
and Magneto. Yeah. So I had threw this comment out, not publicly, but just privately. But I was like, it'd be funny if Nolan was, if Nolan was
during what privately,
yeah. If Nolan was really like serious about leaving WB. And out of spite for fucking WB, he went to Marvel and made their first X-Men film.
Fuck no, that's not gonna happen.
The X-Men.
No. Come on.
Man, I don't know.
Fuck off! Get out! Fucking out!
I don't even know if I would want him for X-Men.
Yeah, I know. I can't. No.
It depends.
I remember you saying that. For some reason, I thought you meant Snyder for whatever reason, because he was obviously in talks for X-Men a few times.
Yeah.
God, that'd be so fucking cool.
Yeah. Or at least Spider-Man, dude. Oh
my God.
Talk about a Spider-Man film. I wrote an article. I remember when I wrote it out.
But Snyder would delve into the thematic elements that make X-Men X-Men. You know,
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. We can't talk about that, Krypton. Sorry, because of a few people here haven't seen it. So,
did you guys talk about the whole Vision is Loki thing?
Oh, God.
You, Colbert.
Now you just put that in my head, man. No, don't even do that. That'd be crazy if that's the case.
It would make sense, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
No, I was just doing fake spoilers for Scott.
I know you are. You know,
Colbert, I'm smart enough to call bullshit.
Yeah.
That's different. I'm not someone on Twitter who sees a tweet and immediately is like, "Oh my God!"
I talked about that last year.
I'm trying.
Jeez.
I'm trying to work myself up to have the courage to tell you a real spoiler, thinking that you won't believe it. But
and you better believe that if you do it, I will pay Amanda whatever it takes to do things.
And not sound so bad. Okay.
Not those things. The other things.
We still talking about horse riding and shit, or what are we doing here? Yeah.
Meg knows. Meg knows.
I got you.
Hold on, man.
I was actually going to track here because of Krypton Cakes talk about WandaVision again.
No, I was gonna ask something to Meg. I wanted to get her thoughts on another thing, but I can't for the life of me remember it.
Just let Meg. I want Meg just to riff at this point.
I know, right?
Just Meg, just do it.
Hey, beatbox, Meg. Beatbox.
I don't know if I
No, don't fucking do that.
Would that be hilarious if she just like when
it's like that was my
she was like it's like it's like you can do like the clicking and everything and you just win at it. That would be amazing. It'd be the best vodka stream ever.
Oh my God.
Would it be? Sadly, I'm not.
It's fine. It's totally fine.
Dude, I was gonna ask something. It was about I think it was about DC too.
Go for it.
I don't remember. You'll figure it out.
God damn, kick him out.
I know. I should.
Get the fuck out.
But
you know that drop, like how that happens, right? In that fucking show. Like he's showing like this guy's like, oh, I could read now, and he just got eye surgery. He couldn't cry. He's like, oh, I know. It's that's an eye. And they're in the board. All of them are in the boardroom, like just fucking around. And he's like, "Oh, okay." So
now, Garth, I'm going to give you some credit here, though. Because I believe it's on HBO Max. You have intrigued me to no end to finally sit down and delve into Entourage, and I give you credit for that,
dude. I'm telling you, man, you're going to watch Entourage. Like they have a story arc where they get involved with Comic-Con and all that.
Oh yeah, Aquaman.
Literally,
I've heard the like
James Cameron.
It's in the culture. I've heard that. I've never seen the show.
Gonna watch it. You're gonna watch. You're gonna go, holy shit, because that was back in 2006. You're gonna go, that shit was still prevalent up until 2019. Before the pandemic, that shit was going on. Like these sites can make or break your movie. I mean, that's essentially what happened with Snyder.
I've seen clips, and I'm like, holy shit. These guys were ahead of their time.
And what's so funny is that
it was even before Marvel was huge. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I won't go too deep into it, but essentially the writer for one of these sites, he's like, he's there, he's asking these questions, and then he asks a certain question knowing that it's going to piss off Vince. And so Vince is the kind of guy, he's in the actor. He doesn't give a fuck. So he just walks out and the writer's like pissed. He's like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna bomb your movie. Then I'm gonna fucking make sure people know about your movie that it's gonna suck." And I'm like, dude, that's exactly how it just amplify it by 8 with Screen Rant and Collider.
Fired, Steven.
There's I think it's really fascinating being in like watching that industry develop, because I'm not sure when that show happened, and up until recently it was a lot more common, but there aren't as many like pinnacle individuals who on their own could like start a rumor or something. Like, there are a few, but like in the same way that could have been done in like 2008, no.
Okay. I have this. This is where my nerd shows. It's not always showing. Okay. There's oh my god, my nerd is always showing. Wait.
Where the fuck did Callum go, dude?
Yeah, dude, where the fuck did your kid go?
He's gone.
Well, we put him in that abyss where all of his other collectibles are off to the side of his chair.
With the other pops, with the other figurines.
He's just on the shelf.
Yeah. Callum on the shelf.
There you go.
No, I
go ahead.
Changed his diaper and put him in his crib. So there's a movie. It's old. It's got Burt Lancaster and Tony Curtis. Sweet Smell of Success.
I've heard of it, yes.
If you have not seen it, that is
have I?
That is the whole premise, because it's back in the 50s. Burt Lancaster plays a Walter Winchell, which I'm sorry if you're too young to know who Walter Winchell is, but a gossip columnist that by writing whatever he wants in the newspaper, fuck it, he can make or break you. And Tony Curtis plays this talent agent with a client, and it's just this war between the talent agent and the gossip columnist, which is a perfect analogy for that critic who can just make or break you. I mean, it's a classic film. It's Criterion Collection has it now. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, I think it's weirdly still relevant today.
By the way, did you guys, speaking of that, and it just made me reminded, have you guys seen Mank?
Yes.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yes.
Oh,
what?
Mank on
Netflix. Oh, no, not yet.
The Fincher film.
Holy shit, dude. Like, you know.
Okay. No.
Yeah,
I got kind of confused with the Michael J. Fox, The Secret to My Success. Yeah. I don't know why when I heard the title, I was like, wait, I haven't heard that. Oh, yeah. But I was thinking like a Michael J. Fox. Anyways, go ahead.
No. So Mank is about, it's fascinating the fact that they would even make this, but then it makes sense because there was a lot of stuff. Yeah, Mank. Oh, that's your movie that you're talking about.
That's my movie. Yeah, 1957.
So Mank is about the making of Citizen Kane, which at that time was fucking unheard of because you had a first-time director getting full creative control. He could do whatever the fuck he wanted, and he hires this writer who is, whatever. He writes this weird, kind of screenplay at the time. And he at first says he doesn't want to, take credit for it. And then all of a sudden he does take credit for it, but it's about like the biggest tycoon in the industry of metal or something like that.
I'm going to watch it.
He was a newspaper. It was Newspaper Man.
Newspaper, sorry. Yeah, Newspaper
right,
Man.
It's William Randolph. It's William Randolph Hearst, which if you watch Newsies is the character who's in war with Pulitzer. So if there's
really?
like a whole movie universe that you can follow the story.
Well, dude, you can almost follow that all the way into Inglourious Bastards because they bring them, they bring in Willie B. Mayer and how what's his name? Fucking German, the German guy. Fuck, why can I not? Not Landa. Fuck. One of the second in command. In Germany. Goebbels, there you go. He was kind of like he was trying to take over the film industry, in Inglourious Bastards.
The Minister of Propaganda, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
correct. There you go. That's it.
By the way, and since Mank is about the writing of Citizen Kane, then you should check out RKO 281,
I heard about it.
Which is an HBO movie about the making of Citizen Kane that has Liev Schreiber as Orson Welles, and then Marion Davies, who Amanda Seyfried plays in Mank, is played by Melanie Griffith in this movie.
Yeah, no, dude. Amanda Seyfried is amazing in that movie. So is Gary Coleman.
Of course.
Yeah, dude, he is like he loses himself in that fucking film, and then it made me want to watch Citizen Kane again. I was like, fuck, I gotta watch that movie again. And what's so funny is that, I mean, you can kind of tell, like, so he used, or at least Fincher did. I've never seen a lot of Fincher films. I've only seen Fight Club. So,
I love Fincher. So, like, Fincher was one of those first directors that when I started looking at his filmography, I went, "Fuck, I'm a Fincher fan," because I realized I
everything is gold.
Yeah. Well, I mean, except maybe Alien 3. But
but the director's cut is pretty good.
Yeah, and I've never seen Panic Room, but when I looked at everything else that Fincher had made, it was one of those things that I started looking at his movies, going, "Fuck, I love that movie. Fuck, I love that movie. Fuck, I love that movie." I guess I'm a Fincher fan. I did not realize this.
Oh no! And so what I appreciated with the only thing I wish you would have done with Mank would have been to have it in the 4:3 format, because it was widescreen.
I would have added to it, right? Just like how the Lighthouse.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen that yet, but yeah.
Oh my God, Garza. By the way, if you want some Fincher films to check out, Seven.
Yeah, I hear that one's good.
Oh, good.
You hear that one's good? Come on.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
Social Network,
of course. Right.
Zodiac.
That one's good too.
Zodiac. I'll tell you one that I really enjoyed was his adaptation of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
Actually,
that's a good one too.
Garza, if you knowing your obsession with like Terrio dialogue, watch The Social Network.
Seriously, yes, there's so much dialogue. It is so dialogue driven.
But that's Sorkin, right?
It's Sorkin.
Yeah, but I mean, also Eisenberg, I think, probably is why I feel like it reminds me of like Lex. But I mean, the stuff that comes out of like it's obvious that the character is like very inspired by the Social Network version of
and Gone Girl.
Watch The Lighthouse. Just saying.
Yeah, Gone Girl. I hear about Gone Girl with Ben Affleck. Yeah,
Gone Girl, of course. Yeah,
he's got a filmography that I've heard of that I just haven't had.
It's funny. Even I remember.
If you haven't seen The Game,
The Game is so great too. Yeah,
that's what Affleck's movie was supposed to be.
Right, Affleck's movie was supposed to be inspired by. Yeah,
with Fincher, I'm always like, oh yeah, no, Zodiac is great and Fight Club is great. Yeah, he's got a great filmography. And then you're like, Gone Girl. I'm like, that's right, Gone Girl was him. Seven was him. Like.
Yeah,
I could name like every Nolan film, and like Fincher always has like 5 of them that you're like amazing films that are just like not front of mind.
See, that's so weird. That's why, like, even when I watched, because I'm not familiar with his style, he made this film like it was a 40s film, like with the fade outs, with everything, even almost like
ratio is weird.
Yeah, the aspect ratio is the only thing that I thought. I wonder why he didn't do that, because they shot digitally. They didn't shoot on film, but you couldn't even. I'm not gonna be a snob and go, "Oh yeah, you could tell." Like fuck it, I could.
It's funny that he committed to the look, but wouldn't commit to film, because when he was shooting,
that's a Netflix thing. Netflix wants to go digital, but the point is that you can make digital. You can make, as much as people don't want to say, you can make digital look like film.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying as far as the look, not even so much as like if you're going through a lot of the like production techniques that they would have used, like the shooting film changes the way it's shot even, right?
Well, no, he shot it on a camera on a red eye or something, or whatever it is. I forgot what the camera was, but it was only a monochromatic camera. Like there is not a color print of that film.
Interesting.
Oh yeah,
and if you paid attention, they also put in the change reel marks.
Yeah. With he even put the sound effect on it too. So I mean, but that was what was so interesting to me when I watched that film, because I was like, not only does it feel like a classic film, he's got all the same kind of techniques that they used, and the fact that this is a monochromatic film, like this was filmed in, like, there is no color in it, so it was an 8K version, and that's why I think he decided to go digital too, is because he wanted to go that route. I just thought it was weird that it didn't go 4:3. I was like,
yeah.
I mean, they even did the audio track,
like The Lighthouse, which you need to see.
I know, but it was even the audio.
No, he hasn't seen The Lighthouse.
But the audio track is
literally it's cinema, man.
But the audio track on Mank is also, it's like a single track. It's surround sound, but it's all
mono.
Every audio, it's mono on every track, because that's what they used to do back then. And I'm like, why didn't you just fucking do the 4:3 then, man? You were that committed, right? I mean, it's like
you almost wonder. Yeah, I'm curious. That feels like one of those things where like they, not that I don't know if they would like audience test something like that. That's a weird, especially in the way they're committed to everything else.
Thing.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was like
because I mean, like when you look, I remember when I went and saw The Lighthouse in the movie theater. Remember when we used to do that? Remember? Yeah, 90s kids.
Oh, yeah,
remember.
wow.
Yeah. No, but I remember when
Pepper Fridge
the first frame showed up, and it was just like it was just literally like the bars on both sides were like, wow, this thing. But it just added so much to the actual movie. It
was a different experience seeing that movie in the theater. I'll have to.
Oh my God.
It was also weird seeing it like on a Thursday evening because
that's what I saw. I saw it on a Thursday night, walking out, going, "Holy shit!" I remember like walking around,
going up on a Thursday, huh?
Oh yeah, you know me.
I know this is a weird one to throw into this specific conversation. Did anyone in here see The Great and Powerful Oz? With James when that came out?
I watched
it to like color and I saw.
Did you see Rachel Weisz?
I think so.
That had Rachel Weisz in it too, right? Because I remember watching it specifically.
She was wasn't she?
She was one of the good witches.
The good witch. But Mila Kunis
that played with color and aspect ratio, but also it was really fascinating. It was one of the few movies that I remember specifically seeing in 3D because when it did like the smaller square screen that was like a I don't know, a Super 8 or maybe even older than that. Did like a camera that would have been like more suited for and it was like what do you call it? Like a diorama or something almost. It felt like with a giant black part, like you were looking through this little window on the screen with the way the 3D looked. I guess a diorama would be the opposite of what it is because that's like way wider. But I don't know. It was really cool.
Panorama?
No, not a panorama. I was thinking of like a what are those things they would make like in a shoebox that would be like a house?
You're right. Diorama. It is, yeah.
I guess I'm thinking of like I've been at like to some big ones.
Meg, did you ever see Citizen Kane? Ever seen that?
Yeah, let's switch back to like a good movie.
And I'm only saying that because there's something that happens, and the reason why is that like this movie was so different at the time. One, just the way it was framed and the way things. So like in BVS, you know how Bruce is always looking up at something he doesn't really understand. He's looking down at something that he is angry to, or he's always descending and he's always going down. And so in Citizen Kane, that's how he filmed it. Like you're always looking up at the main character and you're always looking down at some of the other characters because he's trying to.
Yeah, Orson Welles actually had jackhammers dig a hole in the floor so he could get the camera down far enough to get the angle to shoot up at him. Yeah.
And so like, and then also the entire premise of the film, it's like, okay, it's almost like in Man of Steel, like it's going flashbacks and it's showing you like about this life, but it's all because of something that happens in the film. And what's so funny about that is if you watch Mank, you understand that the reason for the premise of the movie is because of what happens in Mank and what it could relate to. There's I don't want to spoil it in case you ever do see it, but
basically just have a double feature of that, right?
Yeah, I know.
And I would say do a triple feater and throw in RKO, 281. Yeah.
I just saw Citizen Kane for the first time after HBO Max launched. Going through their classic collection. Obviously, I think that's
seriously. That was
my first time.
No, it was. I think it's safe to say Citizen Kane is like on everybody's list of shame.
Yes,
of course. Same with Godfather.
Not mine.
No, but I mean, I can start asking about books that you have but haven't read. But it's crazy how stylistically like out of its time it was. And like you don't white. Yeah, well, and it's crazy that like, you watch something like that and it feels like something that like I don't know, much more. I mean, I don't see many people do that type of cinematography or lighting outside of like Snyder or maybe like Rodriguez and like Sin City did some similar things. Obviously, like Sin City was like on weird thing to compare to Citizen Kane, but like just with the really, really stark lighting and angles, and it's crazy watching that movie. How like
it's not even that. Like even with the I think it took them a week. There's a scene in there where it's kind of doing a time lapse, but they're at the dinner table and it's like rotating. The camera's rotating. It took them like a week to do, and it's like. It's something so not simple, but you know what I mean? Like it's just the rotating of the camera. And it's like, those kind of shots, they weren't really done back then. And then you think about the way, because like in Mank, they're even talking like as he's writing the script, because that's what it's about. He's like, as they're reading it, he's like, this doesn't make any sense though. The script, like what's happening in the script? And it's like, what does this mean? Like, and we know about what this is, like who you're talking about, and the fact that you're talking about this person, and it doesn't make sense. Like, what? We don't get this film, and at the end of the day, what's his name? Forgetting his name. Fuck it.
Fincher.
The director. No, Citizen Kane. The director.
Orson Welles.
Orson Welles. Yeah. At the end of the day, he was like, I don't give a fuck what you care about, because I'm making this film my way.
Yeah,
and they won an Oscar. Well, Mank won an Oscar for it, but for writing it, he said that Orson Welles was about as much a part of it as he was when he was at the Oscar ceremony, and he wasn't at the Oscar ceremony. So, if that means anything, I don't know.
It's a crazy story, and I know people like to give the movie crap. But because I think it's one of those movies that everyone kind of holds in a high esteem, and then kind of maybe
like to Kill a Mockingbird of cinema.
Fuck it, I'm about to teach To Kill a Mockingbird next week, so you better watch your mouth.
I was about to say that's like in every like the first time I watched To Kill a Mockingbird was in an English class. We watched it after reading it. I'm about to say,
but I'll tell you this though. Like I watched Citizen Kane. I watched Casablanca. Which was also a great film.
Yeah. Fantastic film.
Yeah, the Maltese Falcon. I watched North by Northwest. Like, dude, all those films.
That's why I love HBO Max.
I think North by Northwest is one of my
I think that I have knocked more movies off of my list.
This turned into an HBO Max promo.
The Turner Classic Movie section is amazing.
You're right. Yeah. This shows you what they have in their library.
And by the way, and to tie this all together, Netflix on their reel, they're finally, because they bought it from 20th Century Fox / Walt Disney. Now that Walt Disney owned 20th Century Fox, they're finally going to show The Woman in the Window.
Yes.
With Amy. Finally, and the book is fantastic, but if you have not watched enough Hitchcock in your life, I don't feel like you're going to.
It's not going to resonate.
It's not going to resonate with you.
No, it won't.
Because when I read the premise for Woman in the Window,
it was very Hitchcockian.
It was Rear Window. It was Rear Window with Jimmy Stewart. And I was like, oh my god, it's a ripoff. And then you're reading the book and you're like, oh no, you're doing this on purpose, and you're hanging a lantern. Okay, I'm not ripping off.
With HBO Max, I want to see more. I want to see Vertigo and Psycho and what is it? Birds? Is that what it is?
The Birds.
The Birds. Yes. Those are 3 films that I want to see. And I just want to be able to stream them. I can't right now, but
I mean, Hitchcock was very ahead of his time. That's for sure.
Yeah, but. Yeah, I know someone said make this into an HBO Max promo, but genuinely, I've always loved Netflix but Amazon Prime actually. I've been, if you go browsing around, you'll find a lot of similar. I've always seen that.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but I find myself more on HBO Max than in anything.
Yeah, exactly. HBO Max has been I've taken so many things off my list from that.
Yeah, and even then with Batman the Animated Series, I'm like,
oh Jesus Christ! I mean, come on, I'm revisiting that, and the fact that they're going to do a sequel series. Oh my god!
I'm Bill Apprehend.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
I'm still apprehensive about that, and
after we talked about that was that last show a couple shows ago, I got the more I think about it, the more nervous I am, especially when
come on,
they
guys.
could do more tight.
Okay, shout
super-
out to my buddies over at DC on Screen who were talking about this, and I completely agree with what they said. If they can cover the time period between the new Batman Adventures and Batman Beyond, that would be a great, because there's like, if you go and watch Batman Beyond, they reference so many events.
Oh yeah.
That like, where did
it would be cool to do I don't want to see an adaptation because we've already seen it, but like their spin on like the Dark Knight Returns. Because you know how they would do that, they'd bring stuff in from the comics that was like, oh, this is kind of like that.
Or what if they did Red Sun or something?
They did something like that. They did Superman the animated series. They did an episode called Brave New World.
Really?
That was kind of like that.
By the way, every time I look at that, like if I think of the Justice League, I always think of those those stupid fucking, I don't know what they're called, the world hip hop or whatever, like where they overdub the words and they're talking shit. Like, hey Batman, you gonna let him what did he say? Batman, you gonna let him punk you or something like that? Hey, he said fuck Gotham.
You talk about what they did with like I'm the Juggernaut bitch.
No,
you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know, but I'm just thinking of the Justice League one when he's like, just leave me alone, all right? Booger face. He's talking to Martian Manhunter. And I'm like, dude.
This is probably too dated, but now I want to tell Dave to add I'm the Juggernaut bitch. Not the one from X3. I don't care. Not the one from X3, the one with the dubbing the animated series.
I know what you're talking about.
Good.
Is it the one I'm thinking of, like with they're like,
it was kind of like I don't know if it was the same people or not, but it was like that. There was G.I. Joe had all the dubs, and then but the one for like X-Men was like way funnier.
But it's just funny though, because they're like Martian Manhunter's like, making fun of Batman. He's like, yo, dude, he's talking shit about Superman, and he's like, you gonna let him clown on you, dude? He said, fuck Gotham. He's just like egging him on and shit, and obviously he's like, don't just tell me you're a rich dude in a suit, right? And he's like, ain't got no powers, man. You know what I was just laughing at too? TNT drama. That Twitter handle.
Oh my god, the Twitter.
Oh, I love it.
I don't know. Right. You know what? They asked. It was 13 hours ago. They said if we get 1,000 likes, we're gonna change our profile picture to Darth Maul. They fucking did, dude. Like literally, I just tweeted it. I'm like, this is the best fucking thing I've ever seen.
Yeah,
like,
who's ever running that? It's like,
Garza, I'm just gonna say I'm so happy you're finally catching up to Batman the Animated Series because Dave was talking about it on Film Junkee Live this week. And I'm sorry, you name any plot from that show, I can pull the episode title out of my ass.
I know.
Dude, that's what I love about the show. I mean, like when I was like talking about one of the like top, I would say the top 5 episodes is when Bruce Wayne goes undercover and he puts like, in his hair and he ends up like getting like amnesia and he ends up.
What it is? It's like the Paul Newman movie.
And I was like, oh yeah, like that's one of the best episodes because it's like it's not even like a Batman heavy episode. It's Bruce Wayne like strapped in this cabinet, and then I was like, "What is that called?" And Scott was like, "Oh, it's called The Forgotten." Oh yeah.
No. To be fair, somebody beat me to it first.
Yeah, that's true. Jose did beat you to it.
Jose beat me, but I had the Clock King one because that was Time Out of Joint. That was the one you were talking about.
Yeah, because I was talking about it when somebody asked me like, "What villain would you want to see?" Like, and I was like, if I was gonna do an obscure villain, I'd be like, the Clock King would be pretty insane to see like an actual. Heavy version. I'm like, hey, and Christopher Nolan can direct that because we know he's so good with time stuff, right, Garza?
Yeah, fuck in it. No, all I gotta say though is, like, I am curious. Like these criminals in this series, they just fucking pop up. Like, I'm like, Batman, you're not doing your job, dude. Like, how do you not know of all these fucking criminals? I'm thinking of plot, and I'm going, all right, well, Joker gets sent to Arkham, with Harley. I'm like, what? They got to obviously break out, right? Because I got to the episode. No, I got to the episode. I got to the episode where Two-Face is dating, or not dating, but he's like hooked up with Pamela Isley.
Yes.
And so I was thinking, I was like, oh shit, he's dating her whenever he turns into Two-Face. But no, I didn't.
No,
yet.
no.
Not
There's
yet.
there's an amazing two-parter in your future.
Yeah,
for
I know.
that.
Yeah, when it comes to Two-Face, that's one of the best episodes right there.
Well, I just like that it's like that's why I was saying, like, well, what about, I was thinking like Pamela Isley, Poison Ivy is going to be able to control plants, not shoot a fucking, not be Hawkman or Hawkeye. You know what I mean?
Well, the
Like,
best part about that show, though, is that it would introduce characters before they became the characters you recognize them as.
Oh yeah, Clayface is one of the good ones.
Oh yeah, no, I watched that too. Yeah,
but no, like Barbara Gordon shows up for like 3 or 4 episodes before she ever becomes Batgirl.
You know what's great about what like Dick Grayson too is like all of a sudden like Robin shows up in like some episodes. You're like, why is Robin all of a sudden here? And then all of a sudden they do a backstory and it's fantastic. You know, when you see like how he becomes Robin, it's like I love the fact
that one won an Emmy. Robin's Reckoning Part 1. That one,
fucking A, dude.
Oh man, that won an Emmy. Heart of Ice won an Emmy. I mean, you're talking about animated shows winning Emmys for writing. That should.
It's just
anytime I talk about, hey, do a Mr. Freeze like origin, I'm like, this reference Batman the Animated Series.
What sucks though? What sucks though is that Harley Quinn is unfortunately spoiled the fuck out of me. Because when I was watching that Heart of Ice one, I was like, God damn, all I could think of is Alfred Molina and his like prophetic fucking language and speaking and all his, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Alfred Molina, Mr. Freeze, and Harley Quinn.
I get it. I get the correlation. Yeah.
Well, no, I know that, but you know what I'm talking, like how he talks.
Yeah.
I was just making sure. I was like, well, fuck, do y'all not know?
No.
So when I was watching this one, I was like, because he talks so monotone.
And that was exactly his direction from Andrea Romano, who.
Oh, really?
Oh, Adriana Romano, who was the casting director and the voice director for that series. I mean, when that woman retired, it was a sad day because it was like, because Michael Ansaria is the actor who played Mr. Freeze. And all she kept on saying was too much emotion. Too much emotion. Too much emotion. And then they got him to talk like this.
So perfect.
And that's another thing that makes me so nervous about a reboot, sequel, not a reboot, but a sequel series.
The same people.
Well, because so many of them have died. Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., who played Alfred, has passed away. Bob Hastings, who played Commissioner Gordon, has passed away. Michael Ansaria, they wouldn't bring back Mr. Freeze because if you watch the series, they've already explained. There's an explanation for.
I'll fucking say something about WandaVision, okay? If you do that,
I'm not spoiling.
I'm just
thing
kidding. I wouldn't.
Don't. Hey, come on.
I know you wouldn't.
But so many people who were these iconic characters, particularly Alfred and Commissioner Gordon, they've already passed away, and I wouldn't even want to sound alike. I'm just like, just write episodes that don't have those characters in it. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you can write those episodes like in between the last season and Batman Beyond, you could have Alfred already
dead.
Yeah. And you could have Commissioner Gordon already dead. You could set it in a time period, because I just like don't go there. Just don't write those characters.
Just don't.
They got to bring back Hamill though, and Conway.
Well, of course they're gonna bring back Hamill. They have to, but.
Yeah. Like hearing his giggle, dude, is so fucking hilarious.
He wasn't the original actor cast.
Oh no, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't do the original voice. Yeah,
it was Tim Curry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like in the first one,
crazy, right?
Like Hamill is the voice in all the episodes, but they cast Tim Curry first. It didn't work out, so Hamill came in and redid the dialogue.
Hamill did a voice for like another character.
He was the bad guy in the Heart of Ice episode. He's the corporate executives who caused Mr. Freeze's accident.
Yeah, he played that guy. Yeah,
he played that guy.
You know what's funny? When I rewatched that episode, I'm like, damn, the security footage really cuts to like a fucking like an establishing shot of the character, and it goes back. I was like laughing because it literally plays out like a movie, even though it's supposed to be security footage. That
I know. I was like watching. They got some cutscenes. Who's editing that fucking security?
And it's still great. But I'm like, man, it's supposed to be security footage, and they're like doing like full on like, hey, let's get a coverage shot of this character.
Yeah, wide shot.
it keeps cutting back and forth. It was
there's a dolly track too. No.
Yeah.
Well, that episode also has one of the funny things because one of the amazing things about Batman the Animated Series was how much Dini and Tim and Burnett and all of them fought with standards and practices for like every episode because of what they were trying to get away with on a kid's cartoon.
Oh, I'm sure.
And Heart of Ice is one of those episodes because there's one of those commercial breaks where Mr. Freeze points his gun directly at the camera.
The camera goes.
Right. And they had to fight standards and practices because they had a character shooting a gun at the camera.
Wow.
And the only way they got away with it was they argued, well, it's a freeze gun. You can't actually do that. That's actually the reason that the Tommy guns are used because it wasn't going to be, quote, reproducible violence.
Oh,
the amount of fighting they did with standards and practices and the creativity they did to go as dark as they did in that show for an after-school kids cartoon is amazing because they found ways to circumvent the rules of the censors.
That's crazy because like when I think about that, I think about like X-Men the Animated Series giving everyone energy weapons in order to avoid
instead of bullets.
And it really resulted in that kind of weird futuristic modern, like where some stuff is like way more advanced than other stuff. That's in the comics a little bit too, but and so it's really funny that X-Men or that Batman the Animated Series was like, no, we're just gonna like make them let us use guns. But with them, it was a little bit different because the Tommy guns gave it like a retro noir kind of feeling. I like took it backwards instead of forwards.
Right.
Like,
because the idea was that you wouldn't be able to get your hands on a Tommy gun, so they could get away with it. But then it also led to that cool sort of, weird what they call the dark deco, where you're like, where the fuck is this? Because they're in Studebakers and wearing 3-piece suits and have Tommy guns, but we have computers, but they have black and white screens.
That's what I love about the series. Is like you can't pinpoint like, wait, is this like back in the past or is this like now? Because there's literally there's like a two-parter where robots are created with
Heart of Steel Part 1 and Part 2.
Yes. Hardak, or whatever the hell his name was, right?
That's also my favorite gag in the show because the creator of Hardak is called Dr. Rossum, which is a reference to Rossum Universal's Robots, which is the first time the word robot was ever used, but it's voiced by William Sanderson, who was the programmer of the replicants in Blade Runner.
Oh, wow. Jeez. Look at
I
that,
just took
man.
you down a rabbit hole you weren't even prepared
Apparently, jeez, man. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I love you, Scott. This is why I love the fact you got all the facts, you got everything, all the behind the scenes stuff. But right now, guys, we're gonna dive into the video questions from the patrons. And when it came to last week, I forgot to show Neil. We all know Neil, Mr. Irregular Neil.
Oh my God! What is he?
How was he surprised there wasn't one last week from him?
I know there was
ripping out on this one.
Yeah, but this is a little different. It's going to be a little different setting, but this is the question he has for us. So here we go.
Hey Dave, hey Vodka Stream Panel, how you guys doing? You're noticing I'm not in my cave tonight. The Fortress of Solitude. We're here in an empty parking lot, not far from where I live. So where I wanted to take us on location tonight is, unfortunately, Cinenopolis that has been closed now for the entire pandemic, almost about a year. So tonight's question is going to be directed at what movie or movies do you think that theaters are going to be able to have to get asses back in the seats? Or what kind of spectacle can they come up with to even do that? Anyway, guys, cheers and have a good night.
All right. So that's a question about like how theaters can get back into it after being closed for over a year.
I need to know who he's paying to hold his camera for him.
I think it's his girlfriend. I think that's what it is.
Like, let's go to a movie theater parking lot. Like,
imagine seeing that. Like you're just driving through the parking lot.
Well, I think to
Awesome.
Neil's
Yeah.
point, it's kind of like what Kelly brought up in the interview is every location is different. Like,
Yeah.
like I've been probably of the panelists, I've been the most fortunate that my movie theaters opened up back in August. So if there's been a movie that I wanted to go see, I've seen it.
Yeah, but when it comes to me, I live in Southern California, like an hour and change out of LA. Everything's closed.
Right.
And when I saw Tenet, I had to drive to San Diego, which was like an hour and 40 minutes away. Yeah, I know. That's what. Yeah. And you're right. What Kelly Hu said was like, yeah, it's different in different locations, and it's like, but when it comes to like when everything can start opening up again, I mean, I don't know. I have so many. I
feel like it's less about a particular movie. Nothing this year, I don't think, is like. I mean, there's good stuff, but there's no like singular must see over everything else.
Yeah.
And I feel like honestly, people are more interested in like the theatrical experience itself being kind of improved or revamped than they are looking for a particular movie to be available on the screen in order to like they've gotten comfortable seeing theatrical quality releases at home, and they're like, why do I need to?
But the question I can ask you is like, what would the theaters have to do to get butts back into the seats? Like when we see a commercial on TV, would they have to mention like, hey, we retrofitted all our theaters with these filters that will filter out the COVID? Because you know what? I mean, let's face facts. All of the companies that have disinfectants, wipies, whatever, what do they say in all their commercials now? Yeah, this will fight COVID. And everybody goes, yay, I'm going to go buy that the next time I'm at the grocery store because it kills COVID. So you really have to like, I don't know if they have to do.
You watch TV commercials?
Yeah.
I don't know what this is.
I still do. You know what? Hey, Scott, as much as like TV commercials are annoying, they really show where we are nowadays.
Yeah,
you can really like sit there and be like, hey, how are companies selling their products? I actually kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan of commercials.
I'm not saying I'm not a fan. I'm just saying I literally, the way I consume media, I don't watch commercials.
I still have YouTube TV. I so I still kind of sit there and even though like Pluto TV I had for a little bit because it was free, and like commercials that I had, like when it came to like Clorox or like some kind of disinfectant like product, their main thing was like it can kill COVID, and I was like, oh yeah, that's how they're selling it to people because it kills that ugly virus that is fucking everything up right now. So, and then I'm just kind of wondering like if movie theaters want to really get back into it, are they going to have to have commercials on cable TV to be like, hey, we put all these filters in here that will, filter out all the bad stuff, the COVID, the influenza, and even herpes. You won't get herpes when you come in here. I swear to God. And we'll clean the floors. It won't be sticky anymore when you
and that's something I have to say. And I guess that's got to be word of mouth because I've said this before in other Vodka streams. When I've gone to the theater, I have never seen the theaters.
Oh, they're so clean.
Cleaner.
They're going to have to do that. That's the thing. It's like they're going to have to like be very creative and be like, hey, we wipe off all this stuff. We literally go in here and like, oh yeah. And by the way, every time there's a movie that's shown, we burn the fucking seats and replace them with new seats. It's going to have to go. I don't know how extreme they're going to have to go. I know I'm over.
I mean, I might be maybe a more unique in this. I don't want to say I'm not.
Oh, Colbert, you're never unique. What are you talking about?
I don't know that. Well, I said
breaking news. Water wet.
Not that I'm not unconcerned with safety, but it's not like I'm not sitting at home like scared of getting COVID at the theater, and I would be there if it weren't for COVID. I feel like I don't know. I can't even say exactly what they need to change. I feel like if honestly, if it was just I don't know if it's the money or what, but that their best bet is going to be like selling weekly or not weekly, but monthly passes or something instead of individual tickets, or I don't know.
It's kind of like what I have with AMC because I do the A-list subscription.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something that I think film goers, because they've taken so long off of the theaters, and they're like, oh, I can see like pretty new, if not like theatrically intended releases on streaming, and it's not that bad. I mean, I'm sure some people are watching like on their phone or their laptop maybe, and it's not as great, but like I've got a big enough TV, and I saw Wonder Woman 1984 on it, and I would have seen it in the theater normally, and I wish that I had the opportunity to see it in the theater, but also I'm not like mad that I didn't, and I was, I didn't look around even to see like, oh, where can I see it? Like I watched it on streaming, and it was fine, and for what it was, and then I watched it again because of that. And I think that kind of, once again, this is just my purchasing experience, and I know Scott is more religious about going to the theater. I feel like unless they get people to like commit to, well, I've got 3 more punch-outs on my card to use this month or something, they're not going to get people to like feel compelled to go unless there's I don't know, Matrix maybe is the best shot this year at filling seats like that, or like Dune, definitely not. No, I feel like Matrix 4 is probably the number one.
Oh yeah,
Bond has a pretty good shot.
Bond was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Well, because damn it, I should have seen this movie a year ago.
Obviously, Marvel,
Black Widow. Whenever
have
that
a way of
comes
filling
out.
seats. I'm very curious to see what happens with Black Widow, because there's a part of me that suspects, with how long it's been delayed, that like I can kind of see people like in the post-pandemic, like that's a movie that it's like Ant-Man. I feel like where it's going to either gross $500 million, or there's a little bit of a pandemic and people are like, yeah, no, I don't need to see that.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way. Here in Austin, like it's very liberal. Like let's put it this way. I've had titties in my face, during this pandemic. So it's not, and I've been 100% fine, knock on wood. So
meanwhile, I'm over in California and I got COVID without getting titties in my face. Okay, cool.
It's that weird. Like I actually wanted to ask you, like, how the fuck do you think that happened? Like, what are you doing, dude?
What am I?
You're not wearing masks? Yeah.
No, I do. Dude, hey, I everywhere I go, I wear a mask. Don't matter what, I do my shit, and guess what? Still fucking got it. Family still fucking got it. What does that tell you?
I don't know, man. Get some titties in your face. I don't know.
Yeah, dude.
Right.
Now I just want to hear what Meg has to say after.
I know.
No.
I'm just like now.
Meg's
Meg.
Titties, movies.
I know. But no. But what I was gonna say,
I know. Like Meg, have you ever gone to the movies and got titties in your face as well?
Well, no. I was
Well,
reading
there
a
was one
point.
time.
Yeah.
I'm all ears, Meg. I'm all ears.
So my whole point, though, is that like, sure, I went there, and it just happened to be my birthday and a couple other times. So what? I mean, it was like special occasions, which is my whole point. If these movies, I mean, at the end of the day, are they? Unless you are fully, I need that theater experience. What the fuck are you gonna do to get you to come out to the movie, right? Like, are you gonna go? Well,
but that's why I said like they're gonna have to have marketing that shows them like oh, we got these filters in here.
Well, it's not even that.
And we'll like clean everything.
Well, I don't think most people. I don't get the impression that most people are sitting at home like terrified of getting COVID at the movie theater.
I don't. And that was my whole point.
I think a lot of people are just kind of lukewarm on being there in the first place.
Say that.
I know some people are, but I feel like people were like lukewarm on the theater in the first place, and now are just kind of all they needed was a little bit of a breeze to push them off the fence.
But here's the thing, though. Like, unless you're going, all right, well, you come to the movies, and because you're one of our members at the movies, you get, it's open bar or a limit, but you know what I mean, though. Like,
but even Michigan's theaters have been open forever, like since.
So have ours. Yeah, ours has been open.
But like they didn't have concessions, they didn't have a bar. It's just literally you went in and you watched a movie and then you left. So like I saw Wonder Woman 84. Yeah, it fucking sucked. Like I saw Wonder Woman 84.
They don't make a profit on like the.
It was very strange. So I watched it and it was like, okay, yeah, it was cool that I got to see it in the theater, but there was really no perk to seeing it in the theater. I could have just stayed home with my family and watched it and had snacks and shit there.
See, that's now you know how to like, you need to have something that
What did you say?
I risked my life to go see that shitty fucking film Tenet when I could
Oh,
have just watched
fuck off.
Oh, Jesus.
No, but
Blah, blah, blah. Fake fucking fucks.
God,
No,
I
but
love
like,
that.
theaters opened here to see Tenet, and then they
That was my
closed
favorite
again
drop
for
out of
Wonder
that whole thing you sent me, Garza, by the way.
Sweet.
And then they opened up again for Wonder Woman 84, and it was totally different because back when Tenet was open, like we had the concessions, we had the bar, everything.
Yeah.
But
See, Scott,
Wonder Woman 84, we didn't have anything.
And what I was saying, Scott, is unless they say, okay, well, if you're a member, right, for a certain amount per month, and you can come and watch a movie, but with this movie, you also get like perks, or you could pay for the tickets without being a member, but you get open bar or a certain amount of drinks and concessions, all complimentary with your ticket. Because, I mean, you're going to need to draw attention. You're not going to tell me that, okay, yeah, come to the movies, risk COVID, or just watch it at home, because they keep delaying these movies. Dude, I want to watch Kingsman. I want to watch Bond. I want to watch all these films. They keep getting pushed back.
You know what?
Yeah,
And I think the point is that, like, at least what I'm saying, it's not even, I don't even think it's a risk COVID issue. I think it's just if I can watch these movies at home, most people are perfectly fine.
Yeah.
They just want to consume the movie.
Correct.
I'm one of those weird, I'm not even a snob. It's just like, I like going to the movies at a theater.
A lot of people
I think part of the point is, and like theaters have been losing audiences year over year over year. You know, even when there's nothing, even when the box office is better than the last year, they're selling fewer tickets because like ticket prices on average are going up. So like ticket prices are going up, viewership is going down, and I think a lot of it. I mean, there's competition with streaming, but also I think there's a ton of stuff that like just makes more sense for streaming. That's not an insult. That's just saying that there's a lot of stuff.
Like the Boys.
Well, like,
you're not going to go see that. You're not going to get a Boys, film and go, yeah, we're having the Boys film and that's it. You know what I mean? Like, no, you don't do a film out of that.
But there's also movies that like the theatrical experience doesn't quote add to the viewing of the film. So like a couple of weeks ago, there's been a couple of movies that have come out like in the last month or two that just because of family reasons and screening times, I haven't been able to, like, I would go see it in the theater if I could, but damn it, it just hasn't worked out. But yet I've waited so long to see the movie that now they've become available for like these $19.99 48-day rentals. And okay, I'll cave and I'll pay $19.99 to watch it at home because damn it, at least I know I can make this movie watching it on my iTunes, Apple TV, than trying to get to the theater. So like about a couple of weeks ago, I remember my wife and I rented the new Hilary Swank movie Fatale. And it was like, cool. I wanted to see that in theaters, but it never worked out. So I dropped $19.99.
Would you have watched Mank in the theaters?
Yeah, I would have.
Really?
But yeah, dude, I am so not the person to ask because I will watch
everything
in the theater.
I'm like that too.
Yeah, give me the option.
It's weird that I stopped being this way after I started. Like,
What?
I said, would you watch Justice League again?
Oh, come on. Jesus Christ, dude.
You serious?
Oh man, come on!
Funny because
I'm so glad that he's back as J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah,
it's so perfect. I mean, I had to get that drop. I was like, yeah, I have to get that.
Okay,
right. I mean, it's a long drop, but it's so perfect.
Culver's trying to say something.
Okay, sorry. Yeah,
let me talk for once.
How about no?
It's I don't even remember now. It's not as I stopped doing this. I feel like when I started like actually following movie news more seriously and paying attention to releases. But before I ever like knew what was coming out for like the next year, even I would just go to the movies every weekend. It was just whatever was the thing that weekend.
Yes.
every single week. I find movie ticket stubs sometimes like I don't even remember what this thing was. I found I think it was The Campaign.
Oh God,
The Campaign with
that was
Will
a
Ferrell.
movie. Come on.
But
Talk about movie stubs. I have tickets for Click. Okay. Remember that fucking movie? Click with Adam Sandler. I went to the theater to see that.
The remote movie. Oh God.
Yeah.
Movie. Yeah, Adam Sandler. Click.
Oh, come on.
So yes, I have all these ticket stubs from movies that I was like, wow, I can't believe I went to go fucking see that.
No, I will tell you this though. What really made me like every other, if not every week and every other week, was when I became an AMC knew what they were doing when they did the A-list thing, where it's like I pay $20 a month and I can see 3 movies a week. I figured out in my head, if I just see 2 movies a month, I'm already saving money.
Do the math.
So then it became kind of going back to what Garza was asking me. He was like, would you see this movie in the theater? It got to the point that with my A-list subscription, if I even had a passing interest in the movie, I would go see it because I wasn't out any extra money. So why not?
Every week it was just like, it was like, oh, what movie do I want to see? Like, there's this. Oh, yeah, I don't know if I want to go to the movie this week, but I always would force myself, pick the one that sounds like the most. I mean, especially in January. I mean, it was always like, hey, which one do I want to see? That's going to be, this one. You know what? If I'm not going to enjoy it, it's going to be a pleasurable disaster, and I could fucking just like, let's just rip into it.
Well, think about last January, like December, like late December 2019, early January 2020. I can remember literally within 3 days. I remember I saw Uncut Gems and Little Women. Like,
oh my God,
yeah,
those are two like polar like differences.
But you know what? Both of them fantastic movies.
Uncut Gems gave me anxiety when I watched it, and that's what's so great about it.
I had 2 drinks thanks to the bar.
Oh my God! I watched that thing sober. I watched it sober, and I was like,
a heart attack.
Anxiety right now. I was fucking like, I need a fucking cigarette after this.
Yeah,
it's like,
I mean, after I saw it, I tweeted. So that's what a heart attack feels like.
Oh my God, dude! I had like just straight up anxiety through that.
Those Safdies. Did you see what's the other one they did with Pattinson?
Good Times.
Good Times. You see Good Times?
Oh yeah,
another one. Heard about it.
Not
so
as
good.
It's not
another
as,
one that'll give you an anxiety too.
Yeah, not as anxious as not nearly as anxious as Uncut Gems, but still very, very, because it's the whole time. It's about like you're like it's like a horror movie, but not
no horror.
But in the same way where you're like, why are you doing that? Stop. Why are you in their house? Don't go in their house. Get out of their house. You're like to be in the house. Get out of the house.
You're like, what the?
This would be a good time to go home. Like, just go home. Like, why?
You're like,
that's not what I would do.
Don't have another drink. In the car. What are you doing? Like,
so, like, Scott, did you ever see? Thought about going to the theaters. The Ugly Truth.
Oh God, fuck
that. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I went to go see that in the theaters. I paid money to go see that. Okay.
Yeah, okay, hold on. You were trying to get laid, right? You tell me you were trying to get laid.
No, I'm pretty sure it was with a girl, like a girl I was dating, so I didn't have to try.
Okay, so there you go. No.
Yeah, but still, I mean, though, like
movie,
I went to go see that in theaters, dude. You know what I mean? Like,
I think that's not.
I have seen this movie, but we watched it on TV.
Wow. So imagine like going. Good. Like, yeah, it's not good, but imagine like that movie getting released now, or not now, but non-pandemic, like in theater. It'd fucking flop. Like, be like, we're not gonna make a movie about that.
But that's the interesting thing about the movies that are getting released in theaters right now is they're movies that if the other blockbusters were around, they wouldn't have a fucking chance. Like, I'm thinking about movies that are now being available to buy. That, like, I'm thinking about things like Let Him Go with Diane Lane and Kevin Costner. Or movies like Fatal, or this Tom Hanks movie I want to see. News.
Oh yeah. What about this new Denzel Washington one with The Little Things?
The Little Things.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, I am down for that movie.
Oh man, Leto. Ooh.
But these are movies that
right, Meg? Right, Leto,
Yes,
looking all gross. Yeah, right.
But these are movies
They're
that
still
would
hot,
never have gotten a chance. Like when I saw Let Him Go, I saw it in the AMC Prime Theater, which is not IMAX, but is the premium theater. But literally, they showed it in the premium theater because they had nothing else to show there. So, which by the way is available to buy on digital and will be available on Blu-ray and DVD, I think next week. If you've not seen Let Him Go, great movie with Diane Lane and Kevin Costner. Do yourself a favor and check it out. But
hey, come on, it's Martha and Jonathan.
Oh my god! And boy, did they
I almost said Wayne. Shit.
I know you're saying Wayne. I was like, what?
I was like, whoa,
If
Jesus Christ!
Why did you say my name?
No, Zach had his way and made her the witness protection.
Oh my god! Imagine.
It's rare that he says something. I'm like, don't do that. And that's the Diane or the Martha Kent being Martha Wayne in witness protection. I'm like, no, please, I don't. We don't need to explore that.
We don't need that.
But I think that's been the weird thing is that these are the movies that Universal and Lionsgate, they don't have a streaming service to dump their movies on, so they're just going ahead and fuck it, we're just going to release it and we'll get what we
but
have.
that's also because no, really, they keep pushing other movies back. You know
Well, no,
what I mean?
but there's a lot of smaller stuff though that I think maybe gets a little bit in theaters because it wasn't going to get a huge theatrical anyway. But then also, I don't know, maybe it's they're just doing that out of obligation so they don't violate their contract. So they're like, look, there's no route to VOD without going through bombing theatrically first because we contractually agreed with the distributors to put it in theaters for however many weeks.
Well, okay, that's interesting because News of the World with Tom Hanks, I think that's a Universal film. It came out on Christmas Day and it just became available for that $19.99 VOD rental last week.
Oh, you know what just came out? Tax Collector on Hulu just came available.
Tax Collector?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Me either.
David Ayers. Yeah, I haven't seen it. So I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it's decent, but I just wish there was.
It's decent. I paid for it.
Yeah.
I own it.
I don't think Shia LaBeouf's chest tattoo was worth it because
Well, I know that.
it's
But because I have Hulu, I don't have to worry about paying for it.
There you go.
All right, we got another Patreon video submission from William Powell. So let's get to this one right here. Here we go.
Hey, Junkee panel. At what point do you think that people who've invested a lot of time following the DCEU will pretty much start losing steam and excitement for what's coming up next, given these CW rumors and everything Ahmad is trying to do?
Okay, so that lovely CW rumor where it's like, hey, we don't know what we're doing here. Berlanti, you know what you're doing, right? I mean,
I think they have reached that point already, right? Are any of the people that are pretending to be excited about this actually hyped about it? I saw some people who
see Meg. Yeah, what do you?
I don't like it.
I want to hear Meg talk. Meg,
everybody wants to hear Meg talk.
No, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't watch the CW, so. But that's the reason why I don't watch the CW.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say it'd be funny if Dave had the drop from Family Guy. Star Wars is like, shut up, Meg.
Shut up, Meg. Yeah,
never heard that one before.
Yeah, I know. That's a little too obvious, right there.
Yeah.
How about no?
No, I mean, it doesn't make me very excited for anything in the future, really. I mean, I don't watch the CW I used to the first few seasons of the shows, the first season of Supergirl, The Flash, Green Arrow. Those were good, but I have no interest in them anymore, and I have no interest in them going with the DCEU at all.
Well, even though Superman and Lois, I mean, let's face facts. I mean, you watch that trailer, you go, wait a minute.
It made me pay attention. I'll admit that. Yes.
I was like, wait a minute. Okay, you guys kind of flipped it a little bit here. What's going on with that?
By the way, you pronounce his last name Hecklin. Just Dave.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's
Hecklin?
how you pronounce his last name.
I always say Hoechlin. I always say
It's
Hoagland.
It's heckling.
I don't know if I've ever said it out loud, but in my head it's Hoagland.
This is why I have you on here, Scott. The only reason. No other reason.
There's a glossary in the
I
back.
pronounce things for you.
Okay, so it is heckling. Okay, I thought it was
heckling.
Hoagland. I'm sitting there going, Tyler Hoagland. Yeah. Okay, so it's heckling. Okay,
it's heckling. It's easy because the way you feel about it is like, what the heck? It's heckling. Yes.
I saw a tweet. Oh, sorry. What?
Jeez.
I was just gonna laugh. I was gonna laugh because I saw this tweet. I was like, imagine yelling at Superman, going, "I know Superman. You're not him," and he removes his glasses. Like, how would you feel?
I saw that too.
Oh man, I don't even. Mr. Hecklin. I just can't. I don't know. I can't get into. I mean, as much as like that trailer,
There's nothing about him that screams Superman at all.
I think that's what everybody wants in their Superman.
Thing. Not one thing.
That's what everybody wants. The like, he's the shoot, what's her name from Twilight? Kristen Stewart. Yeah. It's the Kristen Stewart syndrome where it's like if you're bland enough, you're a protagonist that people will project themselves onto and like you because of it. And I think that's what everyone wants in their Superman is like this, like he kind of looks enough like him that they can just, he's what I want him to be, as opposed to being angled in a direction that makes them.
Well, see, what's weird to me though is that
I will say after taking a slight dig at Kristen Stewart, I will say that Underwater or whatever it was called that she was just
Underwater, which now on HBO
was actually really good.
Kristen Stewart slander, I might leave.
I know how Meg feels.
I think
I think she's very talented, but I think that there was a time in her career where I think
okay, someone didn't watch Charlie's Angels though. Did you watch Charlie's Angels? Okay.
I did.
She was probably the only.
She was the only good part of Charlie's Angels.
No, I don't even know about that. Because I think they were trying to make her like this, like the fucking comedic like presence in that movie, and it really didn't work. Nothing about that movie really worked.
Hot.
Yeah, she was hot as fuck. Yeah, no, I'll give you that. For some reason, like that was the hottest I've ever seen Kristen Stewart in Charlie's Angels. Yeah, I'll give you that. But they were trying to make her also the comedic presence.
Yeah, that was weird because
you have to make somebody else the comedic. They should have made what's her name, Dominique. What's Jasmine? What's her name?
Naomi Scott.
Why did I say Dominique? I'm totally off.
Are we answering the question or what are we doing?
No, hey,
calm down.
Hey, we're going off on a little tangent here. This is what happens on
squirrel.
Yeah. Geez.
That's a drop you need from Up. You need the squirrel.
Yeah. I should. I definitely should get that. But yeah. So, anyways, going back to Underwater. Yeah, decent movie, but but where it led to, I was kind of like, man, I don't know why. I almost wanted it to be a Cloverfield movie. I think everybody kind of suspected that, but it was like, I don't know. I liked it, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't like it as much as you did, Stephen. But it was still pretty decent. But where were we going with this?
I was going to answer a question that was asked to me. That's what I was going to go.
The idea of excitement for honestly, to answer William's question, I think.
Oh yeah.
Except for Zack Snyder's Justice League, I don't really think there is any real hype for, quote, the DCEU movies. I think what's happened is now we're back to the section where we're hyped for individual movies that appeal to us.
Well, if you think about DC fandom, as much as we would wish that Zack Snyder's Justice League was like it was
Robert Pattinson.
It was the Batman. It was the Batman. It was. I mean, everybody freaked out about that trailer. Everybody was like, "Holy shit! Look at that! Look at that! Like what we saw." So, I mean,
well, this is what I was going to say. So, for somebody that doesn't watch the CW, because I don't, and I've never been interested in it. I've never been a fan of Superman either until Man of Steel. And so when you think about that, I mean, at the end of the day, Warner Brothers, and I say Warner Brothers, they fucked themselves over by doing what they've done because nobody's sitting there asking about Birds of Prey to continue, and nobody's asking for Shazam 2. Who gives a fuck about Shazam 2 is what people are probably thinking, right?
Well, it's going to get to the point where Billy Batson goes, Shazam.
Yeah, right? And so
deep voice. I mean, he's like 25 years old now.
And even look at Aquaman, like everybody's asking about Zack Snyder's stuff. Nobody's going, what about James Wan? What about David F. Sandberg? Like, you know what I mean? And so everybody's also going, oh, but Matt Reeves. And so they've kind of split themselves off to where they can only either go the Matt Reeves Batman world and just create a Bat universe, or have to continue Zack Snyder's Justice League and somehow or another get the other directors to play in his sandbox, which I don't think he gives a fuck about. You know what I mean? Like, unless you tell James Wan, hey, Wan, I mean, you could do whatever you want to do, but I think the smarter decision is to try to piggyback off of Zack.
Every opportunity Zack has gotten, though, he's been like, oh no, we're separate to those now. He's like, no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing we're separate because it doesn't hold us accountable to them. And he's actually like pushed the other canon away more than he's like brought together.
Which is probably and probably because he knows that in his Justice League, you know what? Arthur's gonna go get his suit from the dead king. You know what I mean? And so he's like, yeah, it doesn't have to be in the same world as Aquaman, and that's great. And you know what? My Wonder Woman she doesn't have a fucking 80s movie. I'm sorry. And so
but I think we also have to sometimes as fans step back and also understand there's a difference between us, the freaking hardcore ones, and the
blasphemy. Scott, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm also talking about the people who I talk to every day in my real job who don't have a fucking clue about anything.
Oh, man.
I'm not even talking about the children, man. I'm not even talking about. Don't even get me started on the children. But I'm talking about like the other adults who don't have a fucking clue what we're talking about. And I always use people who like watch these movies. Like I think about like my mother-in-law or my dad or people who I talk to and go, they'd be interested, but they aren't like, they're not the ones that were like, stick it in my veins.
Those people make up like the majority of viewers. But they're not asking for anything. They were just watching.
Look at my aunt and
what's on this week.
Like my aunt and uncle who like called me up and was like, hey, they checked up on me like during the Christmas when I was like sick and everything, and I was like, and then we talked about 10184. They didn't like it, and I almost came this close to be like, well, there's this Justice League movie coming out that's gonna have maybe we'll have the Wonder Woman that you liked in the first Wonder Woman, where she's like more of a warrior as opposed to like this other symbol of whatever, But I came so close to be like, because they even said like, hey, there's no reason for me to keep this HBO Max subscription, and I was so close, and maybe I feel bad because I should have been like, don't do it yet, or at least come back March, Well,
it's funny because like, I talked to my brother who's 5 years older than me and my sister-in-law and then even my younger sister. And when I like try to talk to them about Zack Snyder, they don't know his name, and I can't tell them BVS or Man of Steel. I have to go, well, you know 300, right? And my brother's like, oh yeah. I think I remember that movie. Or my sister-in-law is like, I'm like, yeah, 300. With my sister, I have to go, he did the Dawn of the Dead remake. Like she loves that fucking film. But if I were to have gone,
weird.
Yeah, Zack Snyder, BVS, Batman v Superman, they'd be like, what? And like that's you're right, Steven. Like they're going, I don't know what, whatever. I'm not asking for any of this stuff.
Right. You know what I've been doing like with my mother-in-law and my dad, because they're like the two that like, it's so weird. It's like my wife's mother and my own father. It's like these are the two that like general audience I latch on to. Like these are the two that I gave them Justin's novel. Yeah. My dad has already finished it, and my mother-in-law is in the middle of it. And I got my mother-in-law to pre-order Sean O'Connell's book because I'm like, if you want to fucking understand what I've been kind of talking about for the last 3 years,
read these 2 books.
Read these 2 books.
Yeah.
Because I remember when my dad got finished reading Justin's book, and I've told Justin this, my dad was like, we're going to have a conversation later on about who was everybody. Because he enjoyed Justin's book, and that was a big thing for Justin, was someone like my dad who he all he's heard is whatever random shit I've said over the last 3 years, and my dad enjoyed his novel. And then, with Sean's book coming out in March, it's been like, being able to go, disclosure, I've read Sean's book. I've had the opportunity to read his book. I've read it in an afternoon. Sean was a little surprised. I was like, dude, you don't understand. I read like 160 to 200 books a year. I mean,
meanwhile, like somebody like me, I'm like, I'll get to it. I'll get to it, man.
And I said this on my Goodreads review that I went ahead and published because I wanted to do Sean a solid. Was the best thing about his release the Snyder Cut book is that that's the book you hand to that friend or that family member who doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because the book is only about it's about 206 pages, only about 150 something pages is
half of Justin's book.
Right. But even Justin's book, I read Justin's book in like 4 days.
Oh, stop.
It just moves. But even Sean's book, it's breezy, it's quick. It is the book that you feel like you're a Jehovah's Witness going, would you like I feel like I'm passing out the Watchtower because you
also it felt you read it going, I remember all, like, it's like reliving it.
Well, for us, it's reliving it. For someone who hasn't been just steeped in it, there is actual moments of really, that's how the movie, that's how movies work. And so there is a benefit to it, because these general audience people that we're talking about who have no idea, or they look at you, or like when my wife wants to go, oh, good God, did you really just ask Scott that question? I'm going to leave you now, right? Because I've heard this before. The best thing is that there at least is now material. But once again, it feels like you're a Mormon or a Jehovah's Witness, where you have to give them like a primer of, let me explain why you should give a shit about this.
Yeah. This is what I've been talking about for the last 3.5 years. I'm just saying, it's all in this book right here. Yeah. Yeah.
And that feels like such, it's like the movie shouldn't have that kind of baggage, but it's almost like to explain as fans, almost hyperbolic enthusiasm for it. It's like we need these materials for some sort of justification to go, no, you don't understand what we've been through.
I think that's one thing that even the people who, it's ironically the people who say like, well, what's the general audience going to think of this? And it's funny because even they're approaching it from like being outside of all of these events. Like, well, it's just like you don't realize that this is such a insular thing. Like, but when it starts getting marketed, the people who don't know any of this and aren't going to look up, the articles from the past few years or search social media for it, or don't know anything about the hashtag or any of that, they're going to
yes, Criminal Cage, you are right. You are right.
They are going to either not think twice about it, and it's just another superhero movie, because they don't like, even my dad has always been like kind of into this stuff. And I mean, he's read Lord of the Rings multiple times, and my introduction to like Batman was like we watched the Batman the animated series together, but he's never been like a hardcore fan. And he read a lot of the Star Wars Expanded Universe with me, but it's always, whenever this stuff comes up, I'll be like, oh, well, this is such and such from such and such. It's like, wait, what's that? I'm like, well, we read that book, remember? It's just like, it doesn't have that mind for like memorizing characters and all that stuff. And so I'll even show him movies sometimes, and it's like, when I showed him BVS, I was like, well, remember Man of Steel? That was a Superman movie and I had to go, and we had watched it like less than a year earlier. And he was like, oh, is that the one where he turns back time? And I was like, no, that's the old one. This is
if I can turn back time.
And so, and I would say that he is like ahead of a lot of average audiences on that because he watched the animated series and and that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, me and my dad watched that shit like crazy.
And so when you talk about the prospect of like they start seeing Justice League commercials, they're not going to recognize the villain. It's got more villains in it. The tone and like the dialogue is different. Like I think to them it's just going to be another movie. And when they discover Wikipedia or whatever, that's ironic for me to jump to that so quick. Whenever they discover like whatever, they're going to be like, whoa, what happened? This is what?
Yeah.
And like that's like in 2005, that would have been like me and my like movie buddy would have been like, whoa, did you know that this movie had, even though we saw movies all the time, it was like we'd find out stuff behind the scenes, and such a, even then it was even smaller bubble of people online that like paid attention to
this
stuff.
Man.
So I mean, we're talking about like tens of thousands of people as opposed to millions of people. Like that's how small of a bucket it is.
Well, think back to 2002. Like if we went to go see Spider-Man, and we didn't know that there was a director's cut. Like would I know? Like would I have cared? No, I went to go see the movie. Whatever, I saw it.
Okay, but I think about something like I remember when 2007 rolled around. It was the 25th anniversary of Blade Runner, and they finally when Ridley Scott finally got to release the final cut, and I bought the fucking collector's edition with all 5 cuts. And there's a book out there called Future Noir that is like, when I hold up a behind the scenes making of movie book, Future Noir is the book that I go, fuck me. This is the book that like tells you everything you ever wanted to know about making a movie. That's the book I go to. And but even that was a movie from 1982 that 25 years later, I don't even know what a drop in the bucket the final cut made. I don't know. And did the general audience even care that there was another version of Blade Runner coming out? And this is a movie that literally, it's been 3 years. Like we can all we're a generation that still remembers going to the theater to see the first one.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only wish that I have is like maybe, if there was some kind of like a documentary of like what happened with the whole Snyder Cut thing. Because I mean, when you watch, say you watch John Schnepp's Superman Lives documentary, what's the first thought that you have after you watch that? Damn, I wish I could have watched that movie. Mm-hmm. We could watch this movie now. I mean, can you imagine if there was a documentary?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll be completely real and 100. I'm dead fucking serious.
Oh God, here we go.
It's gonna be a weird. I know this is gonna be a weird correlation. I don't mean it this way. It's just I was thinking. I watched that Heaven's Gate, 4-part doc on
HBO Max.
On HBO Max, and
there you go.
I really didn't know anything about it, but it was so fascinating, and it literally inspired. I was like, dude, I would love to create something like that with the Snyder Cut, but I would have to I would want to do it, and I don't mean, and that's what I don't mean it like
matching sneakers. Yeah,
I don't mean that, but getting interviews with people that were in the trenches and
well, no, I mean
the day ones, the full timers.
Yeah,
I'll even go to like another. I'll go to another HBO Max documentary, like the Bee Gees documentary. I was not a Bee Gees fan. My mom was a Bee Gees fan, and I fucking was like, "What the hell,
a Bee Gees fan?
Tragedy!" I'm like, "What is that? I don't know what you're listening to, Mom." But then, I watched that documentary. I'm like, oh, wait, wow. These guys were like something pretty damn special when you think of like how they try to transition through what was happening in music. And that's what a good documentary does.
Well, right. And another documentary that's on HBO Max is The Vow about Nexium, which over at Squawcast Media, we have a whole series on Patreon called The Wall of Weird Sex, because we were following it because of Allison Mack. And that show, even I've been following that, and that documentary is telling me things that I didn't know. But the problem is as much as we want a documentary like this, Warner Brothers will never, ever mess up to the fuckery that they went through.
The other thing too is that like the only way to make it authentic would be to have Zach talking about it in detail, because there's no point. There's no point in getting like
you're saying like, if you just tell everybody what actually happened, they're not gonna be like
no, but my point though is that, you know, with obviously I think some of us, not Dave, but you know, we've read well, I say that because you haven't read it yet, you know, read Sean's book, and so hearing what Zach has said, even though I know what he said in the book, I'm like, I know he's still being, you know, PC.
He's still being professional.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, for me, you know, my type of documentary would sit there. I would get down to it. I'd be like, listen, for all it's worth, right? And I know we can hold hands after we're done, but we're going to talk professionally here, right? Jeff Johns, how bad did he fuck this up? Because there was some animosity from the get-go from Man of Steel. And if that was the case, by the time we got to Justice League, it must have been so fucking raging that you thought your hands were tied. Because that's what it was. Because there's no way that he allows these rewrites on the way he did.
If you notice the way he's gotten more and more candid.
The closest you can come to this is like watching like Mankiewicz and Donner talk about the Salkinds during, you know, Superman 78 and Superman 2. I think the only reason those documentaries can get away with it is that they interview both sides, and Warner Brothers can produce this documentary because they were involved in the fuckery. The fuckery was all about the Salkinds versus, you know, Donner and his crew. That is the documentary is that's what I want to see, is like you see Donner and the actors talking about the Salkinds, and you've got Aliana Salkind kind of being like the producer voice, and just watching those two, like the he said, she said of that documentary, like that's almost what you would have to have, but you wouldn't have the objectivity of Warner Brothers going, we just released the damn movie. We had nothing to do with this. Sorry, Stephen, what were you trying to say?
Well, Zach has gotten more and more candid about, like, I don't know if everyone else has been paying attention to this, but with how flippantly he'll say, like, they didn't have enough jokes, or they wanted more jokes in it, like, and he's not like necessarily spilling like specific tea.
He talked on Faruqi's about how he was filming two different I'll film their scene, but I'm gonna film my scene too.
Or he'll say like the execs wanted X and I wanted Y, and so
that's what I mean.
He explicitly said like Jeff Johns said this, and then I said, well, the jerk store called, and so
and they're running out of you.
Well, no, but I would literally be asking like, what was going on in your thoughts when you were filming these stupid fucking lines? When you knew that they were like, you knew it. Jesus, you get what I mean? Like, so
we know how he feels because thanks to Meg and the Nerd Queens and Justice Con, we could have the
fucking hard fact
that he would fucking burn it to the ground and blow the fucking thing up. But I do believe that I heard that quote.
He was talking, but he was talking about Whedon footage. I'm talking about Jeff Johns lines. Like, what was going on in your head, or not? What was going on? Like, how did you feel when he was forcing you to write and to film his lines? Because at the end of the day, that's, you know, as a director, I can only imagine how fucking pissed off you would be, but as a writer, as Chris Terrio was, I can only imagine how fucking mad he was.
You mean the line, the rumored line of how about you try shooting some of my pages?
Exactly.
Which
so
that
if that
quote
was the
always
case,
stays with me.
I know. And if that was the case, how did you feel, Zach? Like how did that make you feel as a director?
I really want Terrio is just staying so.
No, I talked to his publicist and they said that he doesn't do press. So I was like, fuck.
Crap.
Whatever.
Oh, but he's happy. He's happy right now.
Yeah.
Let you know.
But I'm just saying, like those are the questions that I would be asking and that I'd be interested in.
No, I know. Yeah, I know the questions, and you some of the lines that those guys are trying to feed. Oof, man. Let's just say, like, I heard something that I might make into a shirt just because it's so bad. I wouldn't want to, but oh man. Oof, so great. But anyways, what do you think, Meg?
I don't even know what the question was anymore.
Yeah. Well, I was just talking about. I think the discussion was like, how do you think Zach would feel about when he was being fed like, hey, try this instead? Because we all know that the whole I hear you talk the fish line is not going to actually be in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and probably other lines too. Like how do you feel about that? Is that a line that you thought was great or?
Fuck no.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Because it seems a little off brand, right?
Yeah. Very, very off brand.
Why would Bruce Wayne trying to like, hey, there's like some shit that's going to be happening.
Yeah. He's like trying to get them to help him, and then he's mocking him.
And so he's going to mock this fucking guy that could literally rip his fucking esophagus out of his throat. Like he could literally like rip like his Adam's apple out of his throat if he wanted to.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Why would Bruce
Meg? This is all about letting Meg speak.
That's what I was trying to get.
No, I think it's. I don't know. I just can't wait to see the actual fucking thing, so then we can like compare it and be like, yo.
Okay, the thing really did this. After I watched Justice League last Sunday for the first time in 2017. And then before your Kelly interview started, I went back and watched the Hallelujah trailer twice on YouTube. And this realization washed over me, and it was only refreshed by the fact that I had just watched Justice League. It was, how can you watch Justice League and then watch that Hallelujah trailer and even conceive in your mind that all we're getting is a longer version of that movie that you saw in 2017. And then I realized, and then it's almost like those people who like to diss Justice League and say that it's a forgettable film. It has to be so forgettable. You've forgotten it so well that when you watch Justice League and then you watch the Hallelujah trailer, you cannot comprehend the fact that you're getting two completely fucking different movies.
You know what's great about that though is like I remember when like after DC Fandom, I remember when everything was done and said and done, and I was going through and watching trailer reactions. What I loved about like the common thing that I kept seeing for the trailer reactions for the Hallelujah trailer was people went, "This seems like a different movie. This is not the same movie," and I was like, "Yes."
Well, that's the reason why. That's the reason why whenever I watch, and that's why I realized all those quips in the first trailer. Those are all Jeff Johns lines because you're like, they're not going to be quipping like that, dude. Like this is a serious fucking movie, dude. Like,
okay, so here's a question that I didn't have because Ray Fisher mentioned on one of his latest IG videos that obviously he's quote heard about the new trailer. I guess a question I have is, what are we expecting in the final trailer? Because we're basically getting this 4-hour movie that we're only going to get 2 trailers for. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I could go into the movie without the second trailer and be perfectly fine. But I also understand that probably as much as the Hallelujah trailer was for us, the fans, I am very curious how much the second trailer is going to be a little bit more general. I think accessible is the word you would.
Story trailer.
Yeah,
right? That's what like traditionally would be.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. What are we expecting from this final trailer when it drops in February to get ready for this March release? Like, what are we expecting / wanting to see in it? Especially as someone like me who's like, I don't need to see a fucking thing. I mean, I'm going to watch the damn movie. So
I think we'll get more mother boxes and history lesson and Steppenwolf and Darkseid sort of arc
That's why I made that when I did the MF in news. I was like, yeah, the first episode's called Mother Boxes, motherfuckers.
I think
Mother Boxes.
I think like we'll get maybe some dark side dialogue.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be because like what you would do for the arc would be like I had a dream, it was the end of the world. You know, maybe get a flash of the nightmare, but then you also have the here's dark side. I don't know if you'd use murals or history lesson flashback or whatever and be like,
oh, you mean like that trailer that I literally just made today? Yeah, that.
Or, and have whoever it is,
Who's the asshole that did that?
Talking about he came thousands of years ago, he invaded Earth and he left something behind, the mother boxes, and then you do the each member introductions, right? Similar to that first movie where they were like the Aquaman.
Mm-hmm.
The Comic-Con preview.
Yeah, the Comic-Con preview. And so you get a little bit of like, so you're fast, or whatever the Snyder Cut equivalent is. To kind
there is no Snyder Cut equivalent to that, dude. That is a Jeff Johns line. I'm sorry.
My point is this is Barry Allen. He is fast. Whatever they need to do to communicate that.
Yeah, that's called exposition, bro.
Thank you.
So right? Fast.
What I'm saying though is that that's the kind of lines and writing that you would expect from Johns, not Terrio. Terrio doesn't explain shit like when did we ever,
I get that.
You know what I mean?
I'm generalizing.
And I know that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's gonna be so weird to like.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are they gonna say, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Like, are they gonna talk about their powers? Or are they just gonna be like, you know?
I think less the powers and more the story. So like they'll have the here's Darkseid, here's the mother boxes, here's what he wants, here's a line from Darkseid or something about.
Maybe it's from the shirt. You know, we're gonna hear that
I think the back of the shirt's a good bet. The
all of existence shall be mine.
Shall be mine. I would not be shocked to see that.
I would love to have had that in from my trailer, but obviously,
I would be really interested for some sort of explanation of what in Zack Snyder's Justice League what the unity actually is, instead of a let's recycle the terraforming plot from Man of Steel that it became in Justice League.
Yeah,
it would be cool to see like a scene. Yeah, if you have what's his name, like if you have Steppenwolf talking to Desaad. Yeah, a little bit of that, or something like that. Where
they could use all the scenes. They don't have to show the third act whatsoever. They could literally use the tunnel battle. They can use the League versus the Superman and the history lesson. Like, dude, those three big action scenes alone, without giving us things that we haven't seen. Like,
well,
dude,
I mean, one of the things we're definitely going to see is like more Flash in the Speed Force kind of thing, because that's just gorgeous to look at. Obviously they're going to want to push that. We're going to see more Batman doing some fucking punching a parademon in the face or some shit like that. There's going to be something. I mean, you have to have those elements in the trailer just to be like, yeah.
Do you think we're gonna? I mean, I almost think that is there going to be some aspects where we're going to be able to lean more on Gall and Jason, just because if we talk about the success that those two franchises, franchises have had.
I wouldn't be surprised if, I mean, look what, Snyder. I mean, I love how Snyder was like, "Hey, New Year's Eve. Here's 2 images of Diana, looking concerned and kicking ass." That Wonder Woman 84, movie that he watched. Well, it's not going to be exactly like that, but here it is. And I love the fact that he did that, because it's like, hey, in the movie, she's not going to be what you just saw right here. Hopefully that's a good thing.
But the general audience, they probably don't even matter. It's just the fact that there's more Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
that's all my wife needs. All Heather needs is more Wonder Woman.
That would be perfect if she does, and we know that we saw her doing ADR over the history lesson, so we imagine she introduces Darkseid maybe or something, or the legend says this is what Darkseid is.
Well, we know that he doesn't have Ukes's name in the film, so
true. But she says there, well, because in the mural it calls him the Darkness or something like that,
right?
In Greek. And so I think you get that, and so that way you have kind of the dark side history lesson, mother boxes established, and then you transition into Bruce doing his like, here's Superman dying, here's me assembling the team, and then you end it with like we've got to bring Superman back.
Right, because we're not going to do the stupid marketing thing this time to pretend like, is he coming back? No, he's fucking coming back. He's Superman.
Well, the other thing too is you got to remember. So like, it's something that kind of struck out to me when I was, making this trailer, is that when he's saying that line, like, there's an attack coming, you, me, the others, he's saying that in a time when he's not really like,
Beautiful poster.
Yeah, he doesn't need to know. He doesn't need to know like he doesn't need to know their powers. He just needs to know that they need to get together. Like, you know what I mean? So I almost feel like when we were hearing like, oh, well, he's Megatronic, he's a cyborg. That's so like painfully obvious. It's like
obviously he's a fucking cyborg.
Yeah. What are you talking about? You have the video clips. You know what I mean? Like, y'all have the clips.
Yeah.
Why are y'all talking about that again? You know what I mean? Like, Bruce sent them to you. What the fuck? And so it's like,
not exactly the same vein, but the dialogue I picked up on recently that I'm shocked like was written or made it in is in the opening Superman clip on the cell phone video. Which like,
why are we even talking about this?
The fact that as a cell phone video is like,
it was recorded by Billy Batson.
But it's hilarious. But it's hilarious that like that's not written at all like the way, because what he says in there, he's like, a man I once knew.
Yeah.
It's like, who gives a shit if you say my father? It's like if my father used to say the hope is like your car keys, they would have been like, your dad is Jonathan Kent.
I don't get
Holy
it.
crap, you're Clark Kent. Holy shit.
Because he's like, a man I once knew.
Yeah.
Why nobody? You could say my father. Like,
and not even that. Like keys. Like it's like, are they like keys? That's what hope is like. It's like, I hope I really find my keys. I don't know.
And by the way, the whole Winding River thing, it's like, I'm sorry, of all the interpretations of Superman that I've read, at no point has the S shield ever represented. Actually, the closest I've come is that actually represents a snake trapped in a diamond. Like, that's actually from.
Here's what's
that's
hilarious
actually
about that. Is
there's a really great book called The Last Days of Krypton by Kevin J. Anderson. I know I recommend books. It's fucking what I do. Read the book. It's a really great book.
I was just talking to someone earlier about how like Whedon had all his own problems. So this is not to absolve him of anything, but I think one of the biggest problems with his version of the movie is it feels run by studio notes. Like if you look at like, yeah, sure, there's a lot of stuff that he did that was a problem, but that kind of at that point in the movie, it's like, why did they think they could get away with that? And it's like the reason they thought they could get away with what they did is because they didn't think about it. What happened was executives would be like, this would be important, and then they do that. And I feel like that Winding River quote is to solve the issue that's not a real issue of people being like, why is the symbol different than that looks different than the Superman symbol? They're like, okay, we need to explain, because audiences never, part of why they don't, like, I'm sure there's an executive that was like, part of the reason I think audiences don't resonate with him is because the symbol isn't the symbol they're familiar with. So we need to explain why it looks different than the Reeves one.
Yeah.
And so then they put that in there because they just implemented every single studio note they got. Because that sounds to me very much like well, how can he fly if he doesn't have his cape? Like that's to me like the same, that note would come from the same place. Which, by the way, was a note that someone mentioned for Superman Lives or whatever that the studio exec gave.
Well, in the trailer, like, because I had the dialogue so isolated, and this is so stupid. Like, I don't know why they would. What's the fucking point at this point, right? But so whenever you hear what you think is Ben Affleck saying Superman was a beacon, he didn't just save people; he made them see their best parts. Well, part of that dialogue is not even Ben Affleck; it's somebody else. I know 100% it's somebody else, and I would play it for you guys, but it's like it's almost pointless. But I'm telling you, it is somebody else that they're saying Superman, and he didn't just save people. Like that part that's ad-libbed by somebody else, and they split up dialogue from whatever Bruce.
Do you think they got a voice actor to do ADR for Affleck, or do you think that they repurposed audio? Because that's
no. It doesn't sound like him at all. It doesn't sound like him. It literally is. It's so weird because Affleck's voice is not deep, but the voice actor they got doesn't even sound like Ben Affleck.
That's interesting because there are examples of.
With me, I was like,
I know actors that get ADR'd out of their own movies.
You guys heard me on that trailer thing.
Yeah. Well, no, there's two things. If you listen to it, when Bruce is talking to Diane about the mother boxes, he literally, I don't know. I'm so like baffled. It pisses me off every time I hear it, but he goes there and it like cuts off mother boxes. And I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Y'all like literally just cut up what he said and just space it out and then mother boxes. Like you could tell the dialogue was so fucked up and manipulated in that time. It's whenever they're at the lake and the cameras are up, so you can't see what they're saying.
There's a handful of scenes in this movie that exist solely for the sake of like connecting plot beats and cutting out like an hour of movie runtime.
Yes,
the parademon scene on the rooftop.
Watch the movie. Yeah,
parademon scene on the rooftop is probably I think the first one that jumped out at me in the theater. I was like, okay, they just established the siren and that mother box exploding parademon on the wall. I was like, that's clearly there just to circumvent.
Can you imagine pitching that? Like, hey, listen, I got this idea. How do we explain mother boxes?
I can't tell if it's like someone had an idea, or I feel like I was on set, or maybe not even set. Because the only purpose to that is, guys, we need to stick something in here that explains how we get from A to B without doing all of this stuff.
But how do you explain mother boxes?
Let's do it in a triangle.
He's gonna blow up. So he's genetically right. It's in his blood, right? He was kind of made with the mother box technology. Yeah. So I don't.
No,
so he explodes, and the only thing remaining, 3 mother boxes,
images of the mother boxes. Whenever, and he's the only parademon that does that, by the way.
I know. Hey, this is the perfect time for you to have a drop of that's gold, Jerry, gold. Meg
from Seinfeld. Yeah.
What did you say?
Jerry, it's gold. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Dude, that's so embarrassing. Like, dude, think about the executive that thought of that. You know what I mean? Because I can't even Whedon's dumbass probably didn't think that.
I think that was either Whedon or John's.
That's got to be John's.
In need of a shortcut and of a plot shortcut. Like that is
we would know that
with writing, like because that's what that scene says to me is not let's make work with what
because
we need to fix this with writing.
Well, imagine seeing that on like some comic book panels. Maybe it would work out, but it didn't work out on the big screen. But you see like comic book panels where it's like, oh, this is a different way to show like these mother boxes. This parademon blew up, and all of a sudden it showed these symbols, and you could probably have some pretty like detailed drawings of like these comic book panels of like Batman going or something. I don't know. Maybe it was the way you're looking, Steven. Like we're like just
exactly. Or like in a comic book, you would have more flexibility over the plot. So they'd do something like he'd take a blood sample and then like there'd be mother boxes imprinted on his DNA or something. That would be if you had to go that route.
It's something that it's like a little
they did a way that like, okay, we have one day, we got to shoot a scene that's going to connect Batman looking for Aquaman to
and for the journal,
whatever. Yeah, eliminate the journal. I mean, really, that eliminates all the Lex Luthor stuff. I mean, it's and then the siren, and we established the siren so that we can bring that back in the third act to explain away where Batman's third act everything is.
It's all weird and everything like that, but I think this is a good place to wrap it up because we're at 4.5 hours at least with this stream right here, and it is getting late. I know some people are like, oh, it's late. It's like Well, that's what we do here. The Vodka stream. We're trying to talk about stuff for you guys to take in and whatever. Anyways, yes, tonight was fun, of course, as always. And I want to thank Kelly Hu for joining in and talking about stuff that she was working on and going back, talking about surf ninjas and stuff like that. I mean, I'm
so glad you brought that up.
Oh, dude, I was like, where do I fit this in? I wrote it down. I mean, like I said, I had a list of everything. Of course, it's not in the right order, but I'm like, I got to fit surf ninjas in there somewhere. And thankfully I did. And then I love the fact that I think it was Bradley that brought up the fact that she was in The Doors. And I mentioned that too. I saw that too. And I'm like, how do I talk about The Doors? But I thankfully he did too. But it was a great interview, and hopefully I can get her back here to talk about any new projects she has and everything. But of course, you guys are always a delight. Maybe not Garza so much, but it's whatever. No, I'm just kidding, Garza.
I need more Meg in my life. That's all.
Of course, that's why I was like,
we'll be talking later. Well, technically today.
I know, right? That's where I get more Meg in my life with the spice.
Okay, the fear's the mind killer too, by the way. No, but looking forward to you guys talking about that. Geez, I'm 40 pages in. Maybe I should join you guys now. I don't know. I might do a live watch tomorrow. I don't know. I'm thinking about it because I haven't done a live watch since Die Hard. We'll see what happens. But anyway, yeah, I'll do it after you guys stream if I do it. What'd you say, Meg? Sorry. Oh, okay. That's going to happen. Okay. I'm going to say it here now. Meg and I have been joking about it. We're actually going to do a live watch of Twilight. And if you guys want to see me rip the shit out of that movie, I will. And it might be fun. We'll figure it out. We're planning on that. We've talked about it. Anyways, Let's go around the horn and promote everybody. But like I said, thank you to Kelly Hu for joining, and then make sure you follow her and do all that stuff that she has that 33 Edge or Edge 33 line that she has. Check it all out. But we'll go around the horn. Of course, Scott, we're gonna save you for last, and let's go with Garza first.
Yeah, I'm fucking tired, man.
Exactly. Okay.
Everybody got that?
No promoting or
I'm fucking tired, man.
You know who he is.
Okay. John Eric Garza, it's all right there. Real in motion, all that stuff. Take a drink. All right. Steven, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Stephen Colbert. You can find me at SM Colbert on Twitter. You can find me at Screen Rant as well as SnyderMinute.com, where I've got BVS by the Minute and Justice League by the Minute with Andrew Dice. We have we're in the middle of the Capital episodes of BVS, so in case anyone was wondering about how timely this movie is,
yeah, I know, seriously.
We're going to continue. We're in the middle of them now. We were as of a few weeks ago also, and so we're going to continue on with those and probably inject a little relevant conversation into them where appropriate.
Actually, you know what? Let me interrupt you real quick. I will say this.
I thought you were tired.
You had your time.
I know.
Wrong!
Yeah, I fucking love it. I'm not even looking at the screen. My eyes are closed. But listen, I did do something based off of what BVS by the Minute was going through.
Oh yeah,
their comment. So I will be releasing something that relates to that I think is a pretty cool little gift for BVS. So
cool. Yeah. I
blah blah blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
I got a sneak peek, and it's really cool. I think everyone's gonna like it a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, looking forward to it. All right, Meg.
You can find me as Wonder Meg literally everywhere. Scott and I are going to be talking about the first 20-ish pages, depending. I mean, I've read further than that of Dune Saturday, which is today at 9 p.m. EST. You can find me every other Sunday on World's Finest with my co-host Anthony. That's about it.
Meg, your mic is phenomenal. By the
Seriously,
way.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's like Joe Rogan mic level.
Really?
Yeah, it's fucking good, dude.
I
Like,
was
the way
worried
the
that
sound
like
quality-
you wouldn't be able to tell a difference.
No,
No.
it's
oh no, it's there.
yeah, it's better than all of our mics.
Yeah.
All right, Scott, bring us home.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter, ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, DC Film Squadcast, wherever your podcast can be found. We are also on Facebook, Vero, YouTube, and you can find the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. Love you, Mama Film Junkie.
Yes, love that.
Good, but it can be better.
Just kidding. No,
You're the best, Mama Film Junkie.
she is.
Dave's about to get a phone call.
I know. I get a text. Hey, you put that GIF in, you put that drop in front of. No, but anyways, guys, yeah, we appreciate you clicking in and listening to us talk for all this amount of time. As per usual, you guys know what to do. Hit that like, thumbs up button, and of course, subscribe to the channel. If you want to become part of the membership program, hit that join button. There's Patreon if you want to help out the pirate ship, and of course, merchandise, all down below. But cheers, guys, and thank you for watching. And yes, as per usual, I know people hate this guy, but it's still good.
And also, I'm excited to watch the Snyder Cut because Sweden sucks.
Everybody got that?
And I must say, tonight, Scott, you were the bigger potty mouth, so this is for you. More than Garza tonight, I think. I think you got more F-bombs than Garza. And that's,
watching Justice League will do it to you.
That's what'll happen right there, guys.
Fucking hard fact.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We'll talk later.